have that repeat success. Both of them being in the top 8 so far, I think is a great start for them. But I think most people expect Echo to kind of have a redemption in this cup number 2. They've been such a dominant team. The fact that they lost and were eliminated in 3rd place last week, I think was a massive upset. Also, another interesting one is Wandering Water Furbogs. They're in a position right now where they might not even make top 8. That's Swapsy's team. And that is something I would have never anticipated. So as the day kind of unfolds, we'll be able to see if that happens.
Yeah, I'm excited for today for sure. We are going to be, unfortunately, not seeing them. So I feel like Europe just got turned on its head a little bit. Really kind of crazy what's going on here. We are seeing 2 new teams as well in the first match up of the day, Lithy. We've got Precog Enthusiasts versus Punch Squad. So we saw what happened with new teams last week, and I wonder if we're going to see some of that success repeat here for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited to see Precog Enthusiasts make it to the broadcast this week. They faltered in lower bracket round 6, so basically just 1 serious win away from the weekend last weekend. So this time around, they're on the docket basically, and they're up against Punch Squad, which I think is going to be one of the scarier teams running the good old Arms Warrior, Red Paladin, Fist Weaver comp. And I've spoken to some of the players, some of the teams, and they are a little bit nervous about Punch Squad and that comp that they have to go up against. And of course, well, you have Twinkle on that team as well, who is a pretty, I want to say, well-versed Druid player who can come in and maybe turn the tides if something goes wrong.
Absolutely. He is up against some big names here, though. But I think that's kind of one of the things that I do really like, Zico, and appreciate about these new teams coming in, especially when we look at last week, Lava, Hula Bang. It really tends to shake things up with the meta, challenge teams like Echo.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? We saw it for the very first time, kind of in a long, since Shadowlands, I want to say, or maybe even before then. Where Echo actually got completely dismantled. They were not in the grand finals, and they had kind of a slow, they still finished top 3, but, had a bit of a slow
for Echo.
Yeah, by their own standards, of course. So for Europe, it has been a kind of a new thing. We have teams like Hula Bang, we have teams like Lava, we have newly formed rosters who are actually taking on this dynasty that we've had in Echo, and we're starting to see kind of some of the players as well are scattering around. Some new teams are forming with well-known names, both in EU and NA. So I feel like the competition has only gotten more and more fierce. And especially with this year's format where you only have 2 cups to get your points. Like, we're talking about Swapsy, we're talking about the Wandering Water Furbogs. Swapsy, he's won, I think, more BlizzCons than anyone. And there is actually a chance, depending on how the bracket goes this weekend, that he doesn't make Gauntlet. Not he doesn't make top 3, he doesn't make Gauntlet. So it really is anybody's game here in Europe, and there's definitely a lot to play for today.
Yeah, I certainly agree. A lot of big names are not really where we would normally expect them to be. That second series of the day also, I'm really looking forward to that one. Then if we looked at it, it's Hula Bang, that team that did incredibly well last weekend, of course, versus Pirate Pete's. They're a new roster, but not actually a new new players. A lot of them we do know. We've seen them quite around a while, in AWC. Gelu, Nixie, Clyde, Corky, so some really well-known names here in AWC.
Yeah, they had a Warlock on their team last week, but they're going to be bringing in Corky, who is well known for playing that balanced Druid, and that brings in a bunch of different compositions for them. Obviously, Nixie is one of those players. We know him for being a rogue, but kind of an overall melee specialist. So they're going to have the mage with Gelu, and Gelu also plays Warlock. So they could actually bring in some wizard compositions, which is something I had a lot of questions about last week, as particularly into Hula Bang. Like, can you run these wizard comps with the Demonology Warlock, which is normally kind of like a soft counter for the Subtlety Rogue? So I think if we do see it, it's going to be from Pirate Pete's here in the second series of the day.
Yeah, sounds like a really well-rounded team, so maybe they will be able to take on Hula Bang because we know how well they did perform. That's going to be the second series of the day. They're in the lower bracket as well, so potential to get knocked out there. But let's go back to this series of Precog Enthusiasts versus Punch Squad. The players are ready to go. Game number 1. This is best of 5, and it also an elimination round as well, Zico.
absolutely is. And for both of these teams, you want to get as many points as possible because neither one of these squads are guaranteed a spot in the gauntlet. So these guys are fighting for gauntlet. They're fighting for as many points as possible. And there is definitely some other teams here who are cheering for the downfall of both of these teams. And I'm again thinking about the Swapsy and the Wandering Water Furbolgs. There's those teams that are kind of on the edge of making it or not to that gauntlet. Those guys are definitely going to be glued to their monitors here to see who comes out ahead and how deep of a run they have. But what are you expecting here, Liffy? Is there a specific comp that you would like to see here, or what's your initial thoughts here on the matchup?
It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Punch Squad running this really, I kind of almost want to call it nasty melee cleave, and running into that on the other side. Last weekend, Precog Enthusiasts not quite making the main broadcast, but you have some big names on that roster.
I'm really tired though. Thank you so much. Let's go Liquid.
Druid. You got Jamie, an incredible, if not one of the best elemental shamans in Europe, and of course MVQ on the Demon Hunter. And if you play Demon Hunter, you've probably heard of him. And heading into Nagrand Arena,
how loud is this for you guys? Is it too loud?
You gotta watch out for all the saves and stops that Punch Squad has available for the goals of Precog Enthusiasts. But overall,
I feel like that's good.
I have no idea who's gonna win this, Eco.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Precog Enthusiasts.
This is Cleave versus number one. This is interesting. So game plan here is Jamie is going to have to try and get lots of hexes on the monk. That's their only win condition, pretty much. They have to.
So triple mains, and this is a very popular comp that we saw a lot last
I imagine they're going to try and kill either warrior or a ret, and they're going to try and CC the monk.
And the Ret Warrior,
and the Ret Warrior already trading the healer, which is kind of normal for that comp. Can also go Jamie though as well. They can't really go MVQ very well unless they're in sweep. But you're gonna see as much CC as they possibly can onto the Weaver. Probably. I don't think Cleave works against this team.
Get back on his target. Get that fist weaving out. Nice low cyclone here by Luxia. And we'll see if they can capitalize maybe out of that. They get a bash onto the Red Paladin.
I turned it down a tiny bit. I'm probably too loud.
Down his target here. Big leg sweep setup onto Luxia, but still actually not using anything there. And instead, it is going to be Nesty using his life cocoon.
Instant cocoon trades. There's the Hex.
It's not quite the death ball comp you're
Hex is kind of everything.
Punch Squad running someone down, a little bit more split pressure.
Punch Squad, by the way, beat some crazy teams to get here. So the only team so far to have a decisive win over
from Kylian once again, and for the moment a beautiful totem from
Jamie
is going to take care of
got beaten by this Red Warrior.
You can see they want to go back in. Punch Squad want to do exactly that. The swap on Luxia once again coming in, but he's just holding on to Barkskin. The man is chilling. Kylian dropping down
there's
to 20%
the bubble.
Though.
No
That's
cocoon.
A solid burst of damage.
Things looking kind of rough.
Out, but for the moment, Punch Squad gonna stay alive and probably gonna keep rolling.
Yeah. Punch Squad is going to trade out that cooldown. And also, they don't have the lay on hands here on Killian. Full Hex secured onto Nesty. Nesty forced to trade out his trinket there. Killian's still not out of the woods yet. Forced to trade out his trinket. Now, finally, they get on top of Luxia. There's the Barkskin. There's the leg sweep. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Luxia actually respects the situation here. He overlaps his trinket with the Barkskin. Uses that trinket to Tranquility, which is...
so he doesn't have... This is a pretty big worry here. We've got this. Are we seeing? We can't. He's got reverse.
Once again, the life cocoon, though,
that's wall trading as well. But also cocoon. So with that cocoon... Oh my god, this is actually a wild matchup. We've got Magic Bot and no trinket right now. On the side of Punch Squad. And on the side of Precog Enthusiasts, we've got Pre-Bark and no reverse, actually. We only have Pre-Bark. Luxia is vulnerable to the next Hodge. Game can just end on either of them.
Still not going for the Iron Bark just yet. Instead, they're actually turning the pressure around onto the Red Paladin. Luxia just buying his team time here in bear form. Jamie,
Very quick, buddy. Thank you for the 23 on the sub. Happy Friday, buddy. Thank you. I would say with just this magic buff available,
yeah, if you are
Jamie looks pretty weak here. They're going to try and hit Jamie, get Iron Back, and then go straight to Luxia. There's also a mana lead on the side of Punch Squad.
staying a little bit safer for.
There's the
just another moment,
darkness.
but they're running a little bit low on cooldowns.
He holds
You
on
have a
to
trinket interleave
both.
for the warrior, but Sang for Kylian is
No
the only
magic
thing
bop.
left, and at 20%
Oh shit, we got.
sitting in the darkness. It's not looking good for the red paladin, trying to get away, trying to kite away. The wings are up once again, finds a nice interrupt here,
now.
but nothing more than that. Jamie in the meantime.
Sorry, I'm just drawing random shit that we read. Let me get rid of this stuff. We have trinket again for Luxia. We've got no magic buff anymore. No bubble. Cocoon.
So they gotta start.
There's the cocoon. No, it's not actually. It's just wool.
As they are running low on
and shield of
defenses,
Venus.
down to 20%. The lasso is great. Another
Ironbark. We got wall here. We look pretty we're stable on Luxia's side except for mana. This is their last condition right here.
Looking good here, Zico, but Luxia's mana is a little bit close to being empty.
Yeah, it's not doing too hot there in Luxia's
So I've got
department, but ST also could.
No way. Yeah, we're pretty weak on the side of Punch Squad, but mana on Luxia will end first. Sweep onto Luxia. Oh, double stun. Luxia does not even respect it with Barkskin. There's Tree of Life that just procs. We've got wall still for Jamie if we need it. But Luxia now has no mana at all. This mana bar no longer exists.
It's not looking too good, like you said.
It's just immunities.
Right now, MVQ and Jamie getting very aggressive. Bubble is going to be available here for Killian in about 20
I don't think we're getting to bubble again, probably. Maybe we are, actually. This team, Punch Squad, may full rotate while this guy's Like, Luxia may be completely and they may... This is his wall, right? They may full rotate... Oh, 10 seconds! There's Shield of Vengeance. They break it. Bubble in 4, 3. Life Cocoon comes up first. Bubble comes up. Full rotate. Bubble and step. They've got Cocoon as well.
Jamie now getting cleaved, and that is going to be Burrow coming out here for Jamie.
We're pretty dry here. I think it's come down to the wild, but there he gets a giant heal. Cocoon. So they're out of cooldowns entirely on Punch Squad again. Apart from, I mean, basically they can just kill Red. They can also kill Monk. Jamie goes down. Surely Jamie goes down first here.
Jamie might just go down right now. He's got no burrow.
No healing to come through this yet.
Might be able to do a touch of death range, and they will be able to close it out here. Jamie will fall. Punch Squad taking game number 1.
That comp seems surprisingly annoying, and they just. I don't know. I'm trying to think, what they're gonna even do. This Cuba design is so fucked up. Basically, if he's not CC'd, they're immortal.
There at the end from Nesty, making sure Jamie cannot get away from the death ball roll.
I can't draw a cat even if.
And yeah.
Even if this were live, which it is, I still couldn't draw the cat.
Teams, but ultimately, Punch Squad just a little bit more consistent damage. Luxia not able to keep his team alive in the end. And when it comes down to these,
I don't know if you could find. There was a point, actually. I'm gonna. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over them at all. Right? They're fantastic casters, but I can't help but feel that the decisive moment in this game is actually. Sorry, I'm skipping back as well. But the point that seemed decisive to me, that may have cost it a little bit, was there was a long period of time around here where you'll see he just basically, you'll see here, right? He hasn't used Barkskin or Ironbark for a good, I want to say, minute or so, and they're winning, right? Like, you can see it's up for, I think it's over a minute. I think it's a minute and a half where he just doesn't use anything. He gets swapped to and they use Darkness, and they don't trade up Barkskin, and like there's just a lot of time where he, like, Barkskin, for those that don't know, has a component to it that actually gives you more healing if they play the talent, which I think is called Stonebark. Now, I feel like there's an efficiency issue here that is created from this, and I feel like they only needed the teeniest bit of mana, and like it's hindsight, but they probably, sitting on those cooldowns for as long as they did, having a full rotation of those cooldowns might have cost them a little bit.
It's a little bit what we talked about before the start of the game, right? This comp of Red Warrior and the Mistweaver. You have so many saves.
I could be an idiot though,
different kind of situations,
because they're a lot better than I am at Druid.
Bob to Sang to lay on hands to a bubble, and basically the entire complete list of externals and cooldowns and warrior.
It depends, I guess, if their win condition truly is just mana.
Difficult to get through that whole thing for Precog enthusiasts without going super deep into dampening and playing around mana.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If Nesty can keep his mana, because every time he's gonna start fist weaving, it's gonna take a chunk of his mana. But if the game doesn't go on for too long, he is gonna be able to potentially squeeze out an advantage.
That's what I'm saying. I think Boxkin and Ironbark, like just continuing to rotate those may have meant he had to do less healing, and may have meant that he would have just eked out that little bit of extra mana, because it's such a close game at the end. Such a close game. And maybe he would have died, right? Maybe he would have died from like you generally want to sit on those cooldowns as much as you can. So it's actually it's a very heads-up play for him to sit on those cooldowns.
And I'm curious how the next map, we're going to Empyrean Domain, obviously, is going to play into Precog Enthusiast's hands, because it's a larger map, and especially as a Resto Druid, being able to get some roots in and maybe sneak away for a drink is a lot easier than Nagrand.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nagrand is a pretty good map too for getting drinks, but
this is our first Red Paladin, by the way, seen this entire tournament, I'm pretty sure. And he's actually kind of owning.
Here on the main, though, either way, it's going to be a little bit easier to actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Again, Luxia is an insane dude, but just because of the way the game ended, and it's purely hindsight, maybe that one moment was the thing they could have changed and continued to rotate in a way that they eked out the, especially Ironbark, right?
As soon as his team, recovers from the.
Because I think it is 20% healing plus the reduction.
And Precog Enthusiast starts getting their momentum. That's when he really needs to sit down and try to get those drinks, but we'll see what happens. Again, it was a close game. They had some beautiful 3v1s, good hexes from Jamie, and we'll see what they decide to do here. Already some crowd control being used here onto Nesty, and Nesty is gonna waste no time. The Feline Stomp is coming in, and he's already looking to do some damage here on that Fist Weaver, and they're getting onto their target. Luxia can't be too greedy here. He's gonna trade out the Barkskin, trading out.
He's not even okay. He is blood. You can actually see his character's got the blur animation. It's half see through, but it doesn't show it up. So he used blur there.
Are gonna be looking to set up their pressure to get a full cycle onto Nesty, and here.
Ooh, nice synergy of the stun. This is bubble for sure. Bubble. That is cocoon only. Actually, no overlap. Just Trinity cocoon. He chooses not to bubble. Tay in trouble uses parry. So we've got Cocoon parry out of the way. Incapped low on that is insane, by the way. Actually insane. Gives him time to it buys him time on the Diaz for the Monk. MVQ gets deleted a little bit, but I think he's okay. Still has big mana. I'm pretty sure it's accurate.
Ongoing, Luxia trying to get some distance, gets the Ironbark out onto MVQ here for the moment, as Jamie once again throws in the fire elemental, looks for some damage, but overall
the really heads up play, I think, is to kill Warrior here and not Paladin. To put Paladin in awkward spots where you trinket bubbles or trinket bops. Here's the full hex on the Sank. He gets sanked and insta.
Getting kicked out immediately.
MVQ getting deleted. Probably has blur very soon, but he's in a full Fae. He can get killed the Fae. He can get killed in the Fae. He can get swept. Got the nether before it though. Almost didn't.
That forces a trinket nether walk from the Demon Hunter.
Almost as cocoon again.
Precog Enthusiast, they're struggling a little bit on momentum. And I'm struggling with words.
They get bubble there, and that's all show of enemies from the Paladin. We've got Cocoon again to rotate with. Tay might die before this, or if they get the bubble here from the Monk. We're looking good. MVQ probably has blur, but doesn't have Trinket. We have Ironbark in 13. Full Hodge and Deluxia. Full Hex and onto Monkey as well.
And now here comes the pressure on Tequila. If they can find a Cyclone out of this Hex, they could potentially try to close it out, but Luxia too pressured right now to be going for any hero plays like that. Instead, they're going to.
Tandra has parry to trade.
Decent beating right now. Mana all tied up here between Luxia and Nesty. And Luxia now looking for the Cyclones here. Can he find it? He finds it. Onto the Fist Weaver. Here's the damage. Massive hits of damage coming out onto Killian. He's going to trade out the lay on hands there, actually. So Killian using yet another massive cooldown. So he's
Luxia dropped into a wall. Sweet trinket. Ooh, I'm actually kind of curious about that. There's a trinket there. Uses renewal as well.
Might have to use it, but he's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to be greedy. Frenzied Region coming out, and that Barkskin and that Heart of the Wild too. Plenty of
Oh, that clone is ridiculous.
He is going to be completely
It gives him
fine
a
with
lot of
that.
time to work with.
Low
Clone
cycle
into
coming out.
Imprison,
He gets a
swaps back to
full
Paladin, gets the
imprisonment onto
bop.
Nesty. Magic Bop coming out here for Killian. I think he's going to stay alive with that, but good trading from both teams so far, trading blows back and forth.
Really good rotation of defensive CDs here from Punch Squad. It's keeping them alive so far. And mana-wise, Luxia this time around actually having the upper hand a little bit as Killian goes down to 30%. The wall
He's a pre-doc. He's okay.
Is coming in the nick of time. Jamie getting cleaved down a little bit as well.
Jamie trades wall, has to burrow on top of that. They're in a ton of trouble. And we're sitting now entirely on... We're sitting entirely on the 2 clones from Luxia, but with no trinket. Honestly, Jamie might just die right now. At the same time, now there's Cocoon that trades, so we're dry on the side of Punch Squad as well. Full fair into Luxia and Jamie, who can't trim. He's getting killed inside of it. There's the Iron Bug.
They want to blast, they want to chop someone up, and it's really looking
It actually is Paladin who might be most vulnerable here. If they can get a follow-up Hex or a follow-up Incap, he dies. Any kind of follow-up is game. Follow-up fair. Do we have a Hex?
Once again, immediately presses that, not a moment's notice too late, and he's gonna survive for the moment.
Hodge gets reversed.
Weaving out of his mind right now.
Oh my god, that clone's ridiculous. This is the person under pressure doing this.
Yeah, and Killian still
Tay in trouble too. Parry trades. What are they healing off of right now? Wait, there's a random pit somewhere. Is there a Trent? Is he killing Trents? He just healed off. He full healed him off the forest, man. MVQ in a little trouble.
They can get one clone right now onto the healer, Nesty.
Bubble 15. It is down to the wire. 7 seconds on bubble. 5, 4, 3, 2, revive.
To find the cyclone in time here. Not able to find it. There it is. Full cyclone snuck in onto Nesty. Killian in massive trouble.
Bubble. 2, 1. Bubbles. Okay. Bro, they are literally rotating at the perfect time, and now Jamie is absolutely.
Still in a lot of trouble. They're going through that astral shift like it's just nothing at this
I
point.
feel like he might die. No, he's fine. Okay, we got Bach, and that is it. We got Bach and a prayer at this point.
Shield of Vengeance coming
out
here for Killian, and he is trying to make his final stand here in the series. Jamie with
Bach and a prayer, and we've got Cocoon trading right now. So we're now both teams are dry. It is now just a race, a straight race. No mana. We've got Blur trade.
They're swapping to Tay actually. Tay still with no cooldowns left. Sharpen Blade coming out.
They have no buttons to. There's a Hex. We need some sort of follow up. He's too even cast clone. Even think about it. There's a big Ascendance proc. That Ascendance proc will win the game. It does. I swear.
It could be a cross kill. Jamie's blasting. MVQ on 10% HP.
He made his way.
And I think he might be able to stay alive with that lightning lasso. Beautiful Chaos Nova here onto
Oh my
Nesty.
god,
take him down.
bro.
Precog enthusiasts.
That is a ridiculous game.
But that was as close as it could possibly get.
I actually can't believe that.
In the end, the meta coming of cooldown and MVQ just dipping out. Beautifully done, but once again, this map came down to the wire and 0 mana on either side. Absolutely insane. And for the remainder of the series, Zico, this really makes me question what the map picks are going to have in terms of impact to this series. But overall, an incredible performance from both teams.
I want to say map picks a pretty low impact, but
played it about as well as you can, honestly. And here we can see
it just highlights like the frustration. Like their comp isn't bad, or like I would say that MVQ's comp isn't crazy into this, but this Weaver is so frustrating to play against, man.
But yeah, Luxia in that Hodge trinketing out here.
I'm pretty sure he just fucking targets Trents too for healing.
So low, and he really wants to use anything to get to be able to heal MVQ in that situation, but he had no mana left. Luckily for Luxia,
I think this is exclusively a Fist Weave comp, to be honest. If you wanted to play like a red DH or whatever.
MVQ back from 5% HP. So, I mean, if that doesn't show you how close of a game that was, then I don't know what will. But you were talking about.
There's one point where the monk is actually off screen. I can't see what he's attacking. It's definitely a pit. I'm pretty sure he just goes after the fucking tree and tops his entire team.
The fact that Punch Squad made this map this competitive and they won a Nagrand, I feel like this is this is Punch Squad's kind of series to lose.
The small maps. I don't know if they're on the small maps. I don't think the small maps make that much of a difference. Hook Point sounds annoying because the pillars are close, but I think in general, the monk doesn't want to run and kite. They don't want distance. They don't want to like. The only thing that matters is they don't cleave, because monk healing is multiplicative. Like if you have 2 people on top of each other, his healing is doubled. If you have 3 people on top of each other, his healing is tripled. So your goal, if you're playing MVQ's team, is just to stay spread as much as possible at all times. That's all you care about.
Yeah. I would be very shocked.
What are some predictions?
We're not going to Hook Point. And
Map 3.
So
Sorry, I'm half asleep still. Precog.
And I mean, Hook Point is just a fantastic map. If you're a melee cleave, short distance to run to your target, and also
Bounce enthusiast.
if you're against
Punch Squad.
druids who like to drink, well, there's not going to be any drinking on Hook.
You got 2 minutes for this one. It's a quick prediction.
This is Salt
Morning,
Water.
Zex.
Cannot be
How did I
drank.
sleep? I slept like shit,
If
to be
your
honest,
name is
but
Lux, yeah.
thank you for asking.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can kind of overcome that. But for Precog enthusiasts, it is going to be an uphill battle. I think that for them, the nice thing on Hook Point is that they have a Demon Hunter who can cleave.
That happens.
So that's like
Just a very interrupted sleep today.
Punch Squad is going to be all stacked up, and you can get like a double or triple Chaos Nova and get.
I'm not sure what that comment means exactly, Cookie, by the way.
Swapping that way, but it's going to be a tough one here for Precog.
By the way, thank you again to Anonymous at the sub and Requiem for the 23 month. These times are still weird. The time goes back to normal in 3 days' time. I promise.
Of this weekend and Precog enthusiasts' position on the standings. They didn't make top 8 last weekend. They're sitting at roughly 12 points coming out of the first cup, and we only have 2 cups going into the mid-season clash, and of course the gauntlet, which is kind of the goal for both of these teams. So you just cannot lose this series, because you're going to be out of the tournament, you're not going to grab any more points, and you're also ruining your chances at taking Swapsy out of the gauntlet. Hey, wouldn't that be something? But for now, we get to head into Hook Point. We're reeling it in, Zico. Second point for one of these teams going to be decided here. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get it. This is what we like to call the swing match. So if Precog enthusiasts can win this, it's going to be the hardest game of the series probably for them. But if they can win this, then moving forward in the series, things are going to look good for them. If Punch Squad can win this one, then they're going to hold on to their lead. But right now, Killian needs to hold on for dear life here, because he is still not out of the woods just yet. There's the Hodge. Here comes Luxia. Big damage there onto Luxia. And the reverse magic actually coming out there for MVQ. So they use Hammer of Justice onto Luxia. They reverse magic if they don't overlap any bark skin or iron barks or anything like that. So Luxia still has all of his cooldowns, and they're playing around that 1 minute cooldown that MVQ has available. So so far, solid defense. A bit of a mistake there from Punch Squad to actually initiate with the
We're waiting to see what kind of cooldowns start trading out here.
Leg Sweep is not a magical debuff.
Other than Trinket's nothing crazy yet. Luxia does not even respect the Zabak skin at the start on this first Hodge. Just renews out of it.
Hex onto Nasty. Nasty sitting through a lightning lasso there as well, into a full cyclone there on the sanctuary actually.
That's actually
really
a big control.
Casting that cyclone early, and they do get a stun here onto Killian as well. Jamie trying to lob out some pressure, but so far everybody is looking healthy on both sides here, and so far it is anybody's game. Both teams just looking for an opening.
I'm admiring the average Red Pally experience. You pop in shield and wall, the first global of the game. In the meantime, your warrior gets absolutely murdered. Say, down to 30, goes into death stance, a little bit of damage reduction, and
Anonymous
in
5
in the meantime.
What the actual? I swear, it is incredible. It means infinite that I'm streaming at a weird time, and you gift 5 subs. But I do also want to say, I have a particular person in mind that knows exactly who I'm thinking of, who may or may not have done that. It means a lot though. Like this is such a weird stream time. Thank you. Thank you very much. The 5 gifted subs and the gifted sub from Cookies. Wait. The gifted sub from Anonymous. Actually, wait, Anonymous for all of it. Anonymous and Anonymous times 5 and Requiem as well. The small map is backfiring. He may just die here. This bubble trades. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that. Anonymous is the man. I have a particular person in mind for it, but I've been told that when Anonymous gets subs, that I can't actually accuse people of it because it's actually rude. And also, if they were doing it anonymous, they might not want it. Might not want me to accuse them of being the gifter.
The mana not looking great for the enthusiasts.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that.
Not looking great at all here.
Paladin may just die. They've got nothing to trade. He has to die. Surely. There's the magic bob. But we are done cooldown wise. There is nothing at all. This is a look at this. Look at how fucking desolate these cooldowns look. We've got Cocoon. We've got no trinket. We've got parry that just trades. So that's gone. We literally have nothing on this team for about quite a bit.
10 seconds left on the trinket of Nesty. If they want to get something going, they need to CC him right now.
Luxia's got his entire spellbook of spells.
Cannot find the hex in time here.
We just need any kind of decent control. There's the last Cocoon. Okay, now we have nothing.
But he was just spamming
this is a bloodbath. We have a 30-second window where any CC that lands wins the game.
They got lay on hands and they got bubble. If they can
it is a completely desolate spellbook.
They have a very real opportunity.
There's the Imprison to NST. There's a gifted sub for Anonymous as well. There's a full clone onto NST. The damage is all starting to sit through. If they get distance here, if they can find a way just to get a little, there's a half X, he dies.
They're trying to close it out and just like that.
So yeah, the small map.
They had
look at
the
that.
TR hex as well, so they're able to close it out.
They're still even. Oh, actually, you know what? Revive came up, but it came up after they died.
Here, MBQ is smiling, and
that was a very well played game.
Absolutely, this was the hardest game for them of this year so far. And you mentioned it as well, Lippy, about the warrior swaps. How much do you think they actually impacted the outcome of this game? Because they were going a lot more on Tay compared to the other games.
Why isn't that Magic Immune Revival? Can you not tell if he is? Are you looking at his sounds on the broadcast? I assume he is.
For me, though, was the fact that Precog enthusiasts, maybe due to the fact
what's
that
the difference?
Pushed way more into the defensive.
That looks like the correct revival, doesn't it? Does the icon change?
But the enthusiasts got so much more CC onto Kylie and onto Nesty, those hexes, those cyclones over and over, and that is not something.
Small map actually ended up backfiring a bit here. You can kind of see that everywhere is in range. Look what this monk is, right? They're both sitting in a position where they can both CC him really easily. He's actually surrounded, and they're still in range of each other.
I'm super worried about this comp in general. That punch squad would just roll in.
Weirdly enough. It backfired.
Basically any team facing them. And
so where do we go next? Where do we go map-wise next?
It really looks like the enthusiasts have.
So the enthusiasts have figured something out here, but we'll see. Another prediction coming out now. I'll give you guys 5 this time because I think we actually have time for this time.
Definitely not a team that you're running into.
I predict
in a dark alley.
it's kind of like Dalaran is the small map they can play. Tiger's Peak is a medium map.
This is not the
Ruins is not it.
But we are going
Ruins
to Ruins
doesn't make sense.
Which
that's a huge map.
Action-packed map, but I wonder if Ruins actually is the best. I think if you go for Ruins, generally speaking, you want to send the healer. And I mean, that's what we have seen. They've been trying to go after Luxia, but so far, the setups onto Luxia, it feels like Precog enthusiasts.
Ruins is just not a small enough map for this, I don't think.
They always have MVQ there, using his reverse magic, trying to remove the Hammer of Justice. And if MVQ cannot back Luxia up, then Luxia will trade. But it's always MVQ first, then Luxia.
Yeah, you're right. So, I'll look at that. We'll look and see. I think he's playing. I would expect that he's not playing. He's playing Restore for sure.
Storming, and you're in a Hodge. If you're
Let's have a look.
A little slow with the dispel, well, you might just die. But we are going to see the Punch Squad bringing in some new tricks here. So
let's have a look.
We have Twinkle, Feral Druid, and we have Devastation Evoker. So we have we have a dragon and a cat.
Yeah. I'm not sure what to think of this. I mean, the burst damage is going to be insane.
Or even is. I couldn't show where it is in the tree. Is it a normal talent or is it a PvP talent?
But on the defensive side,
PvP talent, right? Peace Weaver. Yeah. Yeah, he's playing Peace Weaver.
I'm not sure how well that's going to work out here, Zico.
Yeah, that's the problem with Feral Druids right now, man. They just.
Wait a second. Hold the fuck up. What is this shit? I didn't know they even had this. So it's still a Fistweave comp, but with Feral Dev. Here's the thing. I don't think this is difficult for Precog enthusiasts to deal with. at all. I actually think the issue you've got here is now you've got none of the, like, you've got no extra. This is a kind of a desperate pick, I think. And they're in trouble.
And now we have another Feral Druid, so Punch Squad really.
I just think they're too. It's a really volatile. This is why I took this map. It's two squishy targets.
For Dev Evoker, honestly, but
I would kind of expect in order to win this. There's a good. You guys are still giving good odds to Punch Squad to win this. Like I see some people predicting 2 here, and there's good odds to you guys to get to do that. But they're gonna have to kill MVQ.
By himself, he can do a lot of damage,
I think they're gonna have to one-tap MVQ. We've seen that before, but they ultimately did lose that series. So I would say the person to look at getting one-tapped is the MVQ. I think that Jamie is durable into this. I think that Luxia is pretty durable into this. MVQ can die to a Feral Druid.
Heavy hit combo.
I think.
And if they can stay alive from that,
aside from that though, not likely to happen.
We'll have this series in the bag. If not, we'll see if Punch Squad can take us to game number 5. It is match point. It is Ruins of Lordaeron, Precog Enthusiast versus Punch Squad. One of these teams will be going home, and this is Ruins of Lordaeron, a cemetery. So it would be a fitting final rest.
Oh my god, they just took that from
I
Sid?
was about to say I'm kind of hearing super teas in the back of my head somewhere, but for the moment, we'll see what this dragon really can do, because
They're going Jamie.
So,
you know, right away, we're not looking very intelligent here, but I feel like Jamie's tanky. I feel like MVQ can die. I still feel that. He trades, so this is Dragon Rage, and they've actually seen his Dragon Rage is active. Jamie's got Burrow only. We've got Ironbark still. The usual.
Big eyes here, of course, on MVQ as well, because he is going to be the person putting massive amount of pressure onto Twinkle.
There's the stun they leave him though. It looks like they're just going straight to Jamie. Jamie is swept. He's getting blasted. He's getting blasted. There's a huge proc. So one interesting to note here as well is that Burrow is actually really bad against dragon damage too. They can keep channeling through it if they start a channel right before the Burrow.
Zico, I think we gotta need a few more minutes and rotating through some cooldowns before someone is gonna die here.
Definitely could be the case right now, but Luxia is a little bit on the run here, you know, a little bit of cat-on-cat violence, but nothing too much of it. Bash onto Nesty. Nice dodge there on the deep breath. They're going after Luxia. They wanted to kick the Cyclone there, so Luxia actually didn't finish the cast there, trying to fake cast.
Luxia with hot. Probably fine.
Not able to find it. They're going after
Jamie in a good amount of trouble. Has both cooldowns in a second though. Oh, he has to not be greedy with this.
I guess dragons have like claws.
Bro, it's one of the two, right? Which one are we using though?
But Jamie.
Surely one of the two, no?
Quite low, but he's kiting. He's still
this is one of those things. Luxie's actually really cool. Like when you listen to his stream, he's telling him, "You're good, you're good," but he wasn't that good. Oh, rescues him.
Big setup coming out there.
That was a Sim proc too.
Using his survival instinct there. Really solid setup there between Jamie and MVQ. And it looks
Jamie at half, still trading nothing. They're trying to hold everything for this cooldown that just came up. Dragon Rage is available. That is their attempt to one-shot.
Fantastic to see here. No one is overlapping any cooldowns until Luxia is in crowd control. Now we might see Jamie use something here.
Jamie trades. No. Okay.
As soon as Luxia gets put into that crowd control, and now
they're going to try and send a giant go on someone here. They've got it. There it is now. They've traded after.
Bit of preemptive darkness coming out there, but did you get a full hex here?
They're just trading on the Dragon Rage. They feel like they win.
Twinkle could be in trouble. Beautiful Cyclones coming out here onto Nesty as well. Nesty's going to be forced to trade out his trinket, and Life Cocoon disrupting to Nesty.
Nah, I mean they're actually tank. They can't. Oh, Luke's in trouble.
Luxia getting chopped up here as well, and so far.
Nah, Pharaoh's only tankier than DK to be honest. Into the right teams, they can run. They have mobility. They're a Death Knight. They're about as tanky as a DK, but they can run and they can CC.
Punch Squad to punch Luxia all the way to game 5.
Ooh, Jamie taking some.
Jamie in a big amount of trouble here. we trade back for that from Luxia. Luxia actually is 5 seconds vulnerable. They could possibly do 2 goes on Luxia and win the game, potentially. Get the box out of the way.
Expectations for the Feral Druid here looking solid, but now Barkskin on Cool.
Uh-oh. Time stops. Nice time stop.
This might be an opening. The time stop coming in just in a moment's notice. Kalian getting hexed up. A little bit of a scary situation here for Nesty. Trying to get some punches in, heal his team.
The thing is, okay, MVQ actually uses Netherwalk. MVQ is kind of telegraphing the fact that he's dead.
And that's a big immunity out at the window, at least for the moment.
He's terrified.
With more damage on Jamie, it's
you know what's interesting about that? He basically told them that he's dead. Unless he has. Oh no. Okay.
MVQ still on his back, and there he goes. The lava bursts coming through. The damage.
Not necessarily the best comp into them, but not. They played it. It lasts a lot longer than I thought they would too.
Take the serious.
Excellent stuff here, Precog enthusiasts. This is a team, honestly, I was expecting to see them in the top 8 last weekend. They weren't able to make it, just with how tough the competition has been in Europe. But
you're just taking damage, man. It's just not a great. It's not a great matchup, and I don't think. I also don't think that.
Roster, and they're gonna show it here. You know, we got Luxia.
I don't know if Mistweaver is the best healer for this particular matchup.
BlizzCon Andy.
They just kind of had no choice, but we can actually see here that
finish at BlizzCon. But what's even more impressive, actually,
I think Precog enthusiasts going deep in this tournament really fucks Swapsy over. There are a few teams that are on the cusp that are going to get pushed out potentially, because we're actually seeing if you look at the brackets, they're like they're new teams this week. There are quite a few of them.
On that Demon Hunter.
I respect it, man. I saw that you were looking for the reverse cooking there. Unfortunately, Punch Squad maybe not picking the best map or comp for the reverse cook, but they had some really close games. It could have easily been a different kind of series.
Nesty, the cocoon there at the end. I wondered what happened with the cocoon there at the end, but he couldn't press it earlier. He was in crowd control because I saw that when Twinkle died, there was a cocoon onto Nesty.
So I'm saying about Hulubang again in close games too. Yeah.
Like when you're spamming a button on someone and they die.
Hulubang comp's super interesting, actually. That's probably next.
So yeah.
In fact,
not the biggest.
I know it's next. Who are they playing against?
I mean, that's
Hulubang are playing in the next series, but I'm not sure who they're playing against.
You know, you're spamming pain suppressor. Like, come on.
We're gonna see if someone can successfully cook against Hulubang.
But yeah, cool for Precog enthusiasts.
I'm trying to think of who the other team in the lower bracket is.
Actually, I would say probably the most popular comp. No, he could have Life Cocoon right there. There was a gap.
Glide and Corky.
He hesitated.
Ooh.
He hesitated.
Oh, okay. This is actually super interesting. Holy fuck. Do you know why? You know what? I'm not going to tell you why, but I know something that might be relevant for us
it's those
this weekend.
Secondary decisions, and if you don't make the right one, hey, you're out of the tournament, and that's how
we're against Void, who are currently preparing that comp.
And for the Punch Squad,
so
I don't think they actually
you can see if you think about it a little bit, that might be relevant to our series. The result of this one.
So the Punch Squad
going into that.
Yeah, so the Punch Squad had 12 points here heading into this. So the Punch Squad finished with 52, I think, if my math is not completely awful. So yeah, for the Punch Squad, sadly we won't see them in the Gauntlet, but opportunities here for the enthusiasts to potentially yoink that spot.
Yeah, and that also means that the Furbolgs will be continuing to shake as the lower bracket progresses.
The Holy Bang, sorry, comp. That is Rogue, Sub-Rogue, Windwalker,
like that.
Holy Priest.
Keep everyone updated as we go
it's a really
along,
interesting type of thing.
That can be happening now, as we've said
anyway,
so
this result
that,
now
this is the last
may decide what gets played tomorrow into us, and it may also determine what we play, and it may also determine the result of the matchups tomorrow. Which is super interesting, I think.
Bracket series, so they were facing elimination here, starting off like the first
Let's have a look.
Of a first game of a day, though, Zico. I have to imagine if you're in
curious as to like who's getting pushed out here. So we've got this team on the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pirate Pete's are upper bracket, I think.
This is so unlike
or they KO'd already.
AWC in the past. That
Punch Squad are pushed out of the chance.
This is just it. You have 2 weeks.
Beautiful bugs are in.
As you possibly can.
Pre-cook
And,
enthusiasts are
if we look
definitely in.
at,
Who else is active?
this, graph here,
It's
I'm
one
trying
team
to
fighting.
see
These
here
two?
if there is a
Nerf
team that
robes
is
into the
not
ground,
in
then
here in
delete the
tournament, but,
class.
Only one team
Pre-cook
battling for it.
enthusiasts right now in 7th place. WWF, which is Swapsy's team, 6th with 52 points. They will actually, so they're sharing a
And
tie right
Shibaki
now for 7th.
Tensei are
Pre-cook
fighting
enthusiasts, if they win the
Echo
next game, they are going to be able
for
to climb
top-
over,
top
Wandering
3.
Water Furbolgs. Black is already above
I think
them,
it's
so,
unlikely we see stuff beyond that.
Pirate Pete's potentially could be.
I think
another
both
team
regions
that
are going to look this way, by the
will
way.
be,
I think
make
both
a run
regions are going to
here
have a
past
relatively decided top
Swapsy's
3.
team, and we could find ourselves in a situation where Swapsy doesn't make the gauntlet, or where Swapsy is the team that has to play the most games in the gauntlet, where everybody like
Start
they
at the
might be
bottom.
able to-
Swapsy's making it at this
Oh,
point.
man. Oh,
Unless
this
I'm
is
missing
gonna be so
something.
insane. I can't wait to see just how all of these teams place on this chart, because
Because we're already
It's gonna be
factoring in MVQ's team is qualified.
I'm absolutely with you. I think EU is definitely turning into a very spicy region just in terms of everything that's going on right now.
Super interesting. Like, EU as a whole. Go back to this, right? EU as a whole is, look at it, right? These are new teams. This is all new. Like, this whole region is not. It previously was like you'd have Echo, you'd have like Swapsy's team, like as like the second or third. Usually it was some combination of Echo versus Swapsy. Like, you had the decided teams, and to be honest, that was this team. This team usually represented like either second or third consistently, and then you had like now you've got the first and second teams. These are newcomers. Echo is third, and then some combination of the remaining teams that would normally be dominant in the top and the remaining 7. Because I think Jamie was also part of that. Even just for fun, that's an insane team too. It's just it seems like right now the meta is just broken. So like it's just there is no, like it is a brand new region almost. It's wild.
We'll come up to that series
I have.
in just a bit.
Who are we playing against? Does it say?
That series.
Okay, I'm gonna let me put up some predictions. Nah, it's just brand. I mean, the reason it's so exciting, I think, from an EU standpoint, is that you are seeing brand new teams. Which I think things are closer to the same on NA, at least the top end. What's the sleeping bag from? What does it give you? Like, what does the sleeping bag actually do? Wait, it gives you 2 levels of rested XP? Instantly? That seems unbelievably worth it. But wait, hang on a second. Hold up. Why would you use that item this phase? Real talk. Isn't that way better to have for next phase? This phase seems fast. I feel like saving the item for next phase sounds way better. Like, you just start out with a sleeping bag use. Wouldn't they be another version? You have to discover it though, right? Everybody's gonna feel fast. I mean, here's why I doubt that a little bit. I doubt that a little bit because next phase, there's just no way to avoid like having to go through 10 different zones. This phase is 3 zones, roughly, right? Especially the 50 to 60 phase. Like 50 to 60, there is no shortcut there, right? 50 to 60 is like 10 zones you go through, and you don't even complete them all. You kind of need to have that rested XP, I feel. There's no shortcut going 50 to 60. 40 to 50 is still like many zones and many continents though. This one's 3 zones. You're realistically for these 40 from 25 to 40, you're realistically supposed to go through like, I mean, STV is the bulk of it, right? You're grinding dungeons all the way to 60. I feel like they're gonna nerf it. I think they're already thinking that, by the way. I think they're already thinking they should nerf the dungeons and farming them, but they didn't this phase because you couldn't. They weren't a big part of the first phase. The first phase felt like it was mostly about discovery. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna nerf it more. I'm pretty sure they're gonna gut it. I think the thing was it wasn't a big part of the people's like living experiences from 1 to 25. So they couldn't do it without having people seeing it first.
We are the second series of the day. It is yet another elimination round, and then it is
the getting sufficient. Yeah,
Pirate Pete's,
I still think they're gonna gut it though.
They haven't been able to sort of prove what they're made of, but Hulabang, of course, is the team that won the entire series for the European region last weekend.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise, I think, to many. They're basically running one composition, the Windwalker Monk, Subtlety Rogue, Holy Priest. They had a fantastic performance. It didn't seem like any team was really prepared for them. When we did sit down with JT, he,
okay, so Pirate Pete's get 30 points, they qualify.
Is this one of those situations where teams just don't really have practice into you? You run such a unique composition, you play it at obviously a really high level. Like, are you worried that when more people play into you, it's going to be more difficult? And he essentially said, yeah, like teams are going to have.
Yeah, it's going to happen at level 40 though as well, Sonny. I think they'll know if dungeon farming.
Hopefully,
I think
we'll have to wait and see if teams have come up with an answer for what they're going to be running. Pirate Pete's is a really interesting roster. You have players like Gelu, Nixie,
wow, this is wild.
Corky. They've all been around the European tournament scene for.
This
really
team is
long
normally
time.
top 4.
Very
in fact, higher sometimes.
Them coming together, we'll see. If they can make something work. Gelu is an interesting one because not only do we know him from Mage, he also plays a lot of Warlock and a lot of Demonology.
I just think they want people in the world. I think they expected this. By the way, those are dumb. They knew this would happen, but I think if they nerfed it early, think of it from their point of view, right? Av, if they chose to nerf dungeons early, preemptively, that I think people would be outraged at that. They have to let people see it and be like, "Hey, this made leveling way too fast." And it wasn't competitive with open world quest leveling.
In that number 1 spot, well, I guess they're tied up in those standings. But Pirate Pete's, they're going to be really hungry for this one, Zico. I feel like also they're going to be drawing on all that veteran experience that Ven was mentioning that they have. So I feel like this is going to be, despite the difference in standings currently between these two teams,
there's an alternative
an incredible series
I can think of as well.
Absolutely, and I think
from 40 to 50, they can just put like rolling world buffs in the zones, in the quest zones, that you can't get while you're doing dungeons.
They need these points. They are currently down bad in the standings, and they need this so they can at least qualify for the gauntlet. But Hulabang, they're currently sitting in top 3. And they are currently
wait. You said their healer got banned? Question mark?
Right now
who?
Pirate Pete's, their top 3 spot all of a sudden might be up for grabs. Some of these other teams,
their healer is banned.
Pass them, and then they might have to play a qualifier for their.
Excuse
spot.
me.
So for Hulabang,
Burley is banned.
Super important that they have a consistent, good finish here. And we're already going to see the opener come out here from Pirate Pete's.
What did Burley get banned for?
We're already going to see a Cyclone coming out here onto Hot on Corky, going in here looking for the Cyclone. And I just got to say,
they're both Holy Priest.
Play, but it's amazing that this man is still competing, still playing the Boomkin, and still making it look good here. Always a joy to watch him, but right now he needs to be careful. Looking quite low, trades out Heart of the Wild, trades out his Bark Skin there. And we already see the Angel form coming out here as well. From both of these priests so far, no one has really used any major.
I think the move may have,
anybody's game here, man.
This is awesome. We're seeing Clyde. He's playing an Orc Priest, something we don't see very often. But we'll see.
I don't
Nixie
know
right
if Priest is the play here, but we'll see.
Really aggressive start here for the side of Hula Bang, and they are.
I've heard speculations on why they got a Wong. I have no idea if they talked about it. It's only speculation from my end.
In a little bit of trouble. Clyde into kidney shot, but will connect some heals. Looks like Corky's going to be able to stabilize, but no, the stun lock just coming in. Paralyze on Nixie. Hula Bang is mixing it up with the smoke bomb. Can they take him down? Some clutch heals coming in from Clyde as he sneaks in and manages to find those in that smoke bomb. Big triple fear as well. Nicely done here by Pirate Pete's as they look to strike back here on Erados.
Yeah, Erados did trade out his karma in that exchange, and Nixie sitting through a disarm. You're going to see Corky looking for the Cyclone. Gets,
everyone's talking about can't be that. I mean, yeah, no, it can be. I mean, calling another player a cheater when they haven't been actioned at all is definitely sketch. Like, so I'll give you a comparison. I think everyone feels kind of empowered to talk about cheaters because of people like Pokemon's and stuff. But Pokemon's has been multi-banned. Like, he has 9 WoW accounts, and he's win traded before. So it's a little like, I'm not saying he does or anything. I've got no proof that he does even, but it's a different kind of speculation than Jamie, who has 0 account actions. You know what I mean? Not the same thing. You need to have receipts.
He's a gnome. He can just
some pretty strong receipts to call Jamie a cheater, I think.
Some kind of stun or something, or like maybe he got Cyclone and Root Beamed and
someone who's competed for years.
I'm not sure, but bottom line is
hasn't been banned before.
Erados has no cooldowns. He's Cyclone on half HP.
This already looks different to what I expected. I was thinking that Corky might get kind of dumpstered, and it seems fine. I would say that Pirate Pete's are currently winning this.
Out of that stun lock, but Nixie will recover. Clyde manages to recover him in that situation, trading out his trinket. And
just 99% kick rate. I mean, how's he do it without getting banned in any of the ban waves? Our prediction already happened.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to preemptively trade out that diffuse magic at high health, wanting to basically get that damage reduction in his stun, but to make a swap on Houghton right now. Both these teams are all over the map. A full kidney shot here on Clyde. JT's way ahead on mana, but it might not matter. Clyde just might outright
20
die.
out of 20. It really doesn't matter that much.
Beautiful peels coming in here from Nixie. That
That's awesome, though.
Is the only reason Clyde is still alive. They're making a swap on Corky. Clyde's now in a full blind. They're all over the map. Hula Bang is really keeping Pirate.
They got him the 39-month reset, buddy.
A full sap lands. Corky on the run in their form, just trying to tank it out for the time being. Nixie finally connecting some stuff.
This seems fairly effective. It is a sweep, though.
Cannot get Cyclones out in this game. Hula Bang's doing a fantastic
the next
job
moment, yeah, okay. So you can see a situation starting to emerge that looks rough. There's no GS, or actually GS could be up, but there's no Renewal or Baxian, and Serenity is in 20 seconds. This is Shadow Blades, but yeah, I think if they can reset quick here. We've got a mana issue on Clyde, but I think the healer is probably just not ideal for this. So, you know, mana's fucked. Houghton, cloaks. Serenity comes up now. Here we go. We're about to see what can happen. Oh, there's no dance charges, though. We'll have to see how they execute on this. They only have a small vulnerability period of 13 seconds to go Corky. And right now, Clyde still out of crowd control. I think we're gonna see it. I think we're maybe not. For the win here, can they do it? Is the question. Gouge into a full Cyclone charge step, keep coming out onto Corky. Sweep out of form. There's Serenity.
There's the kidney shot onto Erados.
There's life swap.
The trinket of JT coming out here. No mana left for Mr. Clyde here.
I'll be honest.
How he's gonna keep Corky alive? They need to stay alive for more setups here if they can actually be able to close this one out. Corky's still very, very low here in bear form. Frenzied Region coming out. He's got the power infusion. Big damage onto Nixie. Do they have a void shift? They don't have a void shift. Nixie could just fall right now. There's a cheap shot. There's a killing spree. Big damage onto
they're
Nixie.
under tons of pressure.
Angel form coming out for Clyde, and that's going to allow him to free heal right now without actually expending any mana. Corky with a nice wild charge there, trying to kite Erados on that Windwalker Monk. Nixie still very low. There's the Ruler Beam. Can they turn it around? There's the void shift coming out from Clyde in the nick of time. This is their last stand right now. JT though, dodging
they're getting dampened, but
with his own Angel
I don't know if they should. It's just Erados' damage, right? Look at him. Look at Erados' damage.
To take this game right now, Venruki.
Corky's in a lot of trouble. This is an incarnation looking for a Cyclone, finds it onto Erados, but now JT's in trouble. They're making a hero swap. Can they take him down?
Proctor's GS.
The Guardian. JT needs to escape. Big heal is going to be landing. That was a really close call. A great push there by Pirate Pete's. Let's see how Hula Bang's going to be able to respond. I don't think they're going to be able to train JT. A nice double fear
Corky
there.
in the bomb.
Now kidney shot on Corky. Corky
Boxkins is over.
Caught into the chastise. Great crowd control. Corky's
I think.
in touch of death
Maybe
range.
not.
Appeals come in the nick of time here from Nixie. Now he's in a leg sweep, and they're swapping over to Nixie. Corky's still in a little trouble here, looking for Cyclones, finds it on Arados.
Fight has actually recovered a little bit of mana here. Now, that no GS aspect might matter.
Yeah, they get a Cyclone here onto Halton, but they need offense on the side of Pirates. Pete's right now. They need to start plundering here, or this ship is going to be going down. Full Cyclone coming out onto
Oh, Kitty on the cat form, out of line. Look at this. Dead. No chance.
There's the chastise. There's no way Corky stays alive there. And Hooli Bang will take game number 1 there with a nice CC chain, with a nice kind of checkmate there at the end, having no trinkets and having your one shot. It's pretty much the best way for Hooli Bang to close out the game. And Hooli Bang, they start off the broadcast here with a dub, but this is the team that won last year. This is the team. They knocked out Echo. They knocked out Swapsy. They knocked out, everybody, the Fiends. They knocked out so many of these teams that we've seen compete and do really well in AWC, and they came in out of nowhere. But this run has been very, very different this week. They barely made top 8. They're in the lower bracket. They already lost. They lost to the Fiends, and they went to 3-2 actually, I think against Swapsy's team. So they almost didn't make a top 8 this week, but they barely, squeezed by, and now they are up 1-0. And this is kind of similar to what we saw last week, right? We saw Hooli Bang come in through the lower bracket and have.
I'm trying to analyze let me do prediction. Sorry,
because they started on the back foot, but then they just kind of cleaned up. And
all right, you guys actually all voted. You guys literally did 100% on Hooli Bang, and Hooli Bang did win.
When the pressure is on, they perform better. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in the rest of the series.
Map 2. 5 minutes.
They're gonna need to
not map 12.
go as deep as possible, because I think.
Thank you, Dega, for the resub, buddy. By the way, we're at 9 subs today somehow.
What place they need?
Very weird time to stream.
But, if their run is good enough, they can guarantee themselves that they get a top 3 finish and actually make it to the mid-season clash. So their fate is in their own hands. I think even if they get top 4, actually, it might even be enough for them to just be like guaranteed qualification. So for Hooli Bang, they really need to get these wins.
Yeah, I mean, they're no stranger to being in that lower bracket.
What time zone? I'm actually in NA, so this is a good time for me to be on, but not a time I normally stream. I've streamed a different time for the last 3 years.
Really good. Arados on the Windwalker Monk just putting out devastating amounts of damage. Pirate Pete's, here comes Gelu. They are going to be bringing in the Demonology Warlock. I'm curious to see how this
they gave up on Moonkin Rogue instantly.
I don't know if I like this composition, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like one of the main strengths of the Demonology Warlock is the fact that you're a caster with a lot of physical stuns, right? That's the main benefit is
besides DK?
From your demons, from your Felguard, as well as you can summon another Felguard.
Is Dragon bad into this? Is that what Clyde's got otherwise?
Play a very unique role where you're a caster.
I would say that Hooli Bang would destroy a dragon.
But I kind of fear that's going to be overlapped a lot with what Nick's
like, I don't know about like a Prez necessarily, but like if you're talking
I really am curious to see. I kind of
if you're talking playing a
Yellow's just going to get ran at.
DPS dragon, probably get blasted. Prez can get deleted by Subrog and swaps too.
I feel like I would have liked Demo with another caster.
You have help from the rogue, but like a Prez like naked against their swaps. The Filbury with a new with a gifted sub. First gifted sub. Thank you so much, the Filbury buddy. Again, I deserve that. We're at 10 subs today. Now, again, weird fucking time. Thank you, buddy.
Did you see the damage meters?
Predictions are up, by the way, if you guys want to predict. I personally am leaning towards Hooli Bang here still. I haven't seen. This is a full. They're trying to build a wall. Like if you look at this pick, right? This is a tank. Tank.
The Windwalker Monk struggles the most with.
It seems like they don't want to go Clyde, so I assume tank. They're trying to build a wall for sure.
But if you can actually hit targets, which is what Houghton is doing, like
Demo in theory should be good into that kind of comp. The thing is, the Windwalker is actually very good into the Demo. Whenever you use Thunderfist or Strike, sorry, whenever you strike against a Demonology Warlock, you get max charges, and it funnels into single target.
They're really gonna need to.
So it can be pretty scary to be Demo into Windwalker, but into Subrogue, Demo is very tanky.
You know who has the best Pirate Transmog of all time?
It's a good idea.
Zorbrix. We featured him on a Mog Monday.
They're all in Pirate Transmogs.
What's it called? No, it was called.
That's amazing.
Sunday. I don't remember.
They're matching Pirate Transmogs.
Yeah, but either way, we featured him.
Wait, is Houghton not in a Pirate Mog?
Pirate Pete's here. Definitely.
I feel like
into some murky waters here, trying to take on last week's winner in Hooli Bang. And game number
It is part of the team now, I agree, but just the fact that they've really committed to that Mog is impressive. Bega with the gifted sub, 68 total, and also like 10 trillion bits, by the way. Vegas was still top on bits all time. Gallo was getting blasted. That was Trinket. That was Trinket. That was
Unending Resolve.
Yeah.
That was basically every single.
That was the whole spellbook, man. And unfortunately for them, here's the thing. This cooldown right here, this is Shadowy Duel. This comes up sooner than his Trinket. It gets for some reason the CDR in it. So look at these two buttons, and they're going to try and delete him with the double. Look at 1-2.
Eridos is taking a little bit of pressure. He's going to be trading out that touch of karma.
Rogue has CDR.
Incoming damage, but continuing the push. It is just go, go, go. Galu's stuck behind the pillar. He could easily fall. Eridos
Oh
is
no, man!
Aggressively, and I think this could be the end of Galu. Drops a
Bro,
gateway.
being cloth into this is terrifying. I'm not sure if the priest is trading out super well. They will have. He can channel him to reset his wall, and maybe it's not reflecting that.
Good setup there by Hulabang. Let's see if Pirate Pete's can start getting some momentum for themselves. They have good pressure here on Eridos.
All right, Serenity in 15 seconds.
Gouge on JT, kidney shot on Eridos out of the coil. Mind control on Houghton.
So your issue is they are not punching back nearly as hard, and the Windwalker is going crazy. And like I said, he's funneling his Strike of the Windlord into single target. Strike in 12. Serenity's up now. He can use it whenever he wants. Uh-oh. He hasn't committed yet. He wants to wait. There it is. Okay, he started it. He pulled the trigger. He gets gripped out on his cooldowns, man. This is the most depressing Serenity of all time. There's the strike. What can you do with it?
With the Serenity, who are they going to go after? They're going after Clyde. Big
I
down
don't
on the Clyde. Full kidney shot connect. Clyde
know.
with nothing left. Cheap shot coming out.
He's so dead, man.
There's a
No,
guy.
he lives.
Can they take Clyde down? And Clyde, there's the Orc Priest of Enruki. Coming out for Clyde and actually allowing him to stay alive because of that. Eridos now on the back foot getting blasted here. There's a blind onto JT. JT, I think it broke there from maybe a Blade Storm from that Felguard or something. Either way, JT is going to be able to keep Eridos alive. So far, decent back and forth though. Decent amount of pressure from Pirate Pete's there.
So we got Shadowy Duel.
Eridos, but also these,
But I think we also have.
Clyde, there's no way he lives this.
Oh no! Trinkets into cheap shot, and he's fine actually. Wow.
From Galu, Clyde once again, the power of the orcs right now at his side.
Yeah, every subtlety rogue's favorite racial, the orc. Making their opponents live in these stunlock combos, but yeah.
So interestingly, Orc is literally damage reduction against stuns. It's like an extra global.
Here. Full fear on JT. He actually will Forsaken into another fear. But Eridos seems to be okay. Continuing this push here on the Galu. Mana still in favor of Hulabang. Eridos just continuing to make this push on Galu. It's be really difficult to live against that Windwalker Monk. Fist of Fury coming in. Full stun lock here on Galu. We have a gouge on
this
JT,
is Serenity on Galu again.
Nixie wants to set up some
Trades the wall.
here,
We've got Shadowy Duel, so we've now set up for that. No wall, and we have Shadowy Duel. We need Shadow Blades, I think, to execute the full one shot.
Eridos potentially has to run here. He's just continuing to push.
Yeah, especially Shadowy Duel here.
And just keep maximizing
is the big one.
Damage on Galu. It is go, go, go. Trades out the karma. He is unafraid once again, continuing to push.
Strike,
just a
big down.
Not the best spot for his transcendence.
Mana is looking good.
Like
Pirate Pete's looking rough.
Damage to take him down. JT not in crowd control should be able
They
to
broke
keep him
Karma
alive. But both these teams doing a great job of mixing.
I think he's being patient. I think we're gonna see a Shadowy Duel with blades on Galu if he ports.
Once again onto Mana, they're connecting onto Galu here. Eridos and Hawthorne. There's the kidney shot on the Clyde. Eridos though, they're making him walk the plank. Very, very sketchy situation there.
JT swapped. That's kind of insane.
Oh no, he gets paralyzed there.
He's fine.
In the middle of his stun lock right there onto JT. So really nicely done there with that paralyze from Eridos. But now Hawthorne taking a lot of damage here.
Is it out of nowhere?
Nixie doing so much damage there on that rogue actually. That killing spree really adding in a lot of burst there. Hawthorne still sitting in stealth here, waiting for his health to recover. Eridos actually getting pressured quite a bit. Clyde looking for the mind control, not able to find it. Eridos though, still dangerously low. JT's in a full fear. Eridos walking the plank, and that is it. He will be sinking. Pirate Pete's. They sailed this ship all the way to the shore.
I had to double check receipts first before I banned him.
Incredible. I mean, the biggest strength from Pirate Pete's here was just their setup potential, right? Like Nixie could initiate crowd control with the gouge.
Team looked good. I mean, they actually rotated really well. They played it incredibly well.
That's massive.
Sorry about that, Nick.
Set that up as well by getting double stuns on the DPS. So really, really nice to see. There
Nah,
was a few
if I
close
ban
calls,
someone, I have to know
definitely,
why I'm
in
banning
this
them.
Moment, if he wasn't an orc, I think he was not going to survive that setup. But ultimately, Gelu, Nixie, and Clyde, they're able to hold on. Super back and forth game number 2 here, but I think Pirate Pete's this comp look a lot better than I thought.
The thing is, you can go after me, but you can't go after other people in chat.
Pressure, but
That's how it
they
works.
had good consistent
That's why everyone's
damage,
modded
and,
too,
just good
coincidentally.
control. You can see it here, Eridas getting spam feared, and here they get a gouge onto JT Houghton sitting in stealth, and since Houghton is in stealth and the healer is gouged, they go after Eridas. There's the kidney shot onto Eridas, cheap shot onto Clyde, and look at Gelu here while JT's crossing the map. He manages to snipe him with that fear, and it's just no heals available during that time, and as a result, Eridas will fall. And that's the thing, right? When you have multiple comps as well, and you go up against a one-man roster, all you need to do is just find that one comp that can win, and then you just keep playing it after that. You're not going to face any other counters. So this is really good for Pirate Pete's journey, and also for the other top teams in the running, right? Because there is a lot. There's seeding and also the actual guaranteed qualification on the line. So if Holy Bang loses here, the other top teams are going to be happy about that. And Pirate Pete's, of course, are going to be very happy about the fact that they're beating one of the top dogs and getting more and more points as well.
Personally, class in the Nico team this season.
Looking a little bit ahead.
I mean, I've been playing Ellie a decent chunk as well, but we don't really have Ardred to bring it online. Although Chuck is a very good Ardred. I don't know if it solves any problems for us to play like either Rit or Ellie for us, or Warrior for that matter.
Yep.
At this stage.
Yeah, during the kill, it shows who like made.
Demo does look a solid pick into them, even though it's a kind of double-edged sword.
I think that's awesome.
Demos look solid.
During like the last 7 seconds, it was actually Gelu.
Thank you, Beggar and Filvery, for the gifted subs in that game, by the way, and the resub from Beggar in the previous game.
Yeah, it's looking good. I wouldn't be surprised if Pirate.
I mean, Kelvish has got that. They've been playing it a little bit on ladder. Whether it gets pulled out in the series is another question entirely. But it's a possibility, right? It's out there. It's something we're aware of.
If you can get that crowd control out, Demonology Warlocks are pretty durable. So, yay.
They went back. What? Hold up.
Make it make sense. Please make it make sense.
Why'd they change back?
I don't get it.
I mean, the only thing I can say is it's got to be.
Oh, it's Hook Point. Yeah.
Do we have a 4th member? Is that it? Did Hula Bang run
no. They were a 3-man roster last week.
They've got Elsewave here. You can see that brings a few things, but it doesn't change that much.
They have Elsewave on their roster now.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think they're just thinking that the Demolic feels he's dead on a really small map. I don't think he actually is as dead as he's saying, but.
So they don't want to run that on the small map.
Something I think that's what it is.
It has to be, right? Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Yeah, they're definitely scared of the 4th member on the.
Or at least fuck Demo hard.
So that's pretty cool though. Very very cool. Holy Bang.
I mean, it'd be Demo Windwalker, or sorry, Ellie Windwalker. Does Ellie Windwalker fuck Demo hard? I don't know.
Super high rated multiclasser in Europe for. Well,
I think DH.
I think it's in Shadowlands.
If they have DH.
Been around. Really strong pickup.
DH Ellie, I would kind of be more inclined to agree, but
so it's gonna give
I'm not sure.
More options, right? And
if Eridus or Howden play DH and they have Ellie on the bench, that could be insane.
Before you potentially qualify,
I think Priest is good into Ellie as well.
It's just the perfect thing to do. So good for them. Pirate Pete's though, we saw this matchup play out, and
they do have a 4th.
I want to say it was kind of one-sided actually in favor of Hoodie Bang. I feel like there was some moments where there was some pressure in favor of Pirate Pete's, but not like I was convinced like, okay, they're gonna win this game at any point. I never felt like, okay, this is their game to lose now. They're ahead or whatever. It was like they're behind on cooldowns, they're behind on mana, but maybe they can turn it around. The annoying thing for sure is that Gnome JT just has a Gnome.
Yeah.
So anytime you go for that root solar beam, you just Gnome.
The bane of balanced roots. Root
Gnomes?
solar beam. Yeah. Root solar beam
It's
is
the banes of
such an
everyone.
effective-
Everyone hates
Yeah.
gnomes.
That's not true. I like gnomes. Gnomes are awesome. But if you're a Moonkin looking to get those root solar beams, instant crowd control on the healer, being able to break out of literally all of them is it's a tough thing. So Forky's gonna have to use that solar beam as basically an interrupt here.
Let me ask you a question though. Do you like gnomes because it's annoying for the other people that you face that they lost to a gnome, or because you like gnomes?
I like gnomes. I think they look cool. I think they look
Alright.
cool. I think they sound cool. I like their vibe. Yeah, I'm definitely. I'm a gnome enjoyer. Corky right now looking for a cyclone here. Onto Houghton. JT, he's got a master spell. I mean, that is pretty bold. It does cost a decent amount of mana. It was only 1 second left of that cyclone. He's just going to master spell off. Wants to continue the aggression, but a full kidney shot on JT. And this is an amazing combo.
JT is
Solar Beam on
getting
top of the kidney
deleted.
shot. JT's forced to trinket. That is great. That's exactly what you want to see. I think if they can continue to mix it up on JT,
that destroyed their
overlap the kidney shot, then JT can't use any of his spells that he normally can while in stuns.
Yeah, that's a good way for them to actually go on JT and try to close it out like that. So I definitely want to see more of that.
little known fact. They actually can't fix the spectator UI without a patch. The spectator UI is actually base UI, I believe, unless they've changed it.
With the Serenity active, but still a little bit left to go on it.
JT getting blasted again.
JT, here's the damage. JT, are you ready to deflect it? No, he gets caught up in a cyclone out of that kidney shot, but was able to recover some of his health. But I really like this strategy here from Pirate Pete. Go on JT, then swap back to the Rogue, and you're going to have a lot of pressure that way. JT's always going to be tested. Clyde's in a full fear. Corky's in trouble.
Corky trinkets.
Trade out Heart of the Wild. Trade out Barkskin. Frenzied Region. Everything except Renewal. Actually, he did trade out Renewal as well. So, yeah, Corky basically used his whole defensive spellbook right there. But still, everything
they're
available
ahead.
on Clyde, so Corky's not going to be in too much trouble.
They're not ahead.
Soon. But I really want to see here
Jess coming back for JT.
Look like they're going after Erados, but they don't have any follow-up. They do have a follow-up, actually. They get a blind out of that gouge. Should they have a stun as well? They have a DR sap. I want to see a kidney shot or a bash to get a DR cyclone. Erados might just go down right now. Beautiful CC chain coming out from Pirate Pete.
Bang might actually be beat.
Yar.
Not their map pick, but they're definitely going to utilize it to their advantage here. Pirate Pete's doing a fantastic job bringing in that composition that they actually lost with on the Grand Arena, but it looked a lot cleaner. It looked a lot more confident. And this is what we were talking about. When you're Hula Bang, you're bringing in a composition is good, but is it gimmicky? Like, that's the question. Is Hula Bang's composition with the Subtlety Rogue Windwalker Monk, is it a gimmick that people are starting to figure out? Or is it something that they're going to be able to consistently
it definitely might be.
Looked a lot better for Pirate Pete's. Like, I would say they were in the driver's seat for this match for the majority of it.
Absolutely, and I think that Pirate Pete's, it's just the in-game adaptation.
Actually,
always talk
everything.
About, swap comp, swap the gear, swap this and that, but sometimes mid-game adaptations, just who you're going after, can just decide the
like
entire
Erados
game.
like
It can
seems
just
like
change the
a.
outcome of the game completely. If you're going,
I mean,
after
killing
the
a
healer
suburb
more
doesn't seem fun
this
at
match,
all.
'cause that's what got them JT's trinket. That's what got them into this situation. Get a gouge into a blind, and then here I thought actually Nixie was
They
just going to
almost had the whole spellbook rotate, by the way.
Instead, he goes for a DR sap, gets back to his target. To
I mean,
do
he
as
has
much damage as
trinket this
possible,
whole
and
time.
they do get the killing spree here.
Were we a tiny bit greedy? Hang on a sec. So here's a full kidney, right? This is the moment, right? This is where we're like, okay, it's a small map. This is actually Hula Bang's map pick. We get full kidney. Our healer does not have trinket. Our healer does not have GS. If we trinket and port here, oh, I see. He's on his port. Oh, they've caught him on his port. That's the problem, right? The kidney is insane because he's got no actual way to actually trinket, port, and run. It's still probably worth a trinket and run, or trinket and fist or something. But that's more or less the moment right here. You can see that's where he's caught, and he sits this, and he actually sits the follow-up cheap shot as well. When JT gets follow-up CC'd out of this. Wait, is this like an infinite CC chain?
The gimmick that people are starting to figure out, or is this something that they're going to be able to consistently?
He gets gouge, blind, DR sapped. I can't help but feel that maybe we just underused here. Because JT's got him covered, or anyone covered, for the next set of cooldowns. And in fact, I think this rotates relatively infinitely, right? So he can't deal with this one. So Erados trinkets here. The next combo, JT trinkets. And the next combo, Karma's back. So I kind of feel like we're pretty close to rotating cleanly, and I think Nkana has to be the one condition. But yeah,
trade the right
if they run it back here, I think
especially when you're playing these
we
squishy
might
classes, right, you have to
see a
always
different
kind of be
result,
one
but we'll
step
see.
ahead of what's actually going to happen. If you try to react to it in the moment, it's really hard to do the right thing.
Windwalker monks are actually like one of the things about Windwalker monks is I feel like they're actually very durable now. Like all of their defensive cooldowns were buffed so much.
I don't
that
actually think
it's like
that duel is necessary. I think just trinket, but he got caught on his port, and I think it made him unsure what he wanted to do because he couldn't trinket port on it. That's what he wants to use his trinket for.
I think
So
unless they die in a
I
stun,
think even just using trinket
they're really difficult to take down. They're pretty tanky.
was enough. I think he didn't expect the
strength
DR. He didn't expect the DR sap, and I think he thought he was fine. So I think if Hulaban can shake it off and don't strike, like this is a relatively new team. If they play with clear heads, they will probably be fine. At least to see the matchup go deeper at least. Again.
This is the Zwen, this is the Serenity, this is the badge. Erados committing basically everything to get that trinket from Nixie. Let's see if they can actually get a little bit more. I mean, maybe they could do a smoke bomb go on Nixie and actually take him down.
Yeah, and I just got to say, I really like that Clyde is still playing that Orc Priest. He has been a target, and it has really, kept him alive. So we're going to see Corki right now in a stun lock, double PI coming out here for Clyde, and he's going to actually not be able to heal. There's the
It's a fairly important match for Hulabang to win, by the way, because Hulabang need to, if they want to get top 3 and avoid the gauntlet entirely, they can by getting a top 4 finish, I think.
This was a really, really nice Ring of Peace right there onto JT. That's the setup that got JT's trinket last time around, but this time around, it is not going to force out any of those precious cooldowns. JT much better position this time, and Erados there to deflect as well. Hawthorne getting swapped to, though. Hawthorne is going to be completely fine, just trading out this Cloak of Shadows. Double Chief are coming out. They're going after Corki. Corki able to just...
Houghton is in trouble. Has 2 vanishes, though. Trades 1. Erados trades the Karma. This is actually looking kind of bloodbathy. We've got Tring from JT to work with, and we've got GS from... Oh, no. 2 vanishes, surely. Defensive duel.
Pop everything on Hawthorne. Go. Fast. Chastise. Clyde is there.
Oh, no, man.
I think Hawthorne is finished here. Looks like JT was DC'd there.
Wow.
Pirate Pete's. I mean, these guys are pirates. They're going to plunder their way.
They won
that next series.
They're going to make it through the lower
They have to do that.
Unfortunate there for Hulabang, but Pirate Pete's, they were looking
Yeah,
for
they...
the series, bringing in Gelu on the Demonology Warlock. I think picking up the Balance Druid Corki.
Nah, it's not actually that's what they should do. There should be no, like, you want to think, oh wow, I want to see how that would have played out, but to be honest, you have to do that.
I think Pirate Pete's bringing in Corki on the Balance Druid.
You have to do what you did there. JT's DC the whole time, so they actually just rot down slowly to Incan.
Pirate Pete's,
JT's been DC'd.
Like
let's see the point at which he DCs to give context to how close it was. The commentators on broadcast won't do this because I don't want to draw attention to it, but I want to see. So we're channeling
this time, and Erados
I think he DCs out of this clone. He may have DC'd during the clone.
Hawthorne is going to be completely fine just trading out this Cloak of...
He's gone already. So he cloaks, and he would have been topped by that. He's already gone. So this is exactly kind of like we know for a fact he's DC tech because he's not moving. He probably DCs during that clone at some point. So we trade out Cloak, and that's it. We've still got Karma. He uses a Vanish, and then he dies out of it. So it wasn't like the game was close to being over. Is it, not even remotely close to being over. But it's what you should do. Like they made the right choice. They have a chance to continue in the tournament because of it.
And that's what they finish with. So their spot in the top 3 is not guaranteed at all.
Every team should have one redo for DC. Teams abuse it.
Yeah, a little
if it happens,
bit,
they 100% made the right choice.
For them. I'm excited for Pirate Pete's. I agree with everything you guys said there.
You basically can't read too much into that series at all. To be honest, I would say that 2 of those games were kind of throwaways. I would say the first game was legit. The second was a mistake on Hulabang, and the third was a DC on Hulabang. So they'll be annoyed about it. But to be honest, their comp is relatively fragile.
Rosters in the past on AWC that sign up.
It was the fact that they felt unkillable in the first cup. They just felt like they were continually rotating and they were annoying to kill. Sorry, I didn't even complete last map's prediction. Pirate Pete's won map 2. And map 3 and map 4 for that matter. But yeah. Interesting.
But were you expecting that, Ven,
This
when we went into that series?
pushes. So hang on a sec. How's this look? Is Just for Fun still in this? I don't think they are. I don't understand how Swapsy is pushed out. Oh, oh, never mind. There's a tiebreak. It's 6-6. There's actually with Pirate Pete's continuing here. There is a tiebreak no matter what between at least two teams. Swapsy's team will play today. Tomorrow we'll play on Sunday. I think they'll have tiebreaks.
Yellow not really team up together. Seems like they really do favor Nixie on that Outlaw rogue, which does make sense. It's quite strong right now. But the fact that they were actually able to come up with some compositions, not only just with the Demonology Warlock, but actually start winning.
So now we've got.
As well.
I'm gonna put predictions up, and I'll be right back one second. Okay.
How deep of a run they can have.
See how everyone's doing.
Yeah, certainly, and we can.
She has to put a lot of extra time in to make this possible.
In front of them now, the
she has no sleep either on these days.
Guys, Pirate Pete's, you can see them down there. Their competitor for that next up match.
All right, guys, give me 1 sec. Thank you very much to Beggar for the sub today, the Philbury for the sub today, Beggar for the 39-month sub, Anonymous for 7 gifted subs, and Rick Quinn for the 23 sub. It means a lot, guys. Thanks for watching.
Of the day, but up next we are heading into that upper bracket. It's Lava, and if anybody doesn't remember what exactly went down last week, Lava is the team that bested Echo, something we haven't seen here in AWC for quite some time. So this is a tremendously talented team as well, new to the AWC scene, but they are legends in their own right. Zico on the ladder, as well as Chibaku Tensei.
Yeah, another 2 big teams here. We saw them. I think they were both in the upper bracket as well last week. Of course, Lava finished second, and you mentioned it. They beat Echo on Tolvir as Warrior, Demon Hunter, Resto Druid against Arcane Mage, Outlaw, Resto Druid. So not something I was expecting, not something Van was expecting because we were casting that game together. But Lava, they're here once again. They looked amazing last week, and I expect to see them to continue to look strong here in this tournament. So we'll see what they can do. And then on the other side, of course, we got Chibaku Tensei, which is Mercy's squad. Proto, Limps, and Fuston picking up the Fuston actually picking up just the healer in general. So it's going to be very interesting to see what those guys can do as well. But most likely, I think if Lava can win, their chances of getting a top 3 finish this season are going to be immensely high. Because I think if they win, if they win now, they are guaranteed top 3. And they are, they're qualified. If Lava wins this, they're guaranteed qualification for the mid-season clash. So for them, this is a massive. Like if they can just get that done right now, that'd be perfect. Because we just saw what happened to Hoolibang.
You did, yeah. And it's easier said than done. Chibaku Tensei, they're not going to give it up easily. So find out next what is going to happen to either of these two teams. We'll head to a break. When we come back, Lava versus Chibaku Tensei. Welcome back, everyone. We have sent 2 teams out of the tournament, but fear not, we are not eliminating anyone for this round. We're here in the upper bracket. It's a big one as well. It's Lava Lava, the team that beat Echo in last weekend's cup, and then Shibaku Tensei, another team that has been showing quite a lot of promise here in the European region. They're heading into this game with 60 points, so you know, they've got a lot of potential here. Then I feel like this whole series has a lot of potential to get very spicy.
Oh, definitely. You have some very high-profile players here. It's likely Lava Lava. They're going to be playing more Druid-based compositions. We saw some really interesting comps like the Demon Hunter Warrior find some success. I think they also play Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman. So I'm curious to see what they end up going with the blind pick. Shibaku Tensei, they play a lot more Shaman-based compositions. So having Fuston on that Resto Shaman, Mercy on the Warlock, and then you have Croto and Limps kind of cleaving it up. It's definitely going to make for a very interesting and I would say fast-paced matchup. I definitely don't want to blink in this one because I don't want to miss the potential kill, but we'll see. Lava Lava, they were looking really, really good last week. If they could continue that domination, it would be really good for this roster.
Here we go. The gates are about to open. They're bringing in Limps on the Demon Hunter, Mercy on a Destruction Warlock, and Fuston on a Restoration Shaman. Now, I don't know if I'd want to be a Destruction Warlock with a Warrior and a Demon Hunter training me down like this, so Limps is trying to do his best to peel them away, but he's already imprisoned. Fuston trying to static field them, but they've broken that down and immediately reconnected with the Blade Storm from Carry G's as he goes for a full fear onto Fuston. Possibly a stun onto Limps with the swap. No, they're just using it for crowd control. Using a lot of Coffee's crowd control just on the Demon Hunter to slow down the pressure while they continue the train on the Warlock.
Yeah, I think it's smart. They use a lot of their crowd control defensively. Like for Coffee and carries, it's just a lot of consistent damage that they bring. Obviously some decent burst with that Demon Hunter also, but as long as they survive a lot of the burst attempts of the Warlocks, they should come out ahead in those particular trades. Big setup here on Coffee though. The portals are spawned. Fear's coming in. Jackson, no crowd control though, going to be able to easily top him off, burning through a decent amount of mana, but I'm not sure this is one of those games that does come down to mana. Carry's getting low. He's got the dab of the sword, might have to trade it out.
Oh, good.
Blade Storm's the incoming coil. Beautifully done there by that Warrior, denying that setup by Mercy.
Yeah, he's got Send Ward up as well, so he can likely tank these Chaos Bolts pretty safely, as he actually spell reflects it as well there. He's just staying on target, just trying to keep the Warlock on the back foot. Fuston staying maximum distance away from the crowd control possibilities of Coffee. And they're keeping the pressure on the Demon Hunter. They get an Imprison onto Dex. Is Coffee going to go down here? He drops his Darkness. He's going to have to stay inside of that. Actually just immediately ducks out of it and goes back onto Mercy to try and interrupt that fear. And they're just waiting for their crowd control. Are they going to continue to use it on Limps? They stun Fuston.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Now Coffee's going to get last, so they get Coffee's Trinket. A double fear
so
comes out from Carry G's. Mercy's going to work back behind the pillar during it and trying to avoid the damage, but he gets stunned up by Coffee. Here comes the hunt. Massive damage. Oh, here comes the coil, and it gets
This is a rematch of last week where we saw DH
is outplaying these Mortal Coils so well, and Mercy, it could cost him his life here in game number 1. Fuston has to duck in with a Spirit Link Totem. The entire team health
kind of rough
to boost their health, to redistribute it to the Warlock.
Honestly,
but every single Mortal Coil that gets denied,
this sucks really rough.
Way too much uptime for the Warrior, and Mercy is in this position where I don't even know if this is recoverable. Fuston gets a Nature Swiftness. He gates across the map. Limps is making his way over. Static Field pulls Coffee away, but Carriages is able to connect. Shockwave pulls him down. Coffee is back.
Again.
Connects. And Mercy is far
we haven't
out of
used
range
wall yet.
Board, I think, unless he's relayed on
we
this
traded
side.
Link before
He's
wall.
in a lot of trouble. He's trying to Soul Rip to reduce the damage. You got a precognition. Maybe
we
a
know
chance
we have
with a
wall,
couple of
right?
Chaos Bolts, but
Am I
Dex
crazy?
Is there with the Ironbark, and Mercy
okay.
is just falling more and more behind. He has a hard choice here. Does he stay in the earthen wall? Does he pour it away and out of it? He's trying to kite back in range of it. He's got to get ready for this next essence break. But Coffee caught in a lasso, and they punished the trinket from earlier and managed to clutch
that was insane, and it actually is rogue. No rogues at all. Maybe not even any rogues in this game.
I can't believe they were able to do that. The game looks so one-sided for Lava Lava. All those coils, like we talked about, were being denied by the Warrior.
Super interesting. Dies in a lasso insta. All right, map 2 predictions are up. I'm having my food really quick as well.
I do think this is going to be one of those
just while we wait for this game to start. That was an interesting one, though.
Either way, so picking up that game number 1 win on a Grand Arena is going to be big for this team.
Oh, man. I feel like this could potentially open up the standings as well, given the fact that Hula Bang just got knocked out. If Shibaku Tensei could somehow win the entire thing, and
this is
Lava gets knocked out earlier on, I feel like there could
very
be
interesting because this is like literally fucking
top 3.
The team that came second is Lava Lava. The team that came first is knocked out.
With a precognition moment where he got a ton of Chaos Bolts out, kept his pressure going, and I can't believe he didn't wall throughout this entire point in the game where he was at 10%. He walls towards the end of it, and Coffee gets caught in the coil, dispelled into a lasso immediately by Houston.
This is now upper bracket, by the way. Winner of this is top 3.
Stop it. And it seemed like Dex just didn't have enough healing for the damage in that moment. So I think this is really important because this now sets the pace for the series where the Warlock can pick, Warlock-friendly maps that are bigger on the map pick. And I think this is a series that likely goes to a Game 5.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they pull it off. I do want to give a big shout out to Houston. I feel like he's been a really big playmaker. And Houston, originally came in as like a Windwalker monk, I do believe. He played the Windwalker monk, some Demon Hunter, but bringing in the Restoration Shaman, I feel like having that kind of DPS mindset to figure out, those good lightning lassos. This is something we've seen him repeat over the last, this cup as well as the last cup, and is a big reason why his team has found success. So I'm curious to see if Houston can continue those aggressive plays, and definitely going to be something that I look at out for this upcoming match. We are going to be going to hook point, so that suggests to me that Lava Lava, they want to go with a cleave setup. So, the Warrior Demon Hunter likely going to be what they pick, and I'm curious to see if Chibaku Tensei is going to be confident with Mercy on the Warlock on the small map of hook point.
I mean, what other option do they really have? I mean, other than possibly mirroring, but I feel like a melee cleave with a shaman is just inferior to a druid cleave in a head-to-head like that. So I would be pretty surprised. If they do that, it's just they're hoping they can maybe get like a YOLO grip in, silence, stun, kill on the healer with the Death Knight Demon Hunter comp that they tried to use last week. But they kind of got obliterated with it. So maybe they just want to keep the Warlock in and keep their hands warm, keep the strats clean, even though the map might be not as favored to them, as opposed to switching the entire playstyle of the team game to game. They're taking their time, though, to really think about it and maybe what they're targeting. It seems like they focused the Demon Hunter a lot in that last game. I know that Carry G's on that Warrior likes to stack a lot of versatility. I can't remember the exact number. I think it was like 50% versatility or something. Because typically Warriors are actually kind of like a primary target for a lot of teams. But because he's built his character so tanky, a lot of teams are actually opting to attack other targets. They are going to keep the same composition. This is likely going to be their hardest map for Chibaku Tensei. If they can win this map, man, they might just run away with the entire series. They might force Lava Lava to go back to their Demon Hunter Ellie. A lot of big things could happen. The top 3 is almost wide open now with Hula Bang out of the competition so early on. So they really need this if they want to have a chance to avoid the gauntlet.
Yeah, nervous. But I do think Lava Lava, they look good in that first game. Chibaku Tensei obviously found that win condition. That's something that they can do, right? Like the Demon or the Destruction Warlock, Demon Hunter Restoration Shaman, you're going to have those big potentials to swap. So Lava Lava, it's going to be all about consistency for them. They need to make sure that nobody kind of falls over randomly like we saw in that last game. And as long as they can stay alive and keep up that consistent damage and deny the setups from Mercy, that's going to be the ticket for Lava Lava to actually win this series. So I'm curious to see what they can do. But obviously this matters a lot, right? Like these teams, they want to start picking up their points for Lava Lava. If they can win this series, I think Zika was saying it's basically a guarantee that they make it into the top 3, which I think for a team we didn't really, I don't want to say that I didn't expect much from this team, but there are some new faces to the AWC. So for them to come in, make it to the top 3 so quickly in these 2 cups, it's very impressive.
Yeah, they're not like a public-facing team, right? They're ladder players doing really good on the ladder, and this is their opportunity to really debut themselves kind of in the public domain. And with the performance they had last week, being one of the first teams to ever defeat Echo literally in years, was impressive. Here they're a little bit on the back foot, but I wouldn't completely count them out, especially if Carry G's keeps up these plays with the Spell Reflex and the Blade Storms on the coils. Every time that happens as a Warlock, you're just infuriated because that's like your one moment to actually cast Chaos Bolt. And if it gets denied, then you just get no opportunities to do it, and it can be very difficult to get enough pressure to actually run the other team over. Limps had really good damage output in that last game to be able to kind of turn that around in the final moment. And I think Houston, including those lassos and finding those and enabling him, using Limps' stuns on the healer, using Houston's stuns onto the Demon Hunter, and allocating their resources so that they can effectively cover the whole team, was really important in terms of like calculating overall what is going to be required to be able to find the kill. So they seem to have a game plan for Lava Lava this week, but Hook Point is a really tough map. It's really small. It's hard to escape, as Mercy was able to in the first game. So he may even just flip a switch and maybe play more aggressively. I really like the Soul Rip pick from him on the Warlock. It's basically a bark skin. You activate that and you pull the souls out of the enemy attackers. They do less damage and they receive less healing, and they have to go pick up their soul, but a lot of players don't. So it's just basically 25% damage reduction every minute he can activate. He's using Gateway right away, a nice static field totem during the Gateway, so they can't immediately reconnect to the Warlock. I like them synergizing those spells together. Here comes a lasso on the Demon Hunter, but they are not actually targeting the Demon Hunter just yet. They're going to imprison Dex. It's tough to say who their target is at the moment. I think it's Carriages. Actually, he's going to die by the sword very early on here. They just want to play efficiently. This is kind of an output game where overall damage is a huge contributing factor to victory. Nice double coil. Mercy is able to find it with no deny into a double cap stun. Houston is getting really cheeky on that Shaman early on.
Yeah, definitely. Mercy's going to be portaling away. That first setup doesn't really get too much. Carries trading out that dab of the sword early. Definitely a good trade. Dex behind the pillar, just throwing in regrowth, topping off his team. Houston with a bit of an aggressive position here, but Mercy's falling behind. Houston's going to have to pop the Ascendants to try to get some heals out right now. Big heals incoming, but a fear lands by Coffee. Coffee gets caught into a stun with the fear on deck. Good setup here by Chibaki Tensei, but Coffee does manage to stabilize. Still in the early stages of the game. The healers should be able to deal with this pressure, but this small map is going to make it really difficult for Dex to ever get any kind of drink. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Here it is. Mercy getting low at the same time. Carries is getting low. This is just such an aggressive matchup for both of these teams. Constant pressure here on the Mercy, and these setups on a Coffee and Carries are just absolutely devastating.
So Mercy's got a precognition there. He got a double Shadow Fury and a double coil, and he got both trinkets from the Warrior and the Demon Hunter. So it's a big opening, but he needs to survive to take advantage of that opening, and he's actually forced to use his Unending Resolve, his most powerful defensive. It's a 3-minute cooldown. He might not even see that again in the game. Maybe he just dies even as soon as it's subsided as he tries to gate across the map, and he is running Gateway Mastery as well, so it's a larger gate distance, and it's a shorter cooldown. But Demon Hunter and Warrior, they got a lot of mobility. He's going to Soul Rip and Soul Burn Port along with that Earth Grab Totem. I do like that Houston is trying to coordinate with Mercy as much as possible, either Static Field or Earth Grab when he ports, to deny them immediately reconnecting. But even still, they're getting it back pretty fast. Here comes a lasso into Coil, trying to connect here onto Coffee and take him down, but they don't even get his blur. And Mercy is in so much trouble. Houston with no trinket. Link comes down, but he's stunned and he can't get inside of it. If they kill that Spirit Link Totem, it's going to be devastating. Houston just can't get there. They still haven't killed the Link, actually, but Limps could just fall over. What is going on? This damage from Lava Lava out of nowhere, forcing the Netherwalk now back onto the Warlock to drop the Healing Tide Totem. He's going to have to hide that, but Mercy is just taking a beating. Massive damage incoming.
All right, we're here right when everyone's out of CDs. This looks terrible for Jabaki Tensei, by the way. This is fucking disaster territory. No Dark.
He needs to have that portal behind
the 44. No Tide. No Link. No wall.
He's taking damage in the
There's nothing for them that is going. This is terrible.
Gonna port, but look, he's right in their line of sight. They can almost
they're in
right
huge
away.
trouble.
Walks into a full bash. Is he going to go down?
They're surviving. They're holding on, but
guidance and precognition proc from
mana is the win condition.
They're trying to keep control of the situation.
It is this mana right here that they're holding on to. It is this, maybe.
They in-cap Dex. He trinkets out. He's got Innervate. But Carriages with no
we have darkness on Lava Lava right now.
He's actually taking quite a lot of damage in return. Mercy is going to pour.
We have darkness to work with.
He actually finds a full fear.
We have darkness to work with. There it is. He leaps out of it though.
He's going to go down. He gets the Chaos Bolt as well. Another fear onto
he
Dex.
Is not
is there.
involved
and
in
somehow,
that
they're
at
doing
all.
it. Carriages is almost dead.
No.
A Purge comes through and Carriages will fall.
Wow.
And Chibaku Tensei taking on Lava Lava's map pick up 2-0.
Yeah, this is looking good.
We had a slight miscommunication there. What we wanted to do, I think.
Ton of consistent and
I've had sleep. I had like 5 hours,
not a lot of
4.5 to 5 hours. Pretty normal for me.
Eventually, he is going to get caught into a fear, and when that happens, if we get some good purges from Houston,
my schedule is importantly in a good place for anything going on.
Quite a bit. Mercy, like you said, has a very aggressive portal position here. It's looking a little bit scary, but the one thing that's nice for Chibaku Tensei as well is it seems like they're going to have a mana lead in this game. So if it goes on long enough, they might end up just winning on mana, but it hasn't come down to that just yet.
I might have a little nap before later on tonight as well.
Here onto Dex.
I don't have to stream all the way through.
Happens, there's just no real help, right? There's nothing that's going to be able to break that. He does have his trinket right now, so I'm curious to see what he does trinket. Immediately snap trinket there on that 2-second imprisonment. So if he does get feared, this is when the game becomes an absolute nightmare. So Mercy portals in. He manages to land the fear.
Very interesting kind of game.
Coffee, unfortunately, not able to land the interrupt, and that's basically going to be the end of the game. The fear on Dex. Carries is there. Limps is there, and Mercy able to take him down.
I mean, it
and
looked
that
pretty
double
rough.
Chaos
Actually,
Nova is
Infernal
just
came back
enough
up
to
here,
seal the deal.
and
So
Darkness
really
came back
close.
up.
The
So it
crowd
actually
control is
started to
almost done, but
kind of
Dex
swing
didn't have too
pressure-wise
much healing up with
towards
Nature's Swiftness.
Lava Lava, or towards
But
Chibicatense anyway.
slight misplay there. I
I
feel like
think.
Dex, maybe he could have tranked that. They had an interrupt for that fear. Maybe they didn't realize how important that one fear was, but definitely really good
All
move
right.
by Mercy.
Tensei win that
to
one
find
as
that
well.
opportunity and, pull off a
Predictions are
game
up
2
for
win.
game 3.
Really impressive here. And now being down 2 points to win on big maps. I'm
Lava Lava, by the way, came came second
and bring back
last week.
in their Elemental Shaman Demon Hunter here, because on those larger maps it might be difficult
Don't
to
understand
win
one.
as the cleave. But they're actually going to go to Runes of Lordaeron, keep the same matchup, likely focus up a little bit more around denying the crowd control. If Mercy is able to find those fears, it's absolutely devastating. But they went to a map that could actually be pretty difficult to line of sight with not many pillars around. I guess they also don't really want Black for Cold because it can portal into the room, but I'm thinking maybe Dalaran might not have been an awful pick for them either. I think Runes, if Mercy is able to find opportunities to fear, I think this map is definitely going to allow him to abuse it here. So this is a bit of a risky pick in my opinion for Lava Lava. And this week, this tournament is really a test, right, for the previous week's first and second place, Lava and Hulabang. Hulabang are out, and obviously it's unfortunate with the disconnect. But now here, Lava Lava is also being tested. Can they be consistent with their performances week to week?
That's really going to be the question. It looks like we are we going to Ruins of Lordaeron? So yeah, game 3, Ruins of Lordaeron here. Lava Lava, they're picking a small map, and there's not a lot of places for this Warlock to run and hide. That being said, this map can sometimes backfire, because as a Restoration Druid, you can also get caught in the open, right? Like, you can find yourselves in a situation where Mercy's going to be portaling in and finds a fear on you, and that's when it becomes really, really scary. I don't think Coffee's playing reverse magic either, so not going to have that tech to bring Dex out of that crowd control and allow him to continue to heal. So it's a very dicey game that Lava Lava's playing. If Dex can avoid crowd control and they can't find the setups, then I think they can inevitably win the matchup, but the slim margin for error.
Limbs charging forward, trying to get some snares going in on the Warrior and the Demon Hunter to prevent them from immediately getting on the Warlock, but they actually use an offensive fear on Houston. They're getting really aggressive. Immediately, Mercy is going to port back to the front of the room. And I love that
still
static
up
field with the port,
for a
but
while.
Coffee
I'll
doesn't
probably end him in a
matter.
sec.
This is out of it. Carry G's kills.
Because this is a
Charges
pretty
over
fast
Houston.
game. I'll end it
Blade
after like
Storms
20
and Thunderstorm is
seconds.
immediately back on the Warlock, pummeling those immolates and trying to slow down his
They might
ramp.
end it after
Immediately,
right
Limbs
now.
drops Darkness to answer this initial cooldown pressure, but they imprison him low health and deny his recovery.
Still got Infernal, we've still got Wall. We used Tide and Ascend. No, we didn't actually. It was Proc Ascend.
In a root right now and can't connect to the Warlock at all. That root was insane from Houston.
Parry
removing that
insta from the
possible
Warrior,
pressure
which is
point
a
from
bit
that
sketch,
imprisoned
maybe.
low health.
I don't
Here
think
comes
it
the
was.
hunt, and they waited for the Earthen Wall Totem to be over before popping the hunt. So Coffee sits on that cooldown. Now he's got his Essence Break coming up. This could force the unending resolve if he's able to connect with it. But he's caught in a stun at the moment.
Considering
as
how
Lynx
fast
is
this game
trying
actually
to
plays.
intercept him. It's really up to
Coffee
right
getting
now to
kind of
carry the
blasted
team.
too.
He's got the Essence Break available. He's in a fear. Mercy's taking such a huge amount of damage. Somehow Houston does it once again, getting him back to full health. Rifts are coming down. Oh, but he spell reflects the
Dang?
coil. Nice play from Carry G's, although he's taking a lot of damage in exchange. Static Field pulling him away on the stun into an Earth Grab Totem. They managed to get dispelled and reconnect onto the Warlock.
And we'll see what they can do. Imprison here onto Dex. The Lightning Lasso on Coffee. He has to trinket, so feeling a little bit of the pressure here. Triple stun comes in. Coffee could still be in a little trouble. Heals are landing here as Dex is
It says
in that
it's
Incarnation
one.
Tree of Life at the same time, though.
Oh,
Mercy
shit.
is forced to use his unending resolve. A lot of incoming
Thank you,
damage.
Zach. I appreciate you being
Beautiful
here,
fear
man.
there by Carries. Mercy, that's a Spirit Link Totem as well. So that's going to be the unending resolve and the Spirit Link Totem. That's a bit of a disaster defensively for Chibaki Tensei.
Let's see if it is going to cost them the game or not. Still, it's not their map pick. It's not the end of the world if they lose here, but
No matter
it
if
would be very
true.
impressive if they do win. They poured away. Oh, with a precognition, multiple Chaos Bolts incoming there. They Storm Bolt the Warlock, forcing Dark Pack. Here comes a Bladestorm. Bladestorm is the scary moment for an Arms Warrior right now. When that Bladestorm ends, they get about 30% more strength for a few seconds. So this coil right here is great. It's denying that strength boost, and Carry G's actually fell off the side, so he's not able to really connect with a lot of globals during that strength buff. And Mercy should be able to reposition. Looks like he's popped his Battle Master. He's got Soul Rip available, but he's just going to port back. He's likely playing Impish Instincts as well, so that reduced cooldown whenever he takes physical damage. He's trying to be as slippery as possible, but even still, they're right on top of him. Is he going to plan to use his gateway here?
That's
He's
another
playing on
Tide.
top of his port, so
We have- I mean,
if he
we're-
stays here for much
we're
longer
looking-
without intending to use the gateway, he may come to regret it.
We have no wall
As
or
we see
anything,
Coffee
actually.
disengaging back. Is he going to go for crowd
We have no
control? Doesn't
darkness.
look
It
like
looks sketchy for
Mentor
Chibaki
Shake, there's the
Tensei.
imprison onto the healer. No trinket for 29. Stun under Mercy. He trinkets right away, and he's still playing on top of his gate. Here comes the Essence Break. That's going to be a massive swing of damage onto Mercy, and they get a triple stun from Coffee into a full fear onto Houston.
We're not-
Coil comes up from
oh.
Mercy. He's in Earthen Wall Totem. He's tanking damage and trying trying to trade back, but they still need to get through Die by the Sword. Maybe they can kill him with no trinket in this stun lock. They stun up Dex. Carry G's down at half. He's not going to be greedy. He trades out the Die by the Sword.
Coffee's got Dark again, so it's really just mana. Dex's mana is the lost condition right now.
Crowd control threat for Houston, which means there could be an opportunity.
But they are just pummeling him, man.
The Warrior. He's going to relay his gateway.
No wall forever.
Gateway mastery and cutting a massive distance across.
I just thought this expired because it's actually like fine. It seems. I don't know. Chewbacca Tensei look sketchy, man. They've got nothing defensively at all, except darkness.
That's going to reduce the
just darkness available for
as
them.
well as the healing on the Warrior, and then port back on the Stormbolt.
We're looking at this cooldown right here as the solo save. There it is, gone.
Is going to drop down darkness, but they may die through it. They're both
he
so
is
low.
in
There's no
infinite trouble. There is nothing to work with. No healing cooldowns.
Double coil comes
we have an
through.
Earthen maybe,
manages to get a couple more healing waves,
but it might be bugged from the reset. He's still in trouble
at that point, despite the darkness.
There's the Earthen trade.
Shadow Rift down for Mercy. He needs this to get pressure right now.
There's a flame rift. There's a flame rift of the Warrior, but there's dark.
Topping him off, and now Mercy.
All right, it is mana, but he's drinking right now. He gets stopped. We have nothing except 20% mana and a dream right now for Dex. If this wall rotates in 22 seconds, it's going to get rough.
It's match point. Chewbacca are so close to the kill. Coffee eventually retreats away, gets the damage reduction. Mercy fakes the kick. He's got precognition. He can free cast right now, but he's taking immense damage.
No mana, man.
Clone actually snuck through onto Houston for a moment.
There's
as
none.
They pop the hunt. Mercy gates away from the hunt immediately as it snaps onto him. Great positioning. Massive chaos balls. He gets stunned there right before his precognition.
He's gonna trade it right away. There's the wall gun. We've got Link available now.
Sword up. Mercy's on the back foot. Oh my god, his unending resolve came off cooldown just when
we've got Link available. There it is.
Anyways,
Link is gone.
Comes off cooldown.
They're out of buttons. The spellbook's gone.
Zero mana.
But there's no mana.
Coffee, no trinket on Carry G's. If they can get a full lasso on either of them,
there's nothing to look at this stage. There's not a single cooldown in this entire game except trinkets.
I don't know.
They all have
Houston
trinkets.
Has to bomb out some heals. Mercy portals away. Coffee's in so much trouble. Dex has nothing left in the tank. Oh no!
I think he will go down here for sure. Dead.
The stun and Limps is there.
Wow.
To drop him. Beautifully done there by Chibaku. I think they played this matchup incredibly well.
Lava's got DHLE.
Proving that they're
but DHLE into Asham is not good, so I didn't really actually have that as an option either. DHLE and Windwalker DK. No, sorry, no. Just DHLE. I think Lava has DHLE and DH Warrior. Those are their comps.
And there's some pretty
both
big
dogs
in that lower side. Like you don't really want to be down there. So this was very impressive. I mean, they won on both Runes of Lordaeron and Hook Point. I really like Mercy's
and Thunder.
build.
Yeah, sure. Yep, 100%.
This build is definitely one. I was actually just playing this build last night. On
yeah,
my
it's interesting.
Push against all
wait, no, do they have? They don't have that, right?
Impish Instincts.
That's their fourth.
It just gives
I think their Warrior is their Ellie, is he not?
The main reasons he's able to win, and then the synergy with Houston as well.
I thought that was their
portaling. They lay down the static field totem to trap the melee. He lays down his Earth Grab totem.
Oh, okay, guys. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so they have three comps,
and you need that type of synergy in a matchup like this.
That's an interesting one.
He's playing Traveling Storms as well, so he gets to knock them away. Like Houston can actually use his Thunderstorm on Mercy, and that's going to knock both carries and Coffee away. So just a lot of defensive utility that you can use between the Destruction Warlock and the Restoration Shaman. And
they have Red DH as well.
These cleave setups, if you do
I don't think Red DH sounds that. Oh, Red DH killing. Red DH could maybe kill the Asham, but. It just seemed like a good matchup. Like, of those games, they lost all three, right? Two of those three looked favorable for the other team. It looked like the entire game that the DH lock was getting shit on the entire time, and they would just die in a random lasso the first game, or they die, in a random full fair with the darkness available, that kind of thing. Like it just felt like they kind of like. They kind of beat themselves a little bit 2 of the rounds, and then the third game actually looked decisive.
And this is going to look good for them moving forward. I'm interested to see also what you think, Super T, is like what this comp that they were running. In
and we're about to see Echo now.
They could go against some of these other rosters.
We're about to see Echo now against.
I think as long as nobody has a subtlety rogue, I think a subtlety rogue could be really rough for them. But Hula Bang's out of the competition, so it's really just Echo, which is the next series. Obviously, we're going to have to deal with. I think Echo right now is their biggest threat. They'll likely run an Outlaw Rogue instead of a Demon Hunter. But Chibaku Tensei, maybe they try some sort of Death Knight cleave as well. In North America, I think Sidu's been practicing a bit with Mez, and Sidu's team has very similar comps to Chibaku Tensei, so that could be an option for them against Echo.
Yeah, certainly could. Speaking of that next series, we do have Echo coming up, so we can kind of see how they're doing today. Check in with those guys. But well done to Chibaku Tensei. Lava Lava. It's an elimination round, or not an elimination. Elimination round. So Lava Lava will be continuing on. They'll be playing Precog Enthusiast, second to last series of the day. We can see where the Europe standings are right now. We can see Hula Bang right up there, tied with Lava Lava that I just mentioned here. And Shibaku Tensei, they are tied right now with Echo. And if they're their biggest competition, that is going to be interesting to follow along here with Europe. This region just gets more and more interesting the deeper we get into these series. So up next, we have an upper bracket series once again. Like I mentioned, it is Black versus Echo. This is going to be another pretty big one here. You know, Black obviously need those points. You can see in those standings right there. We can take a look at the bracket. The winner of this one will be moving forward to play against Shibaku Tensei. So stick around. We're going to find out who will be dropping down to the lower bracket to play off against Pirate Pete's and who will be moving forward to the semifinals. Stick around. We'll head to a break and we'll be right back.
DK did. Yeah, no, DK's not looking super good at the moment, for sure. Just looks a bit squishy. All right, we got who's next? Does it have the who's playing next? Did they say? Echo and Black. Oh, this is a wash, right? They don't have a healer. So just quick prediction here. Black doesn't have a fourth person on their roster and the healer is gone. So Blizzard has technically, for whatever reason, removed them mostly from the tournament. I'm not entirely sure if they even are going to play it out. I guess they're going to. Well, they'll have someone playing a healer. 100%. But yeah. We'll see. He's banned. Their healer is banned, supposedly. Doesn't show up on the team anymore because you're not eligible to be on a team if you've been banned. So supposedly he's yeah. Someone is gonna have to. One of those three has to heal to continue. They'll qualify is the funny part, and it's actually, well, they can probably pick up a healer going into the actual. They'll probably let them pick up a healer going into the gauntlet. They've qualified, I think, for the gauntlet already, and the gauntlet has a payout to it. So like it's actually value. There's a lot of value in it, right? Just being part of the gauntlet, I'm pretty sure is guaranteed to pay you money. I think the second through 8th places give a payout of some type. Right. So we'll see how Blizzard decide to rule on that one, but supposedly for this tournament, and for the gauntlet, they can't have Burley as their healer. It was Burley. So anyway, needless to say, I would predict Echo here, and I think it would be fair to say 99.5, like 99.5% or something, is probably safe. If they actually, Looney's banned too, I believe. Is Twitch just fucked right now? Oh, the Warcraft channel has no one watching it. I wonder if it's attributing everyone who's streaming it. Yeah, I see that now. Just the one viewer, man. That's crazy. Look, how many viewers do I have right now? Do I have one? Do we have viewers again? Are you guys back? Oh, it's just 96 now. Most of you guys are back. Oh, 69, nice. I mean, I would prefer it. We're close enough. Lonta? Well, Lonta's playing still. Unless you mean I mean, you probably pretty. I mean, if Echo lose this, it would be akin to match fixing. You know, this would be when you actually start to question whether WoW esports is just rigged. You know. Unless they actually do have a healer and they've got a good healer on the thing, but yeah. Bro, imagine if Meh shows up on Team Black and they just have like just a random showdown. They let them like make a swap right before the tournament or something. It would be funny. Never happening, but it would be funny. I think Meh's done for now. He probably shows up next expansion again, I hope. You actually put 10k on Black here, Mena? I'm on. We always go red here. It's like they're spinning. It's roulette, except there's only one. It's like you basically have to bet on green, but it's all in on green. Honestly, like I don't know how they can actually lose. I think it's impossible. They're back. What are they playing?
Hello, welcome back to our single viewer. If you are just now tuning in, we just saw the upper bracket series, Chibaku Tensei beating Lava Lava, sending them to the lower bracket, and now Lithi is
Lone Tide chokes. Dude, Lone Tide didn't choke last time. Fundamentally, I don't think he choked last time.
This is gonna be.
Do you really? Did we think that?
An interesting one. I think we got
is that how we feel? I just don't feel that way. I feel like Lone Tide played a fantastic.
Their healer, so this is gonna be a little bit echo-sided, but hey, maybe they can pull something off.
Maybe, yeah. Unfortunately, their healer did get disqualified, so they, from what we've heard, are gonna try and work around it. We'll see what they do here, but it's definitely unfortunate that they're in this situation and they have to play against Echo Sid.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting the biggest, the biggest team with the biggest history in Europe right now, and you got to do it without your healer, your main healer at least. I don't know if they'll try something triple DPS, or if one of them has probably played a healer at some point, I would imagine. With Solo Shuffle being out, you would think at least one of them has maybe made a healer and maybe got a little bit high rated, and they could pull him in for a shot here, but I don't know if it's going to work against Black. If last week was an upset, I don't know what to call this if Black manages to pull this off.
I mean,
if Houston can
all I will
this
say
well
is
on the Shaman, I'm sure Black can pull something out.
All I will say is that yesterday night I saw right before I went to sleep. Who's the guy from? There's a guy who plays. Who's like, fuck, I can't remember the name of them. The people who got banned in Classic, I believe. So, yeah. Supposedly, at least.
All our viewers went over to watch Zaryu, but enough of him. We're going to head into this game. It is Black versus Echo. Let's see what Black can do here. Definitely unfortunate circumstances, but...
oh my god, if there was a comp that could do it. Damn! If there was a comp that could do it.
Bro, they're going to try and one-shot Lone Tide.
I love it.
Wait, it's triple sub?
Oh no, it's
wait, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's a panda, it's a cool
wait, this is kind of insane.
Not even stealthy.
This could work, man.
RP walk.
Wait,
oh my god,
this could actually work.
This is gonna be intense, to say the
wait, this could actually work.
You could maybe
let them cook here.
Something. You just all in cloak evasion.
Bro, let them cook. They can actually do this. This is upper bracket too. It's kind of insane.
I don't know how often you play against triple subtlety rogue, but I mean, Black
He's
needs
a
to try
panda.
something, I guess. They're gonna just wait in stealth. Maybe they're gonna wait for the eyes and maybe an eye and then
wait, holy fuck!
Playing this very
wait,
seriously.
what if they do the fucking
Lone Tar's team? I mean, they gotta respect. I mean, it's 3 sub rogues. Like 1 sub rogue can kill you pretty fast. 3 sub rogues is gonna kill you really fast. They get a sap on channel.
Bro, this is a strat they could use.
With a kidney shot, and Waz needs to get ready to peel them.
There's a double rogue strat. That's insane.
How much damage are they really going to do here? Absolutely nothing.
They could actually do it. No one's done it in 3s that I've seen. They're gonna die.
They're just leaving him to die.
Bro, what they should do is the classic strat.
Are they baiting them? Like he vanished, they blind? Is that a bait? They send like one guy in and one guy waits in the starting area? I mean, Shoxy has no cooldowns. If they pull off
Shoxy shouldn't be in here probably. Vanishes, last one.
He vanishes again. He's got a bit of a shield up for that. Cheap shots coming through on Lone Tar, but I mean, kidney shot, no trinket. There should be no way. And yeah, okay. One of the other rogues is still in stealth, so I thought they were going to take it seriously, but I don't think they are here. It looks like in game number 1.
Damn. Well,
all right. Well,
close call. I mean, NPC is still.
If they actually play if they use the double rogue strat, they could actually maybe do some interesting shit. It would get nerfed very quickly, I think.
Well, unfortunate. 1-0 up.
I think today is going to be a very short day in the end. And the reason I say that is because there's going to be these guys in the lower bracket as well.
honestly, I just want to take that moment to talk a little bit more about Echo and their performance so far this AWC season, because obviously with Meh getting replaced, right, he taking a break and Lontar coming in,
replace
we
is
had
a strong
lot
word.
of questions how well Echo would be doing, and Lontar's Shaman last week I think looked incredible. The Druid on the shaky side.
Yeah, I think he even had criticisms himself on Twitter about his Druid being not 100% there. So if they can utilize him on the Shaman, I think it's going to be, you know,
his Druid's really good still. I don't know.
As he is one of the best Shamans.
They just, I feel like,
could have been a tough game.
Personally, I think last week it was kind of the whole team playing differently. Like they weren't playing, like I feel like Echo normally plays from a position of offense. The other team is the one afraid of them, normally. And last week, it kind of felt like Nagrand with Druid, they played it super aggro. And then after Nagrand, they just got scared for whatever reason. And they just weren't doing anything offensive. So I'm not sure.
Characters for this, because obviously not all of them are main rogue players. So, but it didn't look like P-Make was really, really trying to go for anything, as he was just kind of at the starting area at the start of the game. Echo are going to be pretty happy about this, I think, considering the fact that Hula-Bang are out of the competition. This is actually like a good chance for Echo to try and retake their #1 position, because this is a team that they just always want to end in #1.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not just the mid-season clash on the line or the gauntlet. This is Echo still in top 3 contention, and getting out of this series with a 3-0 is just a fantastic spot to be in. Locking in top 3 immediately is a massive step in terms of points. But hey, we know it's not quite over till it's over, right? So let's see what Black goes for. They pick Blackrock Hold. Echo obviously sticking to the same comp. Gentleman actually getting to play this week instead of sitting on the bench, so to say. And I'm curious, triple Sub-Rogue, triple Outlaw? Do we see maybe a triple healer?
I don't think you're allowed to do
What is out there that you could bring in?
Thankfully, you're not allowed to do triple healer, because who knows if they would do it.
Hula-Bang lost.
I mean, the Giga Damp comp, you know, gotta pull it out.
Kind of an interesting series.
They're taking their time
I wouldn't necessarily say that would happen again.
They have, like, I mean, maybe P-Make can go mage. They do double rogue mage and just prey on some massive crits, and they actually all open at the same time, unlike that last game where they're just split.
Oh, they lost to Moonkin Rogue twice. One was a DC.
I mean, the chance that they win with that
and they
is
lost
really
to
Moonkin
or to Rogue.
Kind of like maybe
Demo.
possibly flustered by triple rogue, because he plays a lot of Wrath of Lich King and he fights double rogue a lot, and I know that double rogue and Wrath can be like a bit of a cheese.
Triple rogue strat.
If they were,
it would be
seriously,
play the eyes and try and dampen.
Win a game here, so.
See, what you do is in twos is a strat they use where you you play double rogue, you don't open, you only play around the eyes. So what you do is you have if someone grabs an eye, you open on them, you shadowy duel them, and then you run off and reset, and you just keep doing that over and over again, and then you eventually one shot them down. This is not a VOD. Official stream is at twitch.tv/Warcraft. But Twitch is bugged right now. It seems. No, it's not bugged now. Actually, it's shown correctly. The Warcraft stream is showing with 11,000 viewers, which is actually pretty sick.
Cataclysm was probably the last time. So they're locking in all their mains, but it's not a comp that's like, you know, probably gonna work. They got Rogue Mage.
Now my stream is showing at 205.
If
I feel like it gave us extra views. There's more of you guys here than that should be. I think.
Doesn't have any, you know, extra abilities.
You still see one? Twitch is good. Twitch is being weird. So I appreciate his being around today. It means a lot.
With Arcane Rogue Warlock, then Rogue Mage can really play anything. I think is what they're looking to prove here in game number 2. But Echo, I'd be way less afraid of this personally if I was Echo. Number one, you can see at least the Warlock at the start of the game, as opposed to 3 rogues. You don't know where they are, just like sharks in the water. So I would imagine Echo are probably even less stressed about dealing with this matchup.
Yeah, that's an easy bite to take out of the enemy team. All in all, well, Blackrock Hold, nice little vacation place, I want to say. Unless you don't like ghosts, then a little bit tricky.
Yeah, they all litter too. There's a bunch of like food up on the stands and stuff. Like, they didn't clean it. I don't know if I'd want to.
It's super messy with all the popcorn and stuff. That's actually insane. Well, Let's see if NPC can survive a little bit longer through the opener, but all in all, Echo looking to pick up a swift second point. Unless something goes horribly wrong, which is still
triple tip would be interesting. Burley was their healer, got banned apparently.
If something goes haywire here, they actually lose.
No one's saying that I've seen.
Be content. The Warlock is now putting a port down. He's just triple rifting, nether warding, all in, blind the Shaman, Observer down, ship the damage on Chanimal.
Definitely a different kind of comp
for Black. They're just going all out. Aggression, just shoving every single ability that they have, and they're actually getting decent pressure. They get Trinket Link in the opener.
Wait, they did.
Not playing games. They get unending resolve, and if they can somehow not die in this response from Waz,
Chance did.
They might actually have a win condition. They
Chan
force double Earthen Wall,
can die.
but the Warlock
No
has
one
nothing,
else can.
and there ain't nobody
no
coming
trinket.
to save them.
What do
Waz
they
is
have?
all over him, and I think this is lights
Shadowy
out.
Duel.
They actually
Wait.
knock him away for a moment. Can he escape? He
If he somehow
range,
lives,
and he's
they get
taking so
overwhelmed, I
much
think.
damage. He's interrupted. Here comes massive pressure. Waz gets cheap shot away. Chaos Bolt. He's trying to take down Chanimal with him, but it's not enough. Can they take him in 2v3?
That was kind of a shaky.
No way.
I mean, triple DPS is so bad, though. I think it's how you're supposed to play against triple DPS.
Yeah,
Waz is having a
right.
good time.
So, if you want to know why they're playing it out, if they don't show up and they get DQ'd as a team, I think that in that situation, the goal. So basically, like, what you're playing for in these two cups is you're playing to get to the gauntlet. The gauntlet is the top. I think 7 teams compete in the gauntlet. I'm pretty sure. No, is it 5 teams? It's 5 teams in the gauntlet, right? I think it's 8. It's like 4 teams 4 through 8 compete in the gauntlet from points. Now, getting to the gauntlet's guaranteed pay. You're guaranteed to get paid money, I believe, for showing up in it. So, yeah, they want to get there. Oh, other esports have tons of bans. Tons.
Moving a match point. They're starting to
thing is, you
laugh
get
off.
banned
They
for
were
all kinds of
initially
things in
giving it
WoW.
full respect, like, hey, this could be pretty threatening, but now after game 2, I think they've realized as long as they make an effective trade in the opener, there should be like next to no chance.
So yeah, what they're going to try and do is they're going to play this tournament out. I think they're actually on points. Let me see if I can find the point standings for you guys.
Have to come out with, given that they're.
And we'll skip forward. Okay.
No strange.
So here's why. They have 60 points, and 60 points is kind of a crucial number because you can see here these guys are out right now, and they've got 52 points. So they're not necessarily going to qualify. These guys are going further, I believe, and they've qualified. They're going to pretty like guaranteed 6. Basically, they're guaranteed to get into the gauntlet at 5th. They've already qualified. They're going through. So this is the gauntlet. These guys are fighting off for maybe the gauntlet. These 3 teams, because Soulbang's out now. But Black are definitely in the gauntlet. It's guaranteed money at that point, and they'll try and replace their healer. Is my guess. They'll see if Blizzard are probably deciding whether they're going to let them do it to replace their healer before the tournament starts.
That are going to collide with each other, because I think NA EU have a couple of similarities overlapping, but there's also some distinct differences. I feel like there's a lot of Shadow Priest.
I mean, there are tons you get banned for.
EU is a little bit more of Ellie Shaman and Warrior, honestly.
Who got banned? Burley got banned.
Well. So seeing the metas as well as the regions going head to head should be a really exciting thing here.
Yeah, they did a big ban wave in SOD. I saw that.
Echo, I think, is pretty much locked in after that win for at least top 3. And now Black, they're in the gauntlet, so they're trying to battle and hold like a higher position in that gauntlet. But these are the comps that they're going to have available to them. The best of them. Best luck to them. But
so from what I understand of that ban wave that went out, there's a few people that are disputing it, but it was too fast. Like, I saw some people talking about the fact that like people that were quite trustworthy that were getting banned, I think just getting traded gold that wasn't clean. Like people getting traded like botted gold or whatever, maybe not even like intentionally, is enough.
Events, I like that.
I mean, this is maybe them trying to flex a new comp, use this as an opportunity, or maybe it's them trying to make the series more interesting. I mean, this is a comp. This is a solid comp, and obviously they're really good at these classes. Yeah. But you wouldn't expect like this type of lock-in. Maybe they're trying to like just see how fast they can kill Black, do a speed run here, because this would be a comp that could kill them probably the fastest of any.
He's a
comp
dev evoker.
So
they could lose this.
The Dragon Channel on the Death Knight.
Wait,
and then Black,
I actually feel like this is a
rogue mage.
This is a fair
Frost
fight
mage for some reason. Okay, Frost mage double rogue.
block.
This is legit a fair fight.
If he's running the block heal, it gives him like a full reset.
Just run it lone tire.
The rogues are gonna have
or
2 resets.
no,
I mean,
kill
if they play
Chan.
this seriously, and one of them isn't RP dancing in the starting room.
You guys got 1 minute to vote. This actually
Maybe.
could be
I mean,
a
it's two
bloodbath.
sub rogues. I'm not going to say they don't have a chance, okay? I'm not going to say they don't.
Yeah.
A sub rogue can solo
Yeah,
somebody, and
100%.
there's 2 of them. So if they actually take it seriously, maybe they can do something here.
I'd be happy to see it. Waz's dragon, as far as I've heard, is a little bit infamous though, and I don't think that's going to be easy to go up against. But there is always a chance as long as a rogue is alive. So we'll just have to see how things go.
No, they're
Tiger's
definitely
Peak,
trying.
I think a decent map overall.
I mean,
lots
Black
of
have to
space
show up
just,
here. If they
run
don't show up,
away,
I'm pretty sure they
set
can't
for
qualify.
Black. If they play that out properly, I think there's a considerable
I'm pretty
chance,
sure
but
the handbook that players
alone
get
on the map-
is like
on the
a
map in
rule set.
just a moment.
I'm pretty sure like not showing up for your scheduled games is enough that you don't
How are you
get
feeling
your
about
DQ'd.
the potentially upcoming series between Shibako Tensei and Echo?
I mean, that's going to be one of their biggest opponents, right? Lava Lava's in the lower bracket. It's possible that Echo gets it through this bracket without having to fight either team that eliminated them last week.
It's crazy how
Lava
little
Lava
like
don't have a
mages
good
are
run
getting
on
to
the
see
lower
games. Like
side,
Raiku's
so
insane,
They're likely going to be their biggest opponent. I
and
think,
he's
for
not
this
really getting
tournament.
many games in at all.
No, I'm with you. I think you and Ben were talking about it last series, right? That Shibako might have some trouble with a team bringing in a sub-rogue, and was, I mean, the dude has mastered every single rogue spec, so the potential is definitely there.
Almost
And on
every
the Vita
spec in the
side-
game as well, playing a dragon now. I've never seen him play a dragon
Yeah,
in
that's
tournaments.
fair.
They just want to flex it. This comp, I mean, this comp is a lot of one-shot, but it's also really susceptible to a sub-rogue. I feel like an evoker, this might not be guaranteed to them if they're taking this seriously. But obviously,
Wait, do they have
they have
is
not
it
practiced double
Destro
rogue mage, and
or
I
is it
don't know
mage?
if, their warlock playing a
I feel
rogue
like
is, that much
Destro
experience
double
on it,
rogue
so we're still kind of
actually
expecting a
can
wash,
win.
but I
I'll
don't
tell you
wanna
why.
count a subtlety rogue out
You just
ever.
send 3
If they
portals
manage to
and
actually
then
clutch
double
it
shadowy
in,
duel,
assuming that Echo is actually trying
and
to
they're just
play
stuck in there
full
fighting
force
against
one
two
of the
sets of
most
portals. They actually would win.
common
I swear.
I think
It's
here,
unfortunately it's
so
mage though.
double rogue mage. They're going to both be playing shadowy duel.
Chan lives in the
He's
EU,
gonna
yeah.
have 2 ice blocks. He's going to have 2 resets. Likely needs to respec to the ice block heal. You don't typically play it, so hopefully he's changed his talent tree if they want to take this and actually pull off a win. Channel coming in on the Death Knight. Gates are about to open.
Let's see it. Echo up 2-0 at the moment, and Chanimal just riding in a charge, looking for someone.
Oh, they found the mage.
himself, but so far. Oh, they found the mage? Oh, that is an insane route coming from Lunter, but the sap on Was.
Full poly.
Cheap shot with a polymorph
Full
on Lunter,
poly.
and the damage is going to come rolling in. Full kidney was under fire, but for the moment, the damage is lacking. P-Make trinketing out of that first batch of CC, and Shoxy
it's looking
getting
rough.
one shot immediately. The cloak is already out. Shadowblades are
Cloak
running. They're
block
looking for
from
some damage,
one.
but the ice block coming in early here as well.
Wait, where's
just trying to
NPC
stay on
at?
the offensive, wants to bring in the polymorph, but he gets
Bro.
kicked on it, and absolutely
NPC.
one shot there. Fist up in the air. Was rightfully so very happy about securing top 3 here. And in the meantime, NPC, well, honoring his name here a little bit, honestly.
NPC's doing the Warcraft 3 strat where you, as a night elf, you'd go and like you'd eat trees and go hide in the corner with.
He's
your
gonna
main
steal
base
when it
and
takes to
the other
find
team
him.
Confused on where you went and hope the other team would surrender and not be able to find you. So
That's a throwback and a half, man. Jesus.
he's just sitting in the corner hoping they don't know where he is, and maybe they like leave the game accidentally or something, and he can win. I don't know.
Triple DBS is a
Shoxy
very
still
tragic
playing this
comp.
out, but there should be no way here. Oh, he's back. He's back. He just wanted a 1v3. He wanted the 1v3 clip. He's dueling Chanimal, and he's trying to get a highlight
I don't know if he'll
reel
let
here
Chan die.
with a one-shot on Chanimal, but he's doing absolutely nothing, so no highlight reel.
I
for
don't know if he has
NPC,
gear on.
who's just waiting for the 1v3.
Yeah, Boss finds him, swoops in, gets a cheap shot on it though.
He's got a cleaver as
It's a
well.
Panda rogue after all, man. If he just brings out that palm strike, this could get ugly really quickly, but yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. GG's, Echo takes the series 3-0.
Well, Luffy, we're really testing you here. First day on AWC, we've given you some difficult matches.
It's a challenge, but I am ready for it, and I am happy to take any series that comes my way.
Can't wait for the stat page. It's just gonna be Waz Evoker, 100% win rate.
Oh god,
We're like,
yes.
why doesn't he play as
Best
Evoker?
specs. Well, there you go, Super. Your next YouTube video for the weekend.
Why doesn't Waz play Evoker? 100% win rate here. I mean, maybe P-Mate can play this differently.
Triple
I think
DPS
he
is
came
usually
to
not
his first
viable.
block really early, and I don't know if he actually changed his talents. And obviously, the Rogue being at the starting room, waiting in stealth for whatever 1v3 moment he was hoping that could happen.
It is important
but
they
as a
show up for
result of the
both, though.
game,
They have to, I think.
Next to no chance of this ever actually happening for them. So not a huge amount to cover in the video other than Waz doing an insane amount of damage, and Chanimal just running down poor P-Make, who's trying to 1v3 them, and it's just not happening.
So I don't know the full story on it.
Yeah,
but Jamie, I think
he could duel one of them, and then whoever, we could have like a 3v3 1v1 event.
See, there we go. 69k damage here on was. That's perfect. Nice.
Wow. Well, it is an unfortunate situation. I'm glad they.
Like I was saying, Jamie cheats. It's so weird to like. I feel like it's so unlikely.
So, honestly, what can you do in that situation?
I've seen some clips.
Time that we've seen these
but
teams.
You have to understand. Like, what are the chances that a player that has competed for, I want to say, like 8 years now? He's competed for 8 years at the top level of the game. Why do we now assume that someone at that caliber is now guaranteed cheating? You know what I mean? Like it's really sus. He was never A tier? Really? He's competed at like 4 BlizzCons. Like what do we consider, like what is more A tier than that? Yeah, but Jamie's also stuck specifically to Ellie. Like he's literally just been an Ellie forever. Like why do we assume that someone of that caliber is guaranteed cheating? Like how do we? And on top of that, okay, I feel like the community's gotten a little bit like fucking. They like to accuse people of cheating nowadays because there's a difference between accusing Jamie of cheating and accusing, let's say, there's a difference between accusing Jamie of cheating and accusing, like Pokemon of cheating. Pokemon has win traded and gotten banned for it. He has 9 banned WoW accounts or 8 banned WoW accounts. He's been banned for specifically botting, at least allegedly. And yet, that's different to someone like Jamie who's never been banned before that I'm aware of. It's kind of, you kind of like have to, like, how is he doing that? How is he avoiding all the bans that everyone else is copying and then competing? He's not banned. He hasn't been banned that I'm aware of at all. That's why I'm saying it's really tough to allege him of cheating in that situation. I think it's difficult to do. And then talk about kicks. So how's he doing it? How is he avoiding all the bans that everyone else is taking? Theories that Jamie makes his own. I mean, from Blizzard's point of view, it's pretty easy to look into, I think. Thus immune to ban waste of the program after all. I mean, bro, that's some. For one, I'm not even sure how you. I don't know, man. Again, he's received no bans, and you're not immune to ban waves, by the way. That isn't how ban waves work. Just so we're clear here, the ban waves that Blizzard do are not individually picking out people at you specifically. They aren't legally allowed to look at your computer for software. They look for like the way your character behaves. The ban waves aren't down to, it's like pattern detection and stuff like that. Well, I've seen Sturge like tweet at Jamie on and like say he's cheating on Twitter and stuff. I think that's probably more what he actioned about, to be honest. But yeah, it's the science of how they ban people. They don't just look for a piece of like commercially available software to ban you. They ban you based on pattern detection. And my guess is if he's doing stuff that's like really like beyond reaction time type thing. Yeah, but okay, here's my question, how to basic MD. If Jamie isn't allowed to be that good, who is? Are you saying no one is? Like, who should be the top? Who's allowed to be? That's the main question. Like, I feel like he fits. So like, he fits all the criteria of what, like, his credentials are deserving of being the best at something, right? It's weird. Like, I feel like he is, as someone who's competed for as long as he has, like, he's the one person I'd be like, huh, like of like him versus say Pokemon's or anyone else. Like, I feel like him being at the in the top level of the game is probably more acceptable. That's exactly it. That's why I'm saying the community's gone crazy. Everyone's accusing WizK of cheating last week. WizK does not cheat, right? At all. People are doing it. He has to defend himself against it. The community's just fucking crazy. Sure, he's allowed to be, but the main question is how to become that good almost overnight. What do you mean? He's gone to like 4 BlizzCons. If you have an average kick for 10 years to suddenly 95% kick rate at the beginning of an expansion, is that not weird? Kick rate is a really shitty stat. I don't know, man. Like, I've seen some clips, but like, we're talking about someone who's already considered insane at the game. Insane reaction of kicking Nox. I don't know, man. Again, he's not banned for it all. It's super hard to like to say he's not allowed to do that stuff. I don't know. Cheating accusations are like kind of it's a bit weird at this stage. From what I understand, Jamie is almost exclusively an ally this expansion, and like people like Swapsy, for example, have played have played many other specs. I see Swapsy play as his lock all the time. I see Swapsy play as DK previously all the time. Like, he's focused on many things. But while that's been happening, you've got Jamie, who's just been an ally shaman on multiple ally shamans, playing on both regions. Like, yeah, but how is that even real? Like, that's anecdotal as well, right? He's not suddenly unfakeable. Like, what?
Welcome back, everyone. We are down here in the lower bracket. It is Lava Lava versus Precog Enthusiast.
Hey,
Lava Lava, they had an incredible series
I think
tournament last weekend.
If it's great from now on, you think it's a little weird.
Having that same success.
I would think it's a little bit weird, but I would not be calling him a cheater. That's the difference, right? Until something happens.
With a team
if I didn't have any proof, I wouldn't do anything.
In the lower bracket,
because I think there's a very big difference between fucking with someone's like ability to compete, potentially their livelihood,
this is gonna be an
without evidence.
Not quite the Pirates.
That's why they got actioned as well. That's why they got warned. Because
I'm pretty sure, but
yeah,
way, you are completely right. This is going to be an insane.
There's a very large difference. You
quite honestly,
for me to say that I need, and that's why I can't even say, for example, I wouldn't even say that Pokemon's cheats because I don't have any proof that he cheats. But he's been banned for it before, right? For me to say he cheats, I'd have to look at his gameplay and be like, hey, a human couldn't do that. And like actually break it down and do it frame by frame and figure out, okay, he did something that's impossible. But no one thought that WizK's Sniper Link was sus.
Which team is going to come out of this? Because I feel like this is a really even matchup here.
No, it really absolutely is. I mean, we've talked about this as well. Like,
I think this expansion is the first expansion where everyone's suddenly everyone's living cheating like allegations against people. These guys are doing this potentially for like, not necessarily, I mean, I don't think Jamie does it for a living necessarily, but he's been good forever. Like, forever. So,
week one,
I don't know.
So far, they've looked good this time around. Of course, Lava Lava, super solid. top 2 last weekend, really solidifying themselves as a team that
Botswana and Insane and Dragonflight,
in that top.
He's received 0 bans from. He's never been banned for cheating. And he's competed for years at the top level for years. It's really weird.
Top 3, but
people just accuse people. I mean, people accuse WizK of
one
cheating.
team
Like,
that
what?
could
Why the
upset them,
fuck
it
would
be the
WizK cheat?
Precog enthusiasts, because there's just so much individual talent.
Why would WizK ever cheat? And yet he had to defend. He was on stream defending his actions.
So
That's crazy.
This is kind of the last chance for these
Instead
teams
of
to
celebrating
get
an
those points,
insane play
it is
and a bit of
cup
luck with the
number 2,
servers,
Lava. They
where
started
he's
off
actually sitting there instead of like celebrating his win and talking about how insane he played.
Really kind of
he's got to defend cheating. That's fucked up.
That sort of need those points more in a sense. So maybe they're a little bit hungrier. I'm not sure. Either way, we will find out here. It's game number 1 between Lava and Precog.
8 months of every single game.
Someone is getting knocked out at the end of this series.
All right, let's see.
I don't think, man.
Would you look at that? No, that's the first mirror
Anyway,
of the weekend, if not.
We're here. This is Jamie playing.
Like the first full mirror we've seen, because Guz on the Ellie Shaman.
I just think you need evidence to accuse someone of cheating, especially when there's so much on the line.
I think it is actually our very
There's a good chance that Blizzard have actually looked into specifically Jamie too, by the way.
Here, so really wonder what the strategies are going to be. Of course, when you're playing against those Resto Druids,
my guess is that Blizzard have already investigated Jamie.
Swaps as possible, hit everybody.
Just so we're clear, because the last time everyone mass reported, Pokemon's he got banned.
Also to the Druid is really what's going to accelerate one team ahead of.
My guess is Jamie is more than mass reported at this point, and he's not being banned. That should say something.
They're going to have that in their back pocket, but right now, just the training.
Pokemon's got banned 4 separate times.
The healer, Jamie, though, is the one taking the brunt of that exchange. Still dropping quite low here. Looks
they aren't banned.
The crowd control just yet, but finally comes out, chops him up.
I thought they do get banned. They just make new accounts.
3 minions.
Do they not? I'm pretty sure they do get banned and then show up on new characters, new accounts. Am I not wrong?
In these early stages, and so far both Druids are pretty much tied.
On NA they get banned and come back because it's like $15 to start a new account.
The name of the game. Get
exactly.
Drinks, coffee,
that's the point. They get banned once a season. If that happens to Jamie one time, he can't compete for a year. You know that, right? If Jamie got banned a single time, he can't compete again. He's done. You get one chance.
But one way or another, you can already see the mana. Dex is bleeding blue as much as Jamie. Guz is on.
Those guys get banned once a season, at least, in ban waves.
Once again, and S coming up here are actually already ready for.
So we're looking at a mirror, by the way. Now, Dex is already drinking.
We can start looking at the defensives. What is up? What is coming up? What do you have to rotate here? Because Jamie waiting on that shift to be ready once again. Both Shamans have the burrow still available, and Guz immediately popping that shift in as Jamie throws in the primordial wave because he knows there's a
mass reporting. I mean,
coming his way.
Mass reporting usually potentially gets Blizzard to look into the actions of the character.
The dining section of IKEA.
Exactly.
Right now,
that's what I think, Drewbite.
A lot of meatballs flying.
That's how I see it.
Here. Dex looking for the Cyclone, not able to find it. I think it was a grounding totem that came out there in the nick of time. And Jamie just still not feeling himself.
Yeah, they use pattern detection
right now, just trying to get as much uptime as possible on the Shamans.
And they look at reaction times and stuff
as much damage as possible.
On actions consistently.
In the sense mirror, and I really expected either one of these teams to potentially try to go after the Druids more, but Lux is going in for the bash. There's a bit of a swap. Coffee wanted to take a sip there.
If he's consistently kicking beyond reaction time, like kicking 0.01, that kind of thing, or kicking at a very specific interval, like if he's always kicking at like 0.05,
I think Luxia is just
it'll show up.
Ahead.
Pattern detection will get that.
Gonna get hunted here. Gets the Iron Bark there by Luxia, and Jamie's gonna be able to recover.
It's looking really good.
So damage-wise, MVQ currently top down over Coffee by about 1 mil. Guz currently a little bit ahead as well. Mana-wise, it looks like very even. Cooldown-wise, MVQ is taking a lot more. No Nether, no Blur at the moment. Coffee's got the entire spell book. He's playing Fell Barrage. Fell Barrage is active right now. Jamie getting kind of blasted. No wall. Uses Burrow.
To haunt you as Trank and Burrow get overlapped. Precog Enthusiast within the span of 30 seconds here, Zico, they bleed defensives all over the place.
Yeah, they used
I
pretty much
don't know.
everything, but a nice cyclone there onto Guds.
It's
as
not
he gets the
decisive
darkness
yet.
There from Coffee.
MVQ's
And
got
Guz is
dark.
Still not out of the woods yet. Lightning Lasso coming out here from Jamie, but like you said, that was a massive push here.
Coffee
for Lava
is
Lava.
looking a
All of
bit
sudden,
more squishy right
Precog
now.
Enthusiasts have
Has only
basically
Nether.
used every
Has
single
no
button
trinket.
They have the Astral Shift to work with, and Jamie might have to use it right now. Actually, you know, Senna's going to proc. He's going to get some good counter pressure here. Luxia still out of crowd control as well, spamming out the heals here, but I don't know how long Jamie's going to actually be able to stay alive. He's in the darkness right now.
So mana-wise,
from MVQ, so,
you can see there's a
they're just
small
using that
lead.
darkness
Luxia's
to
got a small
allow kind
lead.
of Luxia to,
They're
just
slightly
catch up the
ahead
heals.
cooldown-wise.
Guz is dropping quite low, but does use
Oh, I
the
understand why
burrow
they're doing
there,
this as
so
well.
at least,
Coffee is
if
playing
Precog Enthusiasts
double
do
dispel
manage to
build,
force that one.
and I don't think MVQ is.
Yeah, nice.
So what
That's
you're going
on
to
the
see
100
is
Q
that
getting
Coffee's
cycled on
build
top
is a
of it.
little less efficient than
So a
MVQ's.
lot of the,
I'm pretty
Demon
sure. I'll
Hunters
look at it
just
after the game.
taken out.
But
Meanwhile,
it's a
they're
difference in
running
build.
down
He's
Jamie
playing
without very
Immolation or
Lava
a
Lava
reset,
so far.
I believe,
gotta
for
say,
Coffee
I'm
and to
pretty
spam
impressed
dispelling.
with their performance, and after
But
that
Jamie is
series
actually winning on
with,
damage.
against,
This is
Chibaku Tensei,
if this game
they
plays
really
out,
needed to
damage is
bounce back.
everything.
They need to refocus
MVQ
and
is winning
follow
hard
their
on
performance because they are
damage
still in the running for
because
that
of his
top
build, I
3
think.
spot for the mid-season clash, and with a kill on Gus, that would go down the drain. But for the
Jamie,
moment, Jamie
no wall,
is
no
the actual
burrow,
man
no
in
iron
danger.
buck,
With fire
lasso
he's
after the
trying to
NS.
bounce back a little bit.
I
The
think an
lightning
NS,
lasso
meaning he got
shutting down
topped by
Gus for
something.
just a second, and more
Guz
meatballs
down
to
low.
come.
Luxia was at a 20% mana lead.
Quite nicely, but
Ironbark
how
trades from
long
Dex.
can the enthusiasts hold
Guz
on
no
to
wall
this
for
lead they
10.
have at the moment?
So if they actually
Yeah, that
rotate
is the
here,
big
Guz,
question here. Luxia pushing
I
in
think
for
Jamie's
more
team is
crowd
behind
control.
now
He gets the
cooldown
second
wise.
onto Guz, but look at Jamie taking
No
more
wall,
and more
18.
damage. Dex almost out of mana. Luxia almost out
They're
of mana.
both
The
pulled
hunt
ahead
has
on
the
damage,
bike off.
though.
He's sitting through
Decisively.
right now. He is going to backflip back to Jamie. There's the hunt. Big damage connects here onto Jamie. He's dropping quite low, and that will be the instantaneous burrow there coming out.
He's got wall,
for
though.
Jamie. Guz still doesn't have his burrow back.
And this
just
is
yet, but that was a
wall
good,
from Guz.
exchange of
Dex needs a
cooldowns
drink
there.
bad. I mean, I
Good push
think
here,
if this
and
game
it's
times
really gonna
out,
come down to the wire here. I don't know
if the
which
game
one of these
times
teams is
out,
actually going to take this one, Liffy.
I believe
Oh, mana is running
Jamie's
low
team
to
is ahead.
Guz.
Wait, here's the
Not looking
wall.
good for
Surely
either
it's the wall.
side.
There's the
Really
wall.
gonna
Trades
come
out a little
down
bit
to
late.
defensives
It's
that
going to
are
rotate
left.
directly into
MVQ
Ironbark. So
waiting
when
on
wall's
another one for
gone,
another 20
this is the
second
last wall of the
shift.
game. So
Just
that's the
used
last
by
one we're going to
Guz.
see.
He is the prime target. He is in big danger, and Dex
So
has
Guz,
nothing to give
12
except for a
seconds.
little bit more mana, and that
That's
NS.
the
Now
last
he's
button
out
that Guz is going to
MVQ,
have.
sitting in another
Ironbark available
cycle.
for Luxia.
Guz
No
needs to
burrow for
fear
5
his
seconds for
life
Guz,
right
and
now.
that'll be the last
5
night press.
seconds on
No
that burrow.
Ironbark
If he
probably
can
at
stay
all.
alive that
I
long,
don't
he
think
is
we're getting
gonna
there.
be fine for just
There's the
another
burrow.
moment, and it comes off cooldown and immediately presses it.
Ironbark
Dex
from
has
Luxia.
that innervate,
Trades.
trinkets the stun instant.
Now,
no
there it is.
time wasted at all.
He
And
might
now
die
the
through.
pressure is onto Jamie's same situation, but he has
It's a
and there's
little
the
bit
damage coming,
greedy.
and Jamie goes down.
I'm going to be
And
honest. Luxia was a
Lava
little
taking
bit
the
greedy
blind
there.
pick.
He had
Lava
that back
Lava
for a while.
showing who is the stronger mirror team right here, and
So,
I mean that was a really,
let's talk
really
about this.
close game, especially if you look at the damage dealt. It was
Alright,
very
Lava
even,
Lava wins
across
that
both
one.
Teams. Mana was pretty even.
He
but
traded it way
really
too
does
late,
come
yeah.
down to
I actually
who
feel like
has what
I think
cooldown at the end of the
until
game. When the
this
healers,
point, they're just decisively, like, I feel like Precog enthusiasts are actually decisively ahead the entire time. They're doing more damage. They have cleaner defensives at the end of the game. But for whatever reason, Luxia is just sitting on this. So I thought it would just literally be, I think the way this should have played out is it should have just been Astral Shift fades, and then immediately trade Ironbark. But for some reason, we didn't trade Ironbark until he's 30%. He's not CC'd this entire time. He's just healing, healing.
Right now, 5 seconds on that burrow. If he can stay alive that long, he is gonna be fine for just another moment. And it comes off
he's trying to
cooldown and
drink.
immediately presses it.
He's just so behind on globals. He has 4 seconds on tree. Look at this. He has 4 seconds on tree. I don't think he got a little bit of mana. And they both had Vate, man. This is actually a bit rough. I feel like they were so ahead. Just in terms of like they're a mile ahead. They're actually, it looks like it's close, but it really shouldn't be, because they can just Zerg cool. He can come out, he can Vate, he can tree in 5 seconds, and he can spat and he can just Ironbark, and it's guaranteed. He will live until tree is over at this point. But Dex doesn't have that luxury. First of all, he doesn't have tree for 37 seconds. He has Vate right now, and then he's gone, and he doesn't have Ironbark for 18. They could just push through. I think if Luxia just shoves everything, I mean, he can't see what Dex has here, but we can, and it shows, an early trade in Ironbark probably wins the game, I think. But if you guys want to know about why the game's playing this way,
to greed them as much as possible.
They're
So much
playing
of this
different
game,
builds. I'll show you.
does really come down to how you use those cooldowns, when you use them, when you save
So I'm
them,
pretty sure
and, of
Coffee
course,
is
you
playing.
never
If I go to
end
his
up
tree,
overlapping, like,
Coffee
a
is
lot of big
playing
cooldowns like
no
we saw.
collective
I think
anguish
what you're
because
talking
he's
about
not
is the
playing
moment
these
where, like,
talents
Luxia
here.
had to trade out his
He's
Strength
not playing
Ability,
Cycle of
and
Hatred.
Jamie
He's
had to
not
trade
playing
out
Shattered
his
Destiny.
spellbook as
He's
well,
playing a Fire
like in
Inside,
one push.
and his PvP talent is
Situations
Cleansed by
like
Flame.
that,
So he's
if that
spam Dispelling
happens,
Flame Shocks.
It is so bad because even if you get those
Whereas
cooldowns
MVQ
back,
is playing the classic. He's
you
playing
then
Cleansed.
burn through so much
He's not even playing
mana
Cleansed by
and they're
Flame.
desynced, yeah.
Well, Jamie did a lot more
And from
damage.
here on out, I think this series is gonna just get more exciting because
Jamie is
we lock
gapping
in
him on
and we're in
damage
domain
then.
right away. Both teams are
Because
running the
if you look
same
at
comp. This is
dispels,
just gonna be the
MVQ is
might
playing
win
Big and
kind of
Cap
situation
instead.
for both teams
They're
here,
playing a
right?
totally different strat. MVQ is playing the normal
And both
build.
teams are
No
sticking
dispel.
with this mirror. So I kind of like
He's
that.
playing he's
both of them are just
playing
like, you know what, we
Shattered
have other
Destiny,
options, you have
Cycle of
other
Hatred,
options.
no
Let's
Fire
just
and
send
Sight
a
dispel.
mirror and see who is actually the better team.
So
Right now,
very
Lava
different.
Lava looking like that team. Up
Did I do a prediction for that game?
1-0 already up against the Precog Enthusiasts.
You guys got
match number 2 here going
a
to be
minute for this
Imperial
prediction, okay?
Domain, and I don't think maps
This
are
game
gonna
won't
matter
end in
too
time.
much. It might benefit a certain playstyle a little bit more.
You can
but,
use enemy
you know,
cooldown trackers,
this
but
is
you
a
don't see this.
dead-on
The
mirror,
the
so,
AWC UI is
we'll
actually
see
very
who can
clean
actually
for a lot
fight
of the
with
stuff.
advantages. Again, we're going to see those LA Shamans.
It shows very, very cleanly
tested here by
people's
the Demon
cooldowns.
Hunters.
Look at Coffee's cooldowns. He is running the.
Also,
big
we're not
sigil
part of, like, when
and
we're looking at this as
Felber Rush. That's a
viewers,
very
you know, me
different
as
setup
a
here
streamer,
compared to
I get to
MVQ.
see everything. You know, I can we're relaxed. We're
Usually see the
chilling.
cover, actually,
I'm
selected
not under
Coffee,
the
but
stress of the game. You know,
That's interesting. We'll see if
it's
like,
very
Coffee-
different when you're
if
actually
he
playing
has
it in the
more
moment.
damage done as a result of that, or if they can get like some big bursts because of it. That's definitely something that we need to pay attention to. But for now, good.
Yeah, they're playing it. I mean,
Trying to
the
get aggressive
commentators
here.
don't
MVQ
necessarily.
quite low. Guys doing a good job here, just spamming out the purges, spamming out the damage.
But yeah,
MVQ
the
will
difference in
recover.
builds is to fuck over
And,
the alley
so
shaman. So
far, I don't
Jamie is
think
getting
either
having to deal
team
with
is
only
really
having
ahead.
one
Jamie
flame
has
shock
used his
target
trinket at full
basically,
shift, so,
and
so
Dex
it's
can
Gus,
spam
so
dispel.
yeah,
It's actually pretty
even.
brutal, and it's really impressive that he's actually putting out the same damage as Guz, despite MVQ dispelling, or sorry, not MVQ, Coffee dispelling
And for the moment,
continually.
I think it's the very same as on Nagrand. We'll keep an eye on the healers. You can see the Earthquake down to disrupt Luxia.
The Fell Barrage is a free. It's a free point considering what he's playing. He's playing the old build. Coffee's playing the old build. And MVQ is playing the new one.
And in terms of cooldown rotations, well, that's the part we need to watch
Coffee
out
doing
for,
top down there right now, which is kind of impressive too. Sturge, yeah, apparently got one for accusing.
The big question really for me, how impactful are the changes to the challenge?
No, they do.
From Coffee is that
The nuances of this matchup, I know because I play both DH and Ellie, right? A little bit. If you don't play DH and Ellie, you're not going to understand that necessarily, or understand how the talents have evolved over time. That's just like a specific thing that I happen to have a bit of knowledge on. Not a whole bunch, but a little bit.
With the primordial wave. Now eyeing up gas. And he is taking a boatload of meatballs, just robbing that IKEA blind here for the moment. And Dex having a really hard time to stabilize this whole situation.
The
but look at
IKEA
Jamie,
blind.
though. Jamie's got nothing left here. He's got the burrow. Might have to use it here. Dropping quite low. Looks at spamming out the regrowths here. Looks at with the Iron Bark as well. And this is one of those situations, right? You're low. You have a defensive cooldown, but you don't overlap it. Luxia comes in with the Iron Bark, and he says, you're fine. And we can see the Fell Barrage there actually doing a decent amount of damage to Jamie. I actually do wonder how much that Fell Barrage is going to end up doing. Because so
At this
far,
stage, you
Coffee
probably
is
won't see me and
ahead
AWC
on damage,
individually,
not by like
unfortunately.
a lot, but, you know, he is a million-ish ahead there compared to MVQ.
Yeah, but
almost
that's
two,
like
actually.
all
So,
very nuanced, right?
it might be the
Out of
Fell Barrage
basic,
making a big difference
you
there.
have to
Guz right
play
now
a warrior.
taking
You have to
quite
like
a
have
beating there
played.
in the back line. MVQ though sitting through that.
I don't understand a ton of stuff about like mages, for example, right? That Zico understands. I know the stuff about the classes that I play, and I play like 9 classes.
Demon Hunters, nice cyclone there onto Guz by Luxia, so gonna be just pausing the damage there a little bit, and that was only
Jamie
the
kind of
Iron
blasted
Bark of
a.
Dex, so
damage-wise,
we know that Guz is
honestly,
not
this
gonna
game,
be really
Coffee
good target.
actually just pulling ahead
Cyclone
straight
there,
up. I would have thought that MVQ would pull ahead, and he might have been screwed in his I-beams a little more. There's the Earthquake, immediately trades it out. 5 seconds on his back. Mana-wise, Dex is sitting down right now, which is really bad. That is. Oh, you got nothing though. You got nothing. MVQ and Jamie both lower damage, but both actually. Is it decisive in terms of mana? It is. It is decisive in terms of cooldowns too, I think. Guz has got wall actually. If they get Guz's wall in the next 30 seconds, they're equal on CDs, I believe.
The meatballs, they're flying in. Guz is the big target. He's just chilling on the shift. It does not want to trade it
Man,
here for the
Coffee
moment,
is
as
miles
things
ahead
seem to be
damage-wise.
fine for Lava Lava.
Here's the wall, though.
Going
Okay,
deeper
so
into
now
dampening, we're hitting
it's
the 4
very
minutes
even
almost as
on
Guz
mana
gets
now.
in-capped
It's very
on
even on
sub half
cooldowns.
HP with the shift up, and Jamie under
It's
fire.
not.
Trinkets and
It's not
Zico,
even.
He is not looking
It's
good
not
right now.
even.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Jamie,
Jamie
right now.
has
Looks
nothing
sitting
for a long
kick.
time. There's the
Darkness
NS
does get dropped there
trades.
by MVQ in the nick of
We
time.
got Tree coming up a little bit earlier on Luxia, but there's nothing here.
Druid swaps now. Luxia sitting in bear form. They're gonna fell.
Okay.
After MVQ here on the other
So
side.
we're vulnerable
and,
for 40
it
seconds
looks
on the
like
side of
MVQ
Precog
is
Enthusiasts. They
gonna
have
get
40
cycloned
seconds
below
of
here, so
nothing.
Luxia has a lot of work ahead of him. Look at the
Tree
pressure
is
on
up,
Jamie.
though.
Look at the pressure on the MVQ. How is he going to prioritize his healing here? Guz
So
in a
Tree
bash. Guz gonna trinket out.
will
Gets the
not
Iron Bark here
quite
as
get
well,
them
so Guz
through.
is gonna be able to continue
Tree
to
is huge
fire
healing.
out those
Tree will not
meatballs
quite get them
like
through
a
until
Michelin
his
star chef right now, but he is taking
his
quite a few meatballs
Astral
as
Shift
well
comes
here
up.
from Jamie Oliver here.
The
And,
biggest
Jamie
thing-
is going to be able to recover and just continue
kinda funny.
trucking on here.
Jamie Oliver, he's actually, I think he's actually British too.
Wait. You bring up good meatballs and Jamie Oliver in the same sentence? Is that allowed?
That's actually kind of an insane
Jamie
reference.
taking
That is
more
very
of
high
a
level.
beating
It's actually
here.
more high
both
level in the
Shamans
game.
actually dying
reference.
right then and there where they are standing. Big heals coming through from both Druids. Luxia popping in the tree. Has an S coming up. Dex has that one ready as well.
Bubba
Once
Bug in
again,
a 6
great
month resub.
chances
That's
by
like my
MVQ.
12th sub today.
For the moment, you can see Guz really kiting away, forcing Luxia out of
Yeah,
position.
MVQ's not playing it though, for whatever reason. The first game it looked good. This game, there's the Netherwork trade. Mana-wise, they're very even. Cooldown-wise, that is probably the last we're going to see of that. We have a Burrow.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
have
Things are
an Iron Back
not
that's
looking
active
too
right
good
now. That is
for
probably the
Precog
last Iron Back we're going to see this
Mana's not
game.
looking too hot on
We're
either
not gonna
side,
see a
though.
tree.
Guz still taking a lot of damage here.
Guz,
Double
okay,
laps are
they're
coming
even
out
on
right
cooldowns.
now.
Coffee's got the
Jamie
darkness.
and Guz just kind of
I
mirroring
think is
each
the
other's
main
moves.
difference. We have a
MVQ still quite
darkness
low,
to
though.
trade.
Dex caught up
We do not
in
have a
AK
darkness trade
Nova.
MVQ.
They need to be careful on the side of
We don't have
Lava.
another
Luxia pre-barks that CC chain. Luxia, though, completely
It's basically
tapped.
both
Dex
teams
still
being
has just a
but
little
we've
bit
got
of
an
mana
Iron Back
to
and a
work with,
darkness.
that might just
So
be
they're
the
ahead
damage
decisively,
differential here
I think.
coming in from Coffee and Guz.
They
But
need to get a
Guz,
little bit lucky.
Ramsey,
Big dam
needs to
on
be careful.
Guz
The
here,
meatballs are
potentially.
flying in, but he's also dishing them out here.
MVQ,
onto
nothing.
MVQ. Where is Jamie
Flies
Oliver? He's
away.
trying to sprinkle
Both
some as well from above, but not able to
Luxia
find it
doesn't
just
have any
yet.
mana
MVQ
whatsoever,
still down
man.
to 50% HP. Jamie down to 50% HP.
I
Jamie
think
is going to use the burrow
they
there to
just
stay alive,
have to
but he cancels
dock
it
and
early.
it's
The swap with
guaranteed.
MVQ gets
I
stunned.
think on the side of
looking
Coffee.
for it. He's looking to turn him into a sandwich here, but not able to find it just yet.
Oh.
Guz dangerously low.
In
but the
capped at
darkness,
1
I think that's
HP,
his
there
darkness
probably
actually.
is
He
gonna
gets
be a
imprisoned on the darkness.
burrow,
Guz will hold on.
right?
And having that darkness this late into the game is absolutely massive.
We're
but
gonna
still
have a
not out of
burrow
the
here.
woods
There's
yet.
the burrow
Guz
trade.
dropping
We have
quite low
nothing on
here,
Dex's
and there
side,
is the burrow. He's
but-
going for the burrow kill, and he's gonna find it.
What?
Lava.
Did he
coming
actually kill
in
on
with
burrow?
the hot 2-0 right now.
That one,
up against
that one looks
enthusiasts
much more
in this
decisive.
mirror match.
I do think MVQ's team
Second
qualifies
burrow
regardless.
kill of the season
This is Lippy
already. Lava putting the
commentating today.
enthusiasts into Hell's Kitchen right here. This is an insane matchup.
You were sitting on that one, dude.
I was just waiting for you to hand it off.
Okay, we got. Okay. We
Some
got
high level commentary to that.
We both getting fired right now.
Instead of Van, is Van okay?
Let's see here, but
Put the burner one level lower.
I don't know what Van's situation is. I imagine you took today off, right?
This is really good pressure though.
But
here
I
from
don't know
Precog enthusiasts.
necessarily.
This is what we were
I
talking
imagine
about
he's fine.
earlier, right? If you are ahead in the match, you force out that darkness a little bit earlier. Then when things get this unstable, look, she has no mana, and you really need one of those big defensives to be able to come and save the day. This is where things is just different, right? Guz still has his wait, look at his kill. Boop! Coming out there with the little burrow kill. Burrow actually hits really hard.
Yeah, it does.
So this is a second burrow kill that we've seen. We saw Absturge actually kill someone with it as well last weekend, but burrow does hit really hard, and the fact that Guz had those defensives at this point in the game, yeah, Lava definitely happy about that.
Yeah, and generally, it's just a really good game by both teams once again, right? We talked a little bit about the overlapping of CDs in Game 1, but I didn't see any of that here in Game 2. I think both teams played this
Van wasn't earlier.
basically as clean as you could, but overall...
Well, we're seeing, so both teams are playing different builds, Jubite. So basically, Coffee's build is just, so the way that LA Shaman works is LA Shaman puts Flame Shock up and then it Lava Bursts, and it has a chance on those on Flame Shock targets. You hit like everyone with Ascendance, and you also with Prime Wave it also hits everyone, and also it hits everyone 3 times extra. It's basically a big deal to have Flame Shocks in everyone. Now Coffee is dispelling himself probably once every 10 seconds, which is really annoying for the early Shaman to deal with. So Coffee's chain dispelling himself. And then what Dex does is Dex is spam dispelling Guz. You guys can't. Oh, you can. Okay, this actually works. So Guz is getting chain dispelled by Dex, and Coffee is dispelling himself. So Jamie can't really keep up flame shocks on more than one target, really. He's going to spam flame shock Guz over and over again, but he's going to struggle to get triple flame shocks out. Now, MVQ is playing a build that doesn't dispel at all. He has no dispels. He's playing the kind of like the higher damage build, I guess. But I guess Coffee's also dispelling roots, which is kind of a big deal. My guess is they're going to play, like MVQ's just going to play Cleanse by Flame and conform to that meta, I think, now. He didn't in the first game. MVQ did a lot more damage. In the second game, probably just coincidentally, Coffee probably dispelled more roots and stuff, and got himself with more uptime. But yeah, basically they're playing totally different builds. The Ellies are playing the same build, but Luxia's dispels are far less effective because he can't dispel MVQ, which makes MVQ a kill target. And Jamie, he'll dispel Jamie a decent amount, but yeah. Just having that rot pressure on MVQ is a big deal. So I think what we'll probably see this game is we'll just see MVQ play some form of that build and see what he can do. That's what I think, at least.
Like someone like Luxia, and MVQ has been around for a few months and years as well. So overall,
yeah, let me
it's a nerf
lava
of a
2-0.
matchup, and especially if you're kind of pushed onto your mains and backs to the wall on match point.
We'll see. I mean, it's very, very difficult, by the way.
That's not an easy spot to be.
It's very difficult to come back from it.
And that's the thing.
And
right?
also,
I don't know actually on the standings. How
I think
things
after
have
the
been
first
going
game, it
so
looked
far,
like MVQ had an edge
for
with that build. It may have been an accident to play it, but yeah.
But
they're looking pretty decent. I mean, I think they're basically confirmed for the gauntlet at this point. It's more about the seeding now.
Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, precog enthusiasts are looking good. So for them, obviously, the higher seeding you get, the less games you have to play in the gauntlet. So if you're just tuning in or you don't know what's going on, basically, top 3 will qualify to the mid-season clash, which is our big tournament. Then rank 4 to 8, they will all play in a gauntlet, and whoever wins that gauntlet, that's the team that will be the 4th team.
We'll see this game if he changes, but yeah, there's a big. If you look at the
seeding works,
the broadcast companion, there's a very big difference between the 2DH builds.
You face 7th. Whoever wins that faces the 6th place. Whoever wins that
PvP
faces the
talent,
5th place, and so
Big
on.
and Cap versus Cleanse by Flame, and Talent Tree. He's playing Elysian Decree instead of Anguish, and he's not playing these middle talents here.
You have to go through the entire.
It's quite a bit worse, the build, I think. I would say
definitely
this Felt Barrage point should probably go.
Try to win as much as possible, get as many points as possible, and hopefully you can
maybe
just
Furious
win maybe
Gaze.
1 or 2 games
Honestly, I feel like Felt Barrage is pretty shit now.
But
yeah,
it's a long way right now for precog enthusiasts because, well, they're down 0-2 right now.
Cleanse by Flame is out well for Sally. The problem is, like, if you look at MVQ's build,
and, well, in the hot sands of Uldum, that's where we'll leave one of
he'll probably change, but like not playing a fire inside, and I think it's 3 points. It's 3 points to get a fire inside, so you have to like do this basically.
Quite honestly,
at least
just looking at the numbers, there was so
you have like 1 extra point to fuck around with. Oh, it actually resets with the Wildhead thing.
In terms of talents,
but yeah, it's
look at it. We got adaptations coming in from MVQ. There is the big sigil.
I think you play Growing
Inferno
as well. So it's yeah.
You're just gonna opt for a little bit more.
Oh, they're playing same build.
Here, and we'll see,
they're playing same build, but MVQ's playing the build I was talking about. He's playing IPM Haste. Eligible thing the 31-3 sub, buddy. Yeah, we can see it. He's playing Elysian Decree as well.
Down Echo to the lower bracket.
They're playing the same. They're playing identical builds, or at least similar builds now.
If it actually stays in here, I do want to see maybe precog enthusiasts go after Dex more, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Big Chaos Nova here onto Dex.
So we're going to see this game a fair fight between Guz and Jamie. They're not going to. They're going to be playing the exact same game. Both teams are going to have standard spells. Both DHs will be very, very hard to kill. And what you're going to see probably happen. Both have to go Druid a little bit more potentially.
Really quickly on that lasso by Jamie. Good reactions, and of course they're going to continue the pressure. Overall, you can already tell that MVQ is starting to pump a good chunk more damage.
Yeah,
It's more
that's
about
interesting.
the immolation aura than anything else with the build he is running now, I think, and that's just gonna help you trying to keep the damage up while you're running after people instead of just throwing glaives at everyone, right? But then again, I'm not the biggest Demon Hunter expert.
They play a
over
bit similar,
here, and I'll leave
but
that to the experts.
less I-beam
But
uptime
all in
basically
all, it's
is what we're
Iron
gonna
Dart
see,
from
or
Lucia
less
against
mid
Incap.
uptime.
That's sitting there in bear form. Dex is fine for the moment. All in all, cooldowns.
So right
traded on
now,
both sides,
Jamie
and
is
once again,
getting
Zico, we're just waiting
left
for
behind a
dampening.
teeny
That
bit at the
looks-
start, but that can be down to procs for
We
sure.
are waiting for a little bit of dampening, but we're also waiting to be in the best position possible when dampening hits, because that's what happened last time, right? If you get into dampening,
You can see
and
that
it starts
MVQ is
stacking up,
literally sitting at
you know,
100% health
you
though.
have, like,
Look
those
at
long,
MVQ's
really
HP.
safe cooldowns
He's just
that can
very hard to
stop
actually
damage.
keep
That's
uptime
when
on.
You're gonna find yourself in a difficult situation. So we'll see here if Guz can get enough damage rolling here and try to force some of those cooldowns like they could in that previous matchup. And right now, Luxia getting tested here. Not even using his Bark Skin, actually. Luxia on that Resto Druid. Absolute menace here on the Resto Druid. Does manage to get the gouge into the bash. Oh, sorry, the bash into the Cyclone. Gouge. I don't know where I got that from. I don't think you can gouge Luxia, at least from what I've heard.
Can't
Jamie-
blame you with all those rogues, man. It's a definitely.
Guz is actually struggling a teeny bit. We're actually kind of low on cooldowns. We've got Burrow, we've got Dark as big trades, and we've got Bart coming up now. So they're looking fine. And then on the side of Jamie, we've got Burrow, Bark, Dark. Same, they're mirrored right now. There's the Burrow from Guz. So now, for about 25 seconds, we're a bit weak.
So big cooldowns thrown out here from Lava, and it seems like slowly.
For right now, we've got just Ironbark to rely on and Darkness. Probably Ironbark trades next if I had to guess, because it's an efficiency cooldown too. He procs a tree on Dex.
Yeah, it definitely. Luxia's mana looking pretty good so far, but it has in the other games too. I'm really curious.
Damage-wise, Guz. Wow. Wait, what? Guz is pulled to top dam in this game,
probably the most important cooldown right now.
which is interesting
in terms of
over
defense
both the
here. So
ages.
whoever can get that cooldown used
Could be proc
first
RNG
is gonna
though.
be in a great
Still,
spot. And a great way to
potentially.
force it
Every
is to
proc is like a
get
mill
on top of
dam.
those druids, because a lot of those demon hunters, they want to use it to try to save their druid. So that could definitely be big moving forward. But MVQ right now taking quite the beating here, but MVQ is going to be completely fine. Going over back onto Guz here. Chaos Nova connects. Here's the damage. Jamie is there as well, getting a little bit of pressure there. And Jamie as well taking a little bit of a beating here from Coffee. And Luxia caught up in the Chaos Nova. They're going after Jamie here. Do they have any more crowd control for Luxia? Luxia actually forced to trade out his trinket there. Good chain. And this is when the game starts to really become unstable here for both teams. So forcing out the cooldowns right now is ideal for either one of these teams.
Yeah. Oh, MVQ go dropping. No, he doesn't have the level walk anymore. The time is going down. He's actually getting one shot. What the hell just happened? Oh my God! Lava popping off.
We saw this mirror play out last week too, and it was a 3-0 last time too.
Enthusiast. I blinked for a split second.
I mean, Guz just did more dam. Coffee just did more dam. Luxia had to do more healing. Although actually no, Jamie also just did more healing as well. Than like by a lot. Jamie did a lot of healing as well. What do we have on the side of MVQ? Kind of just nothing. It doesn't necessarily accurate, but we had a mana lead as well. They probably feel like the game that game went a lot worse than from a damage standpoint though, which is surprising.
Luxia in a second, and they go after Jamie. So here's the CC chain. They get the Chaos Nova, you get the imprisonment. Luxia trinkets to save Jamie.
What I would love to see in this game.
So at this point, MVQ has no trinket, no Nether Walk, and Luxia doesn't have a trinket either. So they get good pressure here onto MVQ, and then they just I-beam, and he dispels a flame shock. He drops the darkness. Ooh, that is extremely tough luck with the darkness. that's got to be one.
I
of the
would love
worst
to see.
darkness RNGs I've ever seen.
Not
So if
really.
you don't know
but
what darkness does. Darkness gives you a chance that if you get hit by an ability, it does no damage while you're standing in it. I think it's like 80% chance that if I shoot, for example, a frostbolt, it will just do no damage. And just
I
get
wonder if
absorbed
there's
by
a
the
strategy
darkness, and it has a
difference here.
chance to also do full damage. So it's a bit of RNG. there, but
I'm curious
MVQ
if
got that darkness pretty
Coffee is more comfortable playing with 2 charges of ammo aura, and I wonder if Coffee is always keeping one charge.
I'm very curious to see the death.
Like, I wonder if that's. I mean, they're really close on them, but I actually wonder if Coffee is keeping one charge of Immora at all times and never using two. Like, you're kind of incentivized to stack them, but I'd be really curious to see if Coffee is sitting on one, so he can dispel himself out of root if he wants to, or just like kind of fuck over his dispels more. Like, they kind of try and like you want to try and use both your dispel and your Immora at the same time to create like to gap his damage more. I wouldn't be surprised if they're just a little bit more in sync. You could see it if you had a dispel meter. You could see if Coffee is catching more dispels or not.
To make him more like Coffee's, right? With the big sigil.
Maybe they'll show it.
We can see the death log here. Look at wait, there's no darkness absorbs. Wait, he actually darked at like 20%. Maybe it just shows the damage taken. Maybe it doesn't show like if something.
No, you can see darkness absorb. Right here.
That's his,
Death sweep from Coffee for 0. He absorbed 154,000.
Yeah, there it shows. Death sweep from Coffee hits 0. So he absorbed 1 death sweep.
For 154,000.
Apparently, the darkness did about 400k healing and a bit in those final moments, and based on just the damage that came in, right? That's more than enough to still kill your Demon Hunter if he's sitting below half HP. And as you mentioned earlier, right? I think really it comes down to this trinket from Luxia.
Yeah, he was very dead.
No heals available, and you can tell. There's one.
It's an essence break at 20%, and he absorbs the whole thing.
And there's nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I think they purge his hots as well. It was just a really good swap from Lava Lava, and honestly, the darkness did do some healing. I mean, when you zoom in like this, you can see it. It did around almost 400,000 healing. So, yeah, okay, maybe not the worst.
It looks like if you roll on darkness, it absorbs the whole thing. The chance of absorbing the full every single hit of death is pretty low with that. So I have no idea, Ty, but they did a ban wave on Classic last night, so potentially SOD ban wave.
I mean, we did see them lose their series earlier today, but now I feel like they just had a really convincing performance against Precog Enthusiast here. Lithy, do you feel like now more convinced that Lava Lava could go even further and go back to the grand finals again on Sunday?
There's definitely a potential. So the big thing for me with the remaining teams we have is one, of course, Shibaku Tensei looking absolutely insane this weekend already. I did not expect them to beat Lava Lava this convincingly. And the other question, of course, we didn't really see anything out of Echo earlier just now. This series against Black, it was a little bit of a blowout, so to say. So I have no idea how strong Echo is actually this weekend, but last weekend they looked good, but not good enough to beat Lava Lava. So for me currently, it's Chibaku Tensei on top, Lava Lava in second, and Echo probably taking third, but I am more than ready to be surprised on Sunday.
Yeah, I keep saying, and I keep repeating myself, but like EU has just been so fun to watch. There's so many like new teams, new rosters, players that are just coming to the AWC, and it's really exciting to see everything unfold. So Lava Lava, they're going to be
so the last series of the day
we'll see them again
is
on
now,
Championship Sunday,
and it's Black with no healer
series,
again.
And
so
we are going to head to yet another map here. We're going to do another map guesser before we do head to a break and move into
by the way,
the next
if you want one of these map things, arena move maps, you want to look at where players go at the start and think about how players behave in each map. Look at where the first couple players go. You'll see people go to the pillars at the start of the game.
Powered this segment, so thank you so much to them. This one is either Tiger's Peak, Maldraxxus, the Grand Arena, or
I would say immediately Tiger's Peak looks most likely.
You're just gonna hard commit instantly.
It's Tiger's Peak. Oh wait, or Ruins.
Send it, and I'm sending it as well.
I'm sending
Ruins. That's the tomb right there.
I'm sending. Is it? I think it actually is Tiger's Peak.
It's Ruins.
I'm sending
Players go to people go to the left around the tomb at the start. So same thing. You go in and you hit the tomb. You go to the side of it. Go around. Both players kind of go around the tomb to get to each other.
I feel like
it looks like tomb. It looks like it's probably.
I'll throw out in a grand.
It's for sure Tiger's Peak.
Oh, it's kind of big for an a grand.
I mean, why is everyone dodging that middle thing? Unless they're playing on one team's side on Tigers. Actually, hang on.
The big hole, you know.
Why couldn't it be in a grand?
That could be one team's pillar, and it's like a cleave.
Differently. Yeah, there should be 4 pillars.
You'd expect
maybe they haven't
the
ran around
tomb to be here.
I think it's Tigers.
Tigers fits as well.
I have officially casted my vote as Maldraxxus, but
Okay.
it's Tigers Peak.
Oh, I thought you said. Oh.
They're playing. It's like a cleave.
Yeah.
If you saw classes, you would know. It's like people chasing one team and one team pinned on a pillar the whole time.
We've had so much fun with these last weekend already.
One of the two.
These are awesome.
I enjoy it.
One team just rushes the other.
All right. Well, if you got it right, let us know in chat. And
No way it's the WizKid thing. He'd be banned. If it was the WizKid thing, he'd be banned. But WizKid didn't cheat.
If you'd like to take a deep
And I'm not
dive
entirely
into
sure
more,
if I buy
you
into
can
the
head
Jamie
over to
thing,
the
but
Warcraft
like
website,
once
and
people
take a
feel
look at
empowered because
all the
one
features
pro
and
calls out, then everyone kind of piles on. And I'm not
Warcraft logs. So thank you so much.
I'm
We
not
will
completely
be
sure on that one.
going to a break. We will be right back with yet another elimination series. Up next is Black versus Pirate Pete's.
Personally, not that I'm telling other people how to behave. That's just how I personally feel about it. He is banned in WoW, but probably only for 2 weeks. So the way it works is this: if you get banned in WoW for more than 3 days, you're actually just auto banned from AWC for a year. You're gone. Final fitting. I just saw that, Manda. Fitting final resting place as it is an Etch-a-Sketch. The poetry was actually ruins. Yeah, people immediately just accuse now. This is like a. There are 2 times in the game's history that this has happened. It happened a shitload in MoP, going like MoP into WoD. People like bots, actually fairly common at that time. People like Blizzard weren't actioning at all. And it happened a ton. And then there was a period of time where everyone was getting accused of cheating. And then it happened again now, I suppose, because it became like popular and with Shuffle, I guess a lot of people show up and do this. But to be honest, there's like a good amount of cope there too, right? Because a lot of the players that have come out of Shuffle are just kind of insane, and that's what we kind of expected. There's a lot of gatekeeping that goes on in the WoW community, right? Yeah, WoD and what was in WoD, they did that in April. The first April of WoD was when they did the first big ban wave, and they kind of like got rid of them a lot. And interestingly, a lot of players got 6-month bans, made new accounts, and decided to continue to do it. But yeah. So this will be triple DPS again. I'll put predictions up if you guys want to have fun with it. It's possible that we see a big upset. Yeah. People actually have like there are teams in AWC Chrome that are from Shuffle. Fucking what's it called? They met from Shuffle. Fucking Hoolybang are literally a Shuffle team. I'm pretty sure, like on some level. Some of the low level players like that, but yeah, like literally it's a Shuffle team. The team that fucking won is from Shuffle. Another team from Shuffle is Swapsy's team. Swapsy met their healer in Shuffle. Next is from Shuffle. It's gonna become more and more popular as the game as everything progresses. Next is not from Shuffle. I'm pretty sure Swapsy said they were playing Shuffle and he found him from Shuffle. Are you sure? I'm not saying he's from Shuffle, but I'm pretty sure it's where Swapsy, like where he got on Swapsy's radar. At least from talking to Swapsy about it. He was like an insane Shuffle druid. I'm not saying he's only from Shuffle, but I think it's where it became a thing. I only know what I got told by specifically Swapsy. Maybe that's just where Swapsy like found him. Maybe Swapsy hadn't played with him in Shadowlands, and he played with him in Shuffle and decided to go with it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on the very last series of the day here for Friday's games before we head into tomorrow in North America. It's going to be another.
I probably have the
elimination
Discord
round,
message still from Swapsy,
and,
where I was talking about it.
This one's going to be similar to maybe the one that we saw earlier. It's Black versus Pirate Pete's. Unfortunately, they still are missing their healers, so who knows what comps they're going to play then.
Let me do predictions. Finish.
Against their series against Echo,
but yeah, anyway, gatekeeping in the WoW community is pretty fucking massive.
Yeah, turns out healers are pretty good, so I don't know if one of them can all
Predictions
hit,
are up. You have 1 minute to pick this one.
Definitely an important role to have. So unfortunate for Black, but they could run some different 3 DPS compositions. We saw them run double rogue mage. Not really finding the most success. I feel like triple DPS.
Well, I mean, I expect it more to be like this. This is how I expect it to go. A team has 2 established players, right? And they need to get one thing. Like, let's say it's a healer and DPS or 2 DPS or whatever, and they just look at shuffle and they try and find the person that they think is best from that class, and they start playing with them from there. Obviously, it moves beyond that very quickly, but it's just it's like a good way of like being like, okay, who's an insane DH, and you see all the different DHs and you go from there type thing.
Boomkin, Destro, Subrogue versus Demo, Outlaw, Holy Priest. One of the hardest classes for triple DPS, I would imagine, to take down in the opener. They're just
yes.
At Gelu, and Clyde is immediately into
this is brutal because it actually condemns Swapsy's team, I believe, to either getting KO'd or tie breaking.
Here as his bark skin fades, he ducks into bear form. He's gonna wrap around the pillar with that Heart of the Wild. They're just trying to survive the opener here with no healer. Obviously, it's gonna be.
You might see a surprise still, but it's pretty difficult. This is like a really durable team, especially with the healers starting with.
Shoxy intervenes with a cheap shot of his own, but Nixie just trinkets out to close.
Why are they trying? I mean, they don't have healers set up, and the ban happened. Oh my god! So just so we're clear, they got banned. The ban wave happened last night in the middle of the night. Apparently, like it was super late.
I want to say there is a chance. I don't think there is.
Even like 1 in a million is still a chance, right?
It was after I stopped streaming last night that the ban wave happened.
Would you marry me? And then
it was Burley. Was the healer?
It's like, no, I don't think.
You're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance. I don't think there is. Don't.
Pirate Pete's going with Thunder. It looks like they probably. Yeah, they should. Realistically,
that comp has lasted them.
You guys got 2 minutes this time.
Say anything in terms of them making ground.
I'm gonna play a healer. Surprising? I don't. I mean, they again. You're also playing against like ridiculously good teams. I think in this case, they have to finish out the day, or they get DQ'd. I'm fairly certain, and that probably means they don't go to the gauntlet. But just so we're clear, I feel like if you show up to the gauntlet, I'm pretty sure you get like it's probably like $1,000 each or something. Just for being part of it.
I think for Black, this is going to be incredibly difficult.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 800 or something each. It's. I'm pretty sure everyone who competes in the gauntlet gets paid.
Like having that Holy Priest, just the fact that you can't even be crowd controlled at the beginning of the game, you can just go into that Spirit of the Redeemer and just bomb out heals. Like it's going to be pretty difficult to pull off a win.
I don't know anything about the Outlaw scripters. I'm pretty sure it's an SOD ban, like a classic gold ban.
Yeah, right. Could something have gone different for Shoxy at the end that he would have actually been able to finish this? He cheap shots the trinket and then he duels, and he's coiled in the duel. And why could Shoxy not kill him? A battle master. He battle mastered. Yeah, he actually would have died there, I think, or at least cheat death would have procced, but the battle master saved him at the last second. So I mean, that's definitely the closest game. I feel like that was like the most serious game they've played so far. So maybe if they bring something else in here, I mean, if you were gonna run a triple DPS comp, I would think that it would have to have some sort of hybrid that has like significant healing. I don't know if Boomkin is like
triple Og
best. Triple Og.
That was actually a real comp at one point, I swear.
A triple Og?
Yeah,
not
the
double?
3 augmentation evokers. Yeah, not double. Triple augmentation was a comp last season when augmentation was first kind of implemented. There was a team that
it could one-shot people.
Really high ratings in North America at least, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
I mean, I don't think
it was enough people. It was enough people one shot.
Your character, you got to gear up your character, right?
Yeah, the games will be pretty quick. Yeah, they'll play the same thing over and over again.
So I'm not imagining.
You really should not. I would not recommend that at all, Medna. Wait, you went. Hopefully, like the other 5. I feel like 5K is good because you get everything if they win.
Probably more prep than I think we're going to expect for them to.
Yeah.
To be able to mix this up here.
Exactly. Exactly, Kayla. Exactly that. You're realistically like even with your A team, even with Burley, this would be a ridiculously hard matchup that they might lose 3-0, right? You might get 3-0'd. But it's not like the healer gives them some high chance to win. You have to actually have synergy with your healer, know how your cooldowns are going to rotate. Like, yeah, we're not talking about like queuing a random ladder game and trying to have a chance to win. We're talking about playing against a tournament team that is probably, you know, could potentially just show them anyway.
Looking good, like you said. We're going to black or cold, so black's going to be selecting a smaller map and trying to pull off.
And it is a long. Sitting with carrot takes a bit, especially without binds either. Like if you're sitting with carrot, you haven't even like you have no idea what you want to do. Or like there could be a situation where the person that can play a healer is like the rogue, and they've got to play like some sort of weird like, you know, like do they even fit? Like comps are pretty narrow in threes.
Warlock and an outlaw rogue who are so good at just kind of pushing the pace and keeping up the consistent damage.
So the way that the pay scale works in cups is you get paid if you get top 3. There is money for top 3 in the cups. There's only 2 cups right now. Top 3 get paid, and then the gauntlet, I believe all teams that compete that qualify get paid.
If I was Pirate Pete, I wouldn't. I would just take this and get some points in the race. There's no way I would.
I mean, you gotta. If you want to know the most devastating thing from Black's point of view, they literally were top. They were top 6. Like they had a really good chance of going to tomorrow. They win one series, and I mean, it's against Waz's team, which is really tough. But yeah, they had a very good chance of continuing.
There's no chance that. There's no chance that Nixie is going.
It's power per team.
Saps off his go. I don't know what he keeps doing.
After
his cheap shot, he saps him at the end of the go. They got every cooldown from Nixie, but I mean that's obviously not. There's not enough opportunities here for them to be able to win the game off this.
Yeah, I mean there's a good start there by Gelu, just like matching. As the 2 DPS team, you definitely want to match that offense, right? So he got really aggressive early on. We'll see. I think it was like a coil. He ended up trinketing a coil, and then he got. What was that, like the Felguard got summoned on him? That stunned him. Out of that, he got coiled. So I just or he got howled. A lot of instant crowd control coming in. So I guess you can't have coil and howl, but yeah, lots of instant crowd control. You can see exactly how it played out. P-Make gonna be Barks getting early on, but let's see what Gelu does here. He gets the stun. P-Make's going to trinket that and uses Barks immediately. Gets howled on his trinket and stunned by that Felguard, and he just too low. I mean, it'll maybe lasted a little bit longer if he went into bear form and got off some frenzied regen, but pretty much hopeless at this point of the game when in the first 10 seconds you're 10% health.
Yeah, there wasn't really a chance here. I don't know what they're thinking with the survival hunter, just like the extra instant CC.
Just thinking they want to go. They want to continue on their way. To be honest, and try and find a healer for the gauntlet.
So maybe that's what they were thinking with this.
Honestly, that could be a play where they don't get a heal for the gauntlet, to be honest, and just do the gauntlet as triple DPS as well, and just take the. I think the gauntlet pay scale is flat.
Win the game off that, but now that you've got a lot more options than just that to trade, so it's gonna be pretty hard as triple DPS. But I don't know. Maybe if you pressed hard of the wild, maybe if you tried.
My slot exists. It only takes 20 minutes. So my slot doesn't help you if you don't have a healer already set up. Zach. Turns out it doesn't actually create binds for you. You have to have the. You actually have to have the binds on live. I agree that it's quick to set up if you already have a healer set up. But
I actually wonder if there's some world where this comp can actually win now. If you played like really seriously and you were actually
they don't in terms of your chances they realistically have 0 unless they've got a healer that's like above 2400 in shuffle or something. They're gonna spend time setting up a character they haven't ever played before probably.
And I feel like you could actually kill the rogue.
Literally the same result. They found out right before they started today.
If P-Make is playing a little bit more seriously than this, where he's kind of just
the question is, do they have a healer on the right person? Right? Like,
I admire your.
Maybe they've got Moonkin Rogue.
I admire your positivity here.
But do they have a healer in the right spot? Do they have is the Rogue the healer? Like maybe Shoxy. But what if Shoxy has the healer? Do they have a functional comp with those two?
It is possible. I mean, maybe they could.
You could look and see, but not everyone. A lot of people just don't heal, right? Healing's not.
I think if Clyde was to go
super
down,
common.
Be not pressing any kind of buttons.
I feel like it's not a. I feel like it's not a huge deal either way.
I mean, they're playing triple orc.
They from their point of view, you're devastated because your healer's banned. And honestly, the healer may not have done anything wrong. By the way, from what I understand of this ban wave, some people are getting banned just for having like interacted with someone who had dirty gold. And on classic, that is a little bit more common than you'd expect.
hate to be that guy, but I feel like this is gonna be really tough.
So they probably feel pretty screwed over. Like if I'm them, they probably feel very upset that this even happened in the first place. Like Burley may. The thing is, Burley's ban may get overturned, because he wasn't directly involved, and then he's in a situation where they could have played today, but they couldn't because they got like unfairly banned type thing. So it's an interesting ban wave that affected some people in interesting ways.
I think I might hold the record.
Is it really for Ruins of Lordran and Wrath? How long was that game?
Well, they do so Hanzo, these ban waves banning the wrong players are actually fairly common. They usually go in afterwards and be like, okay, the algorithm, because they don't ban someone individually. There isn't a GM that pulls through. They ban algorithmically. They ban through pattern detection.
Definitely be some really quick games here.
So and they'll always ban in ban waves. They won't just ban one individual person. They'll go through and they'll have an algorithm that identifies everyone with some sort of like false positive rate, like low false positive rate. And it sounds like in this case it may be wrong because
anything is hard for them. But I actually wonder if you could kill a Boomkin and the Boomkin's not cheap shotting your whole team.
Yeah. Exactly. The false positive rate is sometimes very high in these ban waves, but usually it's fixed within 24 hours to 48 hours.
Rogue Mage Druid.
P-Make's gonna be playing that Resto Druid. That would be super funny if they end up winning.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a good chance that Burley gets unbanned in a day's time, especially because I've seen people already talking about it that I actually believe would not be doing it.
He's normally the Warlock, so
lots of people play different specs now, right?
Okay.
Like. Used to be
Well, the false positive is always because of exactly that second part, Hanzo. The second part's the part that is the. It's Are you banned, Ev? There's no way you're banned.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see here.
No fucking shot, you're banned. You were online last night after it.
Imagine they're just insane, and like they could have actually just been playing this the whole time. Imagine they win this.
But yeah, the false positive is because you interact with people that have bad gold. To begin with, like either through GTKP or whatever.
Maybe they just come back in 3-0.
It's yeah.
This could be the reverse sweep Cinderella story. Healer disqualified, comeback, P-Make Resto Druid.
I mean, I say that mostly as like someone who's just been around. Like it happens like once a season basically, and for some reason they had it happen today of all days. I wouldn't be surprised if Billy gets unbanned. There are so like you have to understand how many bad actors there are in Classic especially, where you don't have to buy. Don't have to even buy the retail expansion. Like it is. Look at the botting issues that Classic has and stuff. There are so many bad actors, and they're all their interactions proliferate around the entire community.
At like a decent level, I think they could get a win. Alright, Pete's mixing it up. Maybe they got baited here.
It's not just gold buying. It's gold buying. It's botting. It's boosting, like boosting with bots and with fly hacking. It's like just there's a lot of bad actors in Classic. That is the game.
Also, we haven't seen Boomkin lock yet in the tournament, so we're going to see it for the first time.
I just realized Pirate's logo.
I mean, I got no idea about Billy's situation, but I'm just saying in this case, we're like, you'll have ban waves all the time, and then occasionally you'll have ban waves with a ton of people coming out and be like, hey, wait, why am I banned? I didn't do anything. And normally it's people that you would expect not to be doing that.
Want to be pirates? Is it because of 10.2.6? Is this like a leak in the AWC for 10.2.6? Do they know something?
P-Make is playing a healer.
I don't know anything, so not sure. Couldn't tell you. But gates are about to open here.
This is more than such the goal thing with Burley. Harassment of felon critters with evidence of such race. It's possible, but the ban wave last night was probably not related to it. There are plenty of people that compete that have a mean streak. Or, unless you're saying, I'm not sure what harassment would mean in this case. But there's plenty of
and it's looking a little bit sketchy here for P-Make in the opening stages, looking for cyclones.
Casting wild growth.
He got walled on his own clone.
If they win,
that's a solo shuffle thing. Oh, this is an absolute nightmare here for NPC. Drops. This is looking.
Wait, NPC's not in the game.
Getting a little bit low on health, but it's going to be NPC that falls, and yeah, that I don't think Black. I think they're going to be tapping out with that. Pirate Pete's up 3-0 in the series, eliminating Black from the competition.
He obviously didn't have his bars like fully set up and stuff. But yeah,
you know how they just came out with like
it didn't change much. In fact, I would say, technically speaking, the triple DPS looked better. Technically, but it's nice it was there to let us see it, you know?
want to see what it looks like if you took those dungeon NPCs and made them fight each other.
Who would win?
Okay, we got the replay of P-Make. Wild Growth is typically not the best.
Did Soda Alex not pop in? Never get his account auto count back. I actually know the bandwave you're talking about, XD.
Not going to be the best second.
You're talking about the bandwave that caught Chuck as well. Back in like Kata. In Kata was a giant bandwave that got like a lot of the rank 1 community because boosts and like carries were very, very common back then.
Their team's obviously in a rough spot. Hopefully they can figure out something here.
No, he's on a mend. I'm pretty sure that those guys stay. So there was a lot of grandfathering with bans. It's kind of funny because nowadays they don't perma accounts for most things.
Yeah, kind of.
It was actually at the WOD. So before WOD, it was a GM that banned you, right? You got banned by an actual person. Looked at your account. They're like, hey, this guy violated TOS. Perma ban. And then they started to algorithmically ban in Warlords of Draenor, or at least that I'm aware of. They started doing cheating ban waves, and those were 6 months for more serious offenses. Generally speaking, they stopped doing permas unless you like got 6 months multiple times.
The entire way through the open bracket. I think Corky being on this team is like the main reason that they're in the gauntlet.
Billy's known to leave lobbies because he doesn't like shuffle.
I love this team.
Almost definitely not bannable. But yeah, I mean it's sketch. A lot of healers do it. I've seen Chuck do it. I've seen I feel like a lot of healers do it, don't they? I think Drainer does it and stuff. I think a lot of healers will do it. It's actually been like the game is kind of like designed in a way where it's kind of beneficial to do it randomly because the way it affects your MMR. But yeah, from what I understand, to answer your question, Koban, a lot of those bans from back in the day, they were upheld. I mean, I don't think Chuck does it very often, but it's one of those things that happens.
I don't know if we have figured out. I don't think we have. We'll talk.
Pretty sure permas is looked at by a human.
I was just wondering, like, do we know where
Yeah.
kind of falls now?
I don't know how many permas happen nowadays, Hanzo. I know of people that have had multiple 6-month bans. To be honest,
We'll find out.
I know of people that literally there was a thing back when they first started. So in Warlords, when they first started doing those algorithmic bans, people would just have 2 accounts. They'd have one account that got 6-month banned, and they make a new account, and then that account got 6-month banned. They go back to their first account, and they just keep doing it back and forth over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is.
It's actually it was very common, but yeah. So like a lot of the accounts from back then. So like to give you an example, Wreckful. This is fucking tragic, but he got his main rogue, got permabanned for playing a paladin on stream. Playing a paladin's account from like a viewer's account to test out paladin on stream. That's account sharing, so it's bannable, right? They will never perma an account for that. In fact, within 6 months of that happening, they would never perma an account for that type of behavior again. They just stopped doing that entirely. But his account stayed banned up until Start of Shadowlands. I think it's Start of Shadowlands. I'm pretty sure Start of Shadowlands or at least BFA. Still banned 4 years in, 5 years in. So yeah, they just I'm not the policy changed for that specific type of ban, but they just left his account permanent, which is weird because they lose money to that. To be honest, they lose money and tragically also like a lot of people just kind of like wanted to play or be around him. So Blizzard actually made a decision with that was actually probably financially very, very bad for them.
A bit of a different story over there. We've got the move, of course.
But yeah, they don't unban people. If you get hit by the grandfathered bans for like a GM looks at your account type thing, they just left him banned, even though they stopped the policy on why they'd ban them.
I'm very excited to see how it plays out. A couple teams in the lower side, teams like Team Fusion with Naj, Renar, Nazem, and Dopamine, like this is like their last chance to really try and earn as many points because we didn't see them in the top 8 last week. We have a Rep Paladin team as well. La Pomp coming in, KZ Fox, who is like a former solo shuffle champion on the
Damn, the mid-season clash is actually pretty soon.
As well as far as the new teams are concerned, I think the Move and Liquid, they're still remaining dominant. They're probably still going to be kind of the main teams for everybody else to try and take down as a threat. And I'm really curious to see if Void GG can kind of match the level of ability that we were really expecting them to hit. Like I was thinking this could be a team that could win the whole thing for North America, and they are starting in that upper bracket against Liquid.
Mid-season clash is like so what they did this time,
as well.
instead of having 4 cups followed by a one tournament for each region, they would like have like a, that's how season would be 4 cups followed by a like 100k ish 4-person tournament for each region. There's something they're doing they're doing an 8-team tournament that's cross region after 2 cups for each, and then they're gonna have another season later on in the year, I believe.
Shout out here to Raider IO. They're doing some really cool things over there. There's a lot of good information. They're having a permanent database basically of every single match that has been played on AWC. You can look at who won, how long the match was.
CML used one DK,
all their specs,
from what I understand,
all of their gear. So that is just an incredible amount of really good information that you can check out. So tremendous shout out to Raider IO for providing.
Yeah, another season's good. They announced both seasons at the same time this year. So yeah, it is confirmed.
A Mythic Plus website for so long, but it's cool that they're coming over here and creating some amazing tools for the PvP scene as well. So thank you so much to Raider IO. Definitely go check that out. Let them know.
Yep,
how
they
you
train
feel
was gay.
about it. And with that,
From what I saw,
I believe we are gonna head out, and I am super excited for North America. Hope you guys are too. Definitely follow us on WoW Esports for some more information.
see tomorrow's bracket. Let me go back a tiny bit. All right, tomorrow's bracket is this. It looks like we play third. So this is the way that the order of games tomorrow should be like this. So our seating, I believe you drop down to the same side now. So the loser of this game, whoever it happens to be, will drop down to fight the winner. So we'd be fighting the winner of CML versus Fusion. And then Power Frogs, same thing. They drop down to 6. Or sorry, Power Frogs. Whoever's the loser of that drops down to fight 6. So tomorrow it's gonna start with CML versus Fusion, Drake Clee versus LaPomp, and then us versus Void, and then Power Frogs versus the Move. I don't think Monkey DK is accounted to them. Honestly, there's a very, very large inversion in the way that there's a very large inversion in the way that Cleave works now, or at least like Death Knights are traditionally and always pretty much, like if you look at DKs over the history of the game, they're almost always one of the tankiest melee in the game because they're also designed to just fucking waddle around in the middle of a map. Like they're like if a Death Knight gets caught in the middle of the map, just playing away from a pillar at all, they are taking damage that they can't escape. Right? You're just tanking. You're getting hit by a caster, you're tanking that damage. You have to deal with it. Someone's got to deal with that damage. You have no reduction, like very low reduction, and usually they compensate for that with good healing. Usually it's a class that heals well because you're stuck there. But that's inverted now. Now your healing sucks, your defensive suck. So what ends up happening is your healer has to just heal this fucking damage sink of a class nowadays. And they don't have the durability they used to have. Your healer's controlled. You're dying very, very fast. You have a little extra health, but you don't have the tankiness you used to have. This is tomorrow, yeah. But yeah, it's the way that DK's work is inverted this season. It was made up for at the start of the season by being very, very offensive. Like you had crazy offense to make up for your really shit defense. But now you have decent. There are situations where DK offense is really good still. But everyone getting 10% health didn't help that situation at all. And you still have classes that are literally designed around being virtually immortal, like Al-Org and stuff. Warrior DH? It's something I've thought about. I think the Warrior dies pretty hard there too. And I don't know if the Warrior gets enough done. Like, basically, I think a DK is more offensive than a Warrior. Similarly durable, but a little bit more offensive. I don't know. I could be wrong. Shadow Priests are actually like designed to be fairly tanky. They aren't as squishy as this is not the squishiest version of them by any means. Not the tankiest version of them either. So let's have a look at this. This is actually interesting to see. So in terms of points, Yeah, so Black have clearly qualified. They're out of the tournament now. And they're out of the tournament now. So there is a tiebreak. There is a tiebreak tomorrow, or no, on Sunday, between these two teams. Wait, no, I lied. No, it's all sorted out. There is no tiebreak on EU. Just for Fun got knocked out. Okay, it'll work that cleanly in the end. Everyone, Just for Fun are in, like, that roster, by the way, is insane as well. It's actually, I think there are actually 2 very, very crazy rosters that didn't make it from EU that had like really stacked rosters. I will let you guys, I'm gonna see what I'm doing next now, guys, because I don't necessarily know at this point. But what I'll probably do, I don't know if I'm sticking around, but in the off chance that I am, I'll put a vote up. You guys can decide if I'm doing classic or if I'm doing retail. I'm kind of fine with either. All right, poll is up, 10 minutes. And I might come back and just be like, okay, everyone wants me to stop for the day, but I'll give you guys 1 sec to do it. For everyone who resubbed and subbed today, thank you guys very much for the support. It means a lot. Hope you guys have an awesome Friday so far. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, so I talked to Aaron. Considering everyone voted retail. like drastically voted retail. Okay, so Erin actually decided she wants me to stop for now. I'll be back a little later on tonight. Maybe a little bit later tonight, like a lot later tonight, I'm not sure. I like Sod. I'm enjoying Sod. But you voted Sod, Chrome? You're one of the 4. I like Sod. But I get that people probably prefer watching me play retail. Okay. So before I go, I want to thank Eligible for the 31 3 sub, Buffer Voca for the 6 month 3 sub, Begasaur for the gifted sub, the Filbury for the gifted sub, Begasaur for the 39 3 sub, Wolf for the Anonymous gifted sub and 5 gifted subs, and another gifted sub to Let's Go Liquid as well, and Requiem for the 23 3 sub. Kojak, dude, you're insane. That is wild. Yeah, you're actually right, Ev. Look, I plan to play retail. I plan to play SOD tonight either way, to be honest, because Aaron loves SOD. But who are we hosting? You're actually that is fucking crazy. Aaron honestly is really stressed out this week. Can I host Moonfire? I can host Moonfire. I would normally host like Peo or Vim, but I don't see Vim streaming. And it sounds like you guys like watching retail. Is Moonfire playing retail or Sod though? If Moonfire is playing Sod, I'd probably host Peo. He's playing Sod. I think I want to host Peo. Peo's done a lot for us. I'm sorry, buddy. For SOD at least. Chrome was okay. With 17 gifted subs. So full disclosure, this is what I see right now. I'm not sure if I can pull this across without you guys seeing it. Fuck! What do you fucking mean, man? Kojak with 100 gifted subs! What do you actually fucking mean? This is what I see right now. For my stream is kind of broken today. My stream is kind of broken today. Kojak with literally 100 fucking subs. From with 17. I don't know what number we're at because, to be honest, my thing is just completely broken. My computer's having issues. Has been having issues. It seems to have issues when I don't have WoW open for some reason. Look, now I do have to stay, and I'm pretty sure, like I'm almost positive that I'm gonna go and talk to Erin, and Erin's gonna have the biggest smile on her face, and I'll be around for the rest of the night. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to make her life easier, but you guys have made her life like a lot easier. You guys are insane. Like a lot easier. I'm almost positive, like 1 trillion% positive. All right, well, I have to have a vote. That's definitely how that works. That is actually insane. Wait, what does that actually do? Did you guys just combo the fucking goal instantly? Hold the fuck up. I think you guys just comboed the goal instantly. Money Crush with continuing the gifted sub as well. So again, this isn't gonna give me an actual number, but I'm pretty sure you guys comboed the goal instantly. Like, literally, did you guys have that fucking? Did you guys like actually plan that out or something? What the fuck, man? That is actually the most ridiculous thing. Thank you so much again. Like what? Kojak with actually 100 gifted subs. Chrome with 17 gifted subs. Did you guys actually like fucking collude to begin with? You made it an even number? I don't even know what it ends up at. I'm pretty sure it's above 1500, right? You guys are actually insane. I got a call from Erin 1 minute ago. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna see what she decides to have me do. I just got off the phone with the boss. She said, "Have fun, do whatever you want." But what do we want? Thank you guys so much for the support. That is actually the most ridiculous thing. Again, this thing is just going to sit here broken all night, but it's in the best possible way, to be honest. I don't know why it breaks that way. It's weird that, like, if I have WoW open, it all works. The people fucking voted? You guys are insane, by the way. What the actual fuck? Kojak with 100 gifted subs. Chrome with 17. Money Crush with a continued gifted sub. Sunny with a gifted sub. That procs a level 10 trillion hype train. It is actually level 19,000. Dude, Mist Hunt is probably not getting played. Full disclosure. It's level 9. At level 8? Level 8 or 9. It's level 12, man. I was trying to undersell a teeny bit, but it's actually level 12. Reed with a good stuff as well. The level fucking 12, 65% hype train. We're doing a 24-hour stream on Monday for sure. Aaron, this is all Aaron. Like, Aaron, I did that as a. You guys had absolutely no. Like, that's insane that you guys did that for us. Aaron. That's the favorite Aaron, and you guys are insane. Thank you so much, Kojak, buddy. It means infinite. Got Dream State. What level are you guys at now? I'd be leveling normally on SOD now. Kojak, are you more retail or more classic? Because Chrome voted classic. You have a video guide for Unholy? I do not. What does Kojak vote? You're just here to hang out? Yeah, but your vote is worth 18 votes. It turns out that your vote is worth 18 or 19 votes. I'll start with this for now. Aaron doesn't lean either direction on what I do, whether I do SOD or stuff. I actually enjoy it a little bit. I could do shuffles and SOD and do both, technically. Right, I literally have this typed out, by the way. I have this typed out. I was like, we're about to leave. I had this typed out before. Man, 25 gifted subs and like at the exact same fucking time. It's level 13. 95 total. Again, I actually normally this would show up in my activity feed, but that's just showing this. So we've got part of the thing. This actually will break soon as well. In the next couple minutes, I'm pretty sure this will also become the same kind of thing. My computer just slowly breaks down into different pieces. Thank you so much, Vanda. What is actually happening today? What is actually fucking happening today? What is actually fucking happening? This is fucking ridiculous Friday, I swear. What level you have? Wait, Alexander, are you still there? Alexander asked on YouTube, he said, what would LEDH look like into RPS? So, LEDH... Man, well, 5 more gifted subs to 400 total. 400 fucking total. That's insane, Av. Thank you so much, Manda. LEDH into RPS. I'm pretty sure. So, generally speaking, and again, hopefully you're still here, Alex. I suck at reading YouTube stuff. Basic, we've seen it. We've seen something similar to that before. The issue you've got, the DH is pretty fragile into RPS, and also the Ellie is weakened to Shaman. Shaman is an excellent healer. And one of the reasons why you see all the teams on EU playing Resto Shaman is because Resto Shamans are very good at dealing with Ellie Shaman burst. So they deal with it 2 different ways. One is they spam Dispel, but the second one is when they see Prime Wave, they ground. And you can get an entire Prime Wave burst. You do that once or twice per game, and things get pretty unfavorable when you're having your entire Ascend proc. Your entire Ascend... So we've got Paging Dr. Botha here. You're a little bit too high rated, Paging Dr. Botha. It really is lit. That's fucking crazy, man. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, fucking Chrome, for 17. What level are you, Chrome? Thank you, Kojak, for 100. And a trillion on fucking New Year's too, and a trillion in general. When you play DHDK prayers, you swap your builds versus melee, so spell cleave / spellcasters. Yeah, you change. You're 32. What level am I? Am I 32? Are we just lined up nicely on level? I'm not surprised that Av's a million levels ahead. Av is strong. Have you been, how much of a grind has it been from 32 to 37, Av? Just today? You guys are both, you're not a loser, man. But I do want to play low if I can. What do you change? Into stuff that's less mobile, you play, I mean, it kind of depends, right? Honestly, I'm kind of testing different builds right now a little bit. Like a sleeping bag. I don't know if I want to use, I don't want to use a sleeping bag though. I don't think I have, do I? I feel like I'm not in a rush to level. Like I actually, here's the thing. I didn't mind doing dungeons. Dungeons were actually fun. Like it's actually enjoyable to do. Like I don't mind. I don't know if I want to. I don't want to use sleeping bag if it's not for, if I can save it phase 3. Might be phase specific. All right. Wait, unlimited use? Wait, how do you get the two levels of rested XP? Sold the 35-month resub as well. Wait, how does sleeping bag work then? Wait, it seems kind of shitty. You just keep spam using it for a minute and you keep getting each time 3% rested XP? Is it even good? Dot for the 10-month resub was what is actually happening right now? 79% level fucking 13. Oh, it's a healer. Whoops. What build am I playing? Am I cloring? No, I'm not cloring. I am not a cloring shaman or cloring DK. I'm playing dot build right now. That's what I want to test. Like, I'm not actually sure. You asked before, like what I think is best right now, in different situations, and honestly, that part I'm not entirely sold on. Literally 5 trillion hype train. Actual real number somehow. Kojak with 100 gifted subs. I can't look at the thing. Kojak with 100 gifted subs. Chrome with 17 gifted subs. Mendel with 30 gifted. I think 30 gifted subs. My thing is again very, very broken. 400 total for a minute. I know that for sure. There's resubs in there as well. There's a continued gifted sub in there as well. Oh, we kind of caught him here. He's gonna get swept, so I'm just gonna leave him. Son this guy. He might die, he might turtle. 50-50. Doesn't have turtle. He's not turtling. He's most definitely not turtling. He's kicked. Cooldowns. The only downside of this build is it doesn't have as much punch. But you can kind of like get it to the point that it has a good amount of punch. Like, I feel like this build doing 95k sustained one target is pretty nuts, but if you get kited, it gets pretty bad. Both commanding and battle cry. That's kind of crazy. Do you think DK or wouldn't work on holiest within 3s? Potentially. Oh, it's 3% XP for 2 hours 40 minutes. Okay. How long does it take to get sleeping bag? Maybe I'll see if I can get Aaron. Is it just running around doing stuff? And also, how grief do you get doing it? Oh, it's 30 minutes. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so it's not actually. It's not what you're saying is it's not actually efficient XP necessarily. Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, no, I would do it with Aaron on follow or something the whole time to like help her with the leveling, potentially. And then it's probably efficient if I'm just like running her character around basically. Maybe I should. Is that a new emote? Huh. It's actually gonna make it. It's actually gonna. That's fucking wild. It's actually like I think we're at like 1430 or something. So sorry, 1530 or something. Maybe a little more. So about that, Vigi, it's about to actually be SOD gameplay potentially. I don't know. We're at least locked in for a little bit doing retail. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe not though. Who knows? Wait, have they discovered the does anyone know if they've found the rune for exposed weakness yet? Is that out there?
No matter who wins, we profit.
I think he's just dead in the opener.
Victory is clear.
It was found? Don't know if it's on Wowhead. Do we know where it is? Because I tried Steady Shot and I was not a fan of it. Like it doesn't hit hard enough and it just rotationally feels awful. Like I would be down to do that for sure. Because I feel like that's kind of a nuts one. Badlands? Kill ogres. Level 38 ogres. That seems difficult. Bro, I'm actually kind of down. You need to level? So you should be 35 plus? I'm a hunter, man. It looks like you just kill level 38s. I feel like I can easily kill the 38s, right? Bro, Wowhead doesn't know what it's talking about. I want the thing to level with. That's the thing, right? Increases your attack by 40% of your current agi. That seems like a lot. I feel like I can do this. We're hunters, man. Hunters can solo stuff like 6 levels higher than them, can't they? Oh wait. You have to kill a level 40 bird. But I still feel like I can do that. Bro, I am killing a level 40. What are you fucking... You telling me I'm not killing a level 40 bird? I'm killing a level 40 bird, man. I'm in a very good mood. I promise you I'm killing a level 40 bird right now. I guarantee it. But what I am not killing is the 19 fucking other level 38s and shit that are around, like PvPing. That's what I'm not killing. But the bird is not a problem. It's everything else. Hey, Johnny. How you doing today, buddy? This is a kind of bad play for me. Maybe not. We'll see. Wait, how was the game last night? Who won? Strang? Well, that's awesome. Ah, you revived my insane down. There's more though. He doesn't have a sweep. Unless it's inaccurate. He might have sweeps on actually. That is a spree. Oh, double proc. Cocoon. Feel like it changes every month? I'm playing both right now. I'm playing both. It's more like the different builds feel good in different situations. So like, if you're playing a dot build, maybe a higher mastery sounds good. And if you're playing cloring, I think you kind of need to have high haste. Do I think you need to have tons? I mean, cloring feels amazing with high haste. And I don't think there's any limit to how much haste you want for that build to work. Wait, what did he just die to? Because he had health. He had 16. You know, he had a BM full, I guess. NA Cup 2 is tomorrow. For Las Vegas Airport's already, isn't it already just kind of wild? I went through the LA airport going to BlizzCon, and that place is already kind of wild. Are there other airports that have 1 trillion slot machines in them? So basically what I've seen, I should use my War Within boost on a DH. Yeah, I mean DH is pretty good right now. None? Yeah, no, that's a crazy airport in general. People just fucking drinking and having, it's like a casino inside the fucking airport. How do you get uttered? I mean, I think personally, where I'm at right now is I think you're not playing with less than 25% haste, no matter what build you play. I think 25% haste feels good, and lower than 25% haste feels bad, but maybe is good, right? Like it's viable to play below it, but keep in mind there is some defensive benefit to playing haste. There is none to mastery. Never flown? I actually enjoy flying a lot. I love it taking off and landing. Being in the air and having turbulence kind of sucks. Just like, it's not bad actually. It's like it's okay for the first little bit. It's kind of exciting. If you like roller coasters, you'll love flying, and it's not even nearly as bad. It's like a very fucking subtle. No, maybe I don't know. I like flying. Maybe because I don't fly often. I imagine you fly a lot. It's just a huge fucking hassle. You hate landing? You have this like weird like, I don't know. At least I have this like weird like, what's the right word for it? You have the intrusive thought of it going bad. I guess. I always do when I'm landing. But yeah, I've seen some sketchy fucking landings, man. There was like one thing I saw, I think I saw it on Reddit, of like a plane landing sideways because of like crosswinds. I don't know if you guys have seen that. Literally just fucking, it like literally lands going completely the wrong direction and just kind of like swerves in. And I think it was intentional. Like they like deliberately have the plane just steered the wrong direction and correct as they land. You've had to do it before? Are you a pilot? Or you've been part of one? Is it? I'm asking those because I'm curious if it's intentional. That they have to land it that way. Private pilots? Do they have to land it sideways? Like I've seen? Or is it just like coincidental? Oh, he died. It's intentional? That's fucking wild. Yeah, I was wondering, I always wanted to like see, I started a couple years ago, I think. And I was always wondered if it was like actually like, they're like, fuck, this is sketchy, or if they're actually just deliberately going. I think what they're doing is facing the plane, like basically into the wind, like either directly into the wind or directly away from the wind, right? Away from the wind? To allow it to... Tilt it into the wind, okay. Yeah, it's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. Have you been in an aborted landing before, Johnny? What's that like? They just like, they're about to land, they just fucking pull up at the last second? How far down, like, because it's not going to abort at any point, like how far along were you before they aborted it? It was almost landed, and then you just fucking, wow, terrifying. I mean, it's like driving a car, except you've got a fucking F1 rider, you're an F1 driver driving your car every time. You know what I mean? You have like the fucking most overqualified, ridiculously talented person driving, like flying your plane. In the worst case scenario, you know what I mean? Like you have someone who's so unbelievably overqualified for it. Oh, that's a lot of them. They'll kind of let him down though. Why is my thing bugging out and not applying all my dots? It applied the one part of my dot, but didn't apply the rest. I mean, I've definitely seen like disaster stories and stuff of like planes failing or like pilots making mistakes, like pretty big judgment errors, but obviously they've probably gotten better over time and stuff too. But it's more the fact that you're just being flown by people that like have their own lives as incentive, right? And that's the only time I'd be like scared. Was that the thing I think it was in Germany? That should scare me a little bit. Where the pilot decided to fucking crash the plane. That's about the only thing I'd be terrified of. Like pilot, like I think the pilot like fucking, what'd they do? They like knocked out their co-pilot or something and then they locked the door and then just crashed it. That's the only thing I was like, wow, that would be fucked up. But again, you have your own incentive. Generally speaking, your pilot, and they probably have psych evaluation and stuff on the pilots fairly regularly as well, right? I don't know what happened to how they dealt with the co-pilot. Maybe he murdered his co-pilot or something. But I do know that they like locked the doors and did it. Yeah, but what was? Oh, he locked him out. Oh, that's right. And it was fucking... Okay, there was like apparently on the black box you hear the guy trying to get in or something. It's eliminated now? Can they... Are there ways to take over now if that happened again? That was scary though to read that. When was that? It was a German thing, right? On purpose, yeah. Yeah, it's brutal. It was German. 2018 Germany. Wait, a pilot tried. Bro, don't say that, CK. Now, see, now I would be scared. That actually does sketch me out a tiny bit. In 2023 November. I mean, they definitely don't need. It's like driving a car, like like self-driving cars, except that in this case, nowadays there's not much traffic up there, right? And I think of the issues that self-driving cars have, like the majority of it is like conditions and traffic. Again, thank you for the insane support today, by the way. 1523. It's going through Madness ones now. Kojak with 100 good subs. Chrome with 17. Madden with, I think, 30. I'm pretty sure 25 or 30. My thing is broken right now. I'm actually gonna figure out how to fix this. There's a bunch of resubs as well. There's 7 anonymous gifted subs as well. Actually, this year's been a sketchy thing for fucking. Was that last? When was that thing last year? The fucking the submarine thing. Titanic dude. That shit was sketchy. Although allegedly also just kind of ignoring every bit of advice he gets given. I don't know, weirdly enough, I'm like really confused on where I stand with dot build now. This is hybrid build. It does so much fucking damage. I mean, not as much as this Windwalker. This Windwalker is fucking blasting. Probably not actually on scoreboard though. He's probably just blasting my pets. It's not particularly real. Nice sweep. Like, he's getting overwhelmed super hard. Oh, he's dead. I mean, he was very dead. Yeah, see, on scoreboard, he is behind by a very good amount, but on thing it shows him doing 100. Like, I wish you could actually just have a setting for details that filtered out pet damage. Yeah, the thing with the what was it? I'm terrible with names. Ocean Gate. Yeah, that dude fucking ignored all his safety advice and built something that was like below minimum specs for what he was doing, right? There's something like especially terrifying about that though. Although they did have very qualified pilots, but like it's one of those. I mean, I guess it's actually not that different, like being, you know, like a kilometer under the ground, mile under the ground, 2 miles, like whatever, however far down you are, and being up in the air. Except that airplanes have been stress tested on such a you're not using like a Gen 1 airplane, you're using like fucking a Gen 100 years in jet airplane, right? Commercial airline travel probably has been pretty popular since like what, the 40s or something, 50s? Yeah, someone I heard like a thing of like the way it would sound, and you wouldn't even hear something. I don't think the human reaction time isn't good enough. Like the point of failure is just instantly over. You evaporate. That's right, Kojak.
opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome?
Machine controlled by a PS5 controller isn't enough for me. I mean, okay, in all fairness, those things are made. It wasn't actually a PS5 controller, first of all. If it was a PS controller, that would have been pretty impressive because those things have gone through a lot of Q&A, right? Or a lot of QA rather. But it was like a shitty $25 Logitech controller, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think it was like a... This is kind of sketch. I don't think it was anything like that. Yeah, it was literally like a fucking aftermarket. It wasn't even like the fucking official thing.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
I think he dies? Yeah, he dies before the eye comes up.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Yeah, it was literally exactly. It wasn't even. It was the one you like fucking try and hand off because it's dog shit. But I don't even think they'd actually. I think the thing was, it would only be terrifying for them. I feel like if I guess they don't know what happened, right? They don't know if like it hit the ground in a weird way, or if it and that just caused it to like implode insta, or if it just randomly had an issue spontaneously without any like additional strain. But the only person who probably had any idea that it actually had a possibility of failing was the actual, my guess is the actual pilots. They were like very overqualified, I'm pretty sure, but I feel like only the dude himself was dealing with people telling him that his shit wasn't up to standard. By the way, 164 fucking subs today, by the way. Listen to the expert. There was an issue. It was the classic finite resources like issue, right? The guy's already committed a ton of money to building something that wasn't up to standard, and presumably he got told it was okay when he first did it, but maybe the standards changed after he already did it. So he created, I think, several of them. He made several of them, and none of them were up to standard. They were all below the minimum specs for it, right? Because James Cameron was talking about how he did his one and how much more insane they were. But he also, at the same time, like James Cameron hit him with the hashtag not an ad, you know? James Cameron one seems kind of insane too. I think there's no pilot for that. It's just literally, it just drops down. I mean, it certainly was possible because other like the type of vessel he created wasn't like unheard of by any means, right? By any means. There are other ones that exist. Even for bigger vessels than that. But the way he was going about it with, I think, just pure carbon fiber, not an ideal way of doing it. James Cameron's one seems insane, but he has to like sit in the fetal position as he goes down into the depths of fucking like Like if this won't, you don't want to die like fucking in the fetal position, right? Even though it's technically safer. Not that the other one's that much more comfortable. It's like 5 dudes like sitting like, and you can't stretch out at all. I don't know why no one's thinking of comfort at all when it comes to those types of things. Just the basic comfort of like being able to move around a little bit. Oh well, this double sweep. So this min-max ended up sucking for me. I should know it this way. We're definitely rotting a little bit here for them. Almost a double kill. Wait, what's going on? You have fully raid buff, he's running through Arathy? Is that the new raid? That's the Nurmagomn one? Are there multiple people killing Nurmagomn now? Wait, Gaben as in Gabe Newell? Valve guy? He's the one who's gone lowest? No shot. There's no fucking way he went down that far. Ever learn at Gabe Newell's deep sea submarine? Has he done it himself though? It's his submarine. He owns the company that operates the sub. No. He bought it in 2022. He just bought it. He bought a bunch of stuff from billionaire explorer Victor someone. This one actually looks like a little more comfortable.
You are gathered here for my entertainment. I mean,
Why Undead? I was trying it out. Honestly, I was unimpressed by it. It wasn't the smartest thing I've ever bought.
it's time for the show. Don't
Speaking of trash by humans, the microplastic shit is kind of crazy too. Isn't there like a little like channel going somewhere around where everything like kind of meets and it's like all microplastics everywhere? That seems kind of terrifying. on like I'm directly afraid of it myself, but like I'm afraid of like what that ends up doing over time. Wasn't it like microplastics, like you like absorb them through the skin or something, and it's impossible to get rid of?
Here. Don't close your eyes because we are coming for you.
It's like
on a
plastic.
structurally sound airplane. Sleep
God damn
tight.
it! God damn it, microplastics. But yeah, apparently, like it's like the idea is that microplastics like absorb through your skin, and you can't get rid of them, or something. And then it's this guy in trouble? He'd be dying. There's something else to it. Like normal plastics break down into microplastics or something over time in the ocean, at least. Like, microplastics are actually kind of like terrifying to look into. Because your like body just kind of like builds them up or something over time. It's like the modern day version of lead, you know? But maybe not actually as bad, you know, because maybe you don't go crazy with microplastics. Maybe they just like at some point discover in the distant future that it... I have no idea what it would cause. I think he's actually in trouble, though. You in trouble, Mr. Monk? Don't do that. Ooh, big hit. Another big hit. Nice revive. No Spotify playlist, Bobby. So I did less damn, so I'm not really impressed by how I played that. Oh wow, that's wild. So the one like Gaben's submarine, it's rated for full ocean depth because it's been to the bottom of the ocean 5 times, but it's also pressure tested for 14,000 meters, which is 3,000 meters deeper than the deepest point in the ocean. Now I'm pretty sure the budget one that costs 250k to get to the bottom of the ocean. What was that one rated to? What was it called? Like Titan or something? Depth rating. That thing was rated for 4,000 meters. This one's rated for 13,000. If you're a billionaire though, like you pay a little extra to go on the one that's actually rated for. But I guess that one probably has like more. I mean, it could be the more leg room option, but also the more dead option. Unfortunately, tragically. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about the fact that the seals were actually not rated as high. That was just like the depth of the hull. It wasn't like there was other aspects to it. I think I thought it was the window. I thought it was the glass that wasn't rated at the same. Like there's like the carbon fiber hull, right? And then there's like the glass, like the portal or whatever it is. Which seems kind of weird. Why even have that? I feel like why not just have like a fucking Wi-Fi connection to the outside and have something? Oh, I guess it would just break off or something. I don't know. That was a crazy thing to like actually like to see happening though, like in real time, right? See it like unfold, like how terrifying just the thought of that entire concept was, like the entire situation, because everyone thought they were alive. But then apparently the Coast Guards, I think it was, they like have they have instruments that are listening to the ocean basically, and they heard something that could have been what was the explosion, like at around the time of it, right? But there was noise. I wonder if it was just like the media keeping the story alive and sensationalizing it. These even have coils. I don't know why I showed this. Yeah, they heard something already. But the media like kept it alive as like this idea of like the oxygen level and like, you know, how long they could possibly live. But they're technically they'd already tapped out in the first millisecond anyway. But supposedly, I think with that shit, they had a problem where they had lost radio contact with it, or yeah, radio contact, right? In a previous one, because it just sounds like it was just scuffed in general, unbelievably scuffed in general. Yeah, they literally had previous expeditions where they'd like they'd disappeared from radio and then just appeared later on, and then it's like whatever, I guess it's fine. I don't know. Like, if I'm a billionaire, I feel like I stay the fuck away from what is like what's the most budget airline? It's like the Ryanair of submersibles. Spirit? I think that's where they go to fight people. Isn't that like, aren't they just like crazy fights on Spirit? I feel like we're not expecting fights on Ocean Gate. Imagine they discover the black box like in the distant future, and they find out they just actually had a fight, and it literally was just Spirit. That's why it went down. Like it didn't have a problem with the hull. Like they just had a fucking fight on board over like someone's leg room. Oh wait, I'm in trouble, kinda. Oh, there's a flame rift on me. I will respect the flame rift for now. For now. I'm walking out of it. I'm no longer respecting it. So coils are a scary time, but so is this. Ooh. It's a good cocoon. I haven't reacted perfectly to this. So then the question becomes like, would Gabe's one survive a fight, an underwater battle? Now I'm kind of curious what Steam's net worth or what Steam's revenue is per year. Oh, that's nice. 8.4. It's projected for 8.49 billion this year. 8.56 billion in 2023. For one rift, flame rifts can hurt a bit if I want to stabilize between cooldowns, but yeah, it's not like I'm just trying to stay ahead. The other ones are not very scary. It's like 2 rifts, I guess, 2 normal rifts. You read about more runes and it shows on my head? What do you mean? Like runes that aren't showing as... Oh, wait, yes. So some of them aren't in the game. Are you talking about the runes that like were for the slots that didn't make it? So that they data mined like Helm, for example, all the runes for Helm. And those were just data mined. They're probably for they're for a future phase. They're not for this one. Oh, I might just slightly save down. I think we'll be fine with this. I'm now like, if I get this team again, I want to test and see whether I would have done a little more with that dot build. Very sketchy spot. I'm not breaking that. Oh, the double sweep is so fucking devastating, man. Gets trinket from both. Actually? No, just one. Oh, it's a huge sweep. Wow, it was a close game. We got to a certain point where I didn't think I could attack the shaman and damp. Did a little teeny bit more damage overall. I think I actually might do the thing to get that rune, exposed weakness rune. It just sounds like it's not about whether it's easy or efficient to do. It's about the fact that I think it might be more fun to do. Like it might be more fun to level with exposed weakness the whole time. Are people playing BM still? I want to play like a max build, I think, with exposed weakness. I mean, I feel like it sounds really fun to do dungeons. I don't know how I can use it crit. Isn't there some way to get crit? I guess I use like sniper training, explosive. I could have sworn there was another way to get crit. You have 5% and you get extra crit down. It's crazy that BM is something higher as well. I guess explosive just has like it amplifies your crit chance by a ton. I want you guys to understand, by the way, how happy Aaron is today. Thanks to you guys. And me. I'm also extremely happy. I'm not sure if you guys can tell that, but I'm also very, very happy. Pick this. I don't know. I should be. This is some trouble. I survive. Fine. I don't want him to have to cocoon as the thing. He did. I mean, I think it was a good cocoon. Now the next question is. So into this comp, what we're going to look for is my leech doing work? We've got a ton of leech, which should get value into a warlock. I say should, but same ground. Hit how disruptive Locke plays. Look at this. Sustaining a good amount of damage, but he probably sends it now, right? We're dampening this. Oh, we're not dampening this. I thought I was dampening this. The obelisk heist surprised me a little bit. It's really fucking dead at the end there. Alright. He actually did similar dam, but I think I would do less dam as chlorine though. What I want to know is, how is our self-healing from the leech? I guess the blood plague plus leech jelly is actually pretty high though. I'm probably a lot tankier. The fact that necrotic wounds did so little is kind of surprising too. Also, kind of surprised by how much Unholy Strength does. I'm doing similar self-healing to the Warlock. What's Leech from? Leech Enchants and Leech Talent. I'm playing full Leech now. It's one of the things I haven't tried with this build in particular, and I wanted to know how it interacted with everything. but also we're playing Unholy Bond as well for increased. So basically, like 20%. It's like when you proc a Fallen Crusader, you heal for 10, nearly 10% instead of 8%. So you just heal for an extra 1.something% each time, and you can see. I mean, we're talking about buffing a good amount of healing here. Each proc is about 80,000 without damp before you buff it. So the combination of all three of those things actually ends up being what seems like a decent chunk noticeable. Again, Manathan with the 30 subs. Ojak with 104 this week, 100 today. Chrome with 17 today. Steve with 10 yesterday. Anonymous with 7 gifted subs today. Oh, I can do that. Cookie say no more, man. We're first person now. Oh no, we're motion sick. We can see his Mog. I know I owe you, oh. I know I owe you a redeem on this cookie. We're gonna look this guy directly in the eyes as we attack him. He's trying to avoid being looked in the eyes. Okay, we don't look at the shaman in the eyes. Oh, he's kind of this guy is not straying away from it at all. He's down. I think honestly, that blind hit no one. But when you realize I can't see shit. Oh, he's behind me. My one weakness. Now he's running away from me. Yeah, this is like a really shitty FPS game. WoW is not designed for first person. It wouldn't be so bad, but every melee plays the same way. I mean, this is how you're supposed to play. You just fucking jump around in circles. You're trying, and it actually works in first person pretty well. Because you have to do such drastic movements. You know, this guy is trying to stay behind me at all times. Double grounded. We're getting a little bit dampened in first person here. It's not the best for win rate. They have to like pan for everything. Oh no. This is like driving through fucking just like torrential rain. But it's like unholy something. I should not press that button. That was a mistake. All right. Well, it works kind of. I kind of feel like I need the redemption game because that guy actually clapped me on damage. I couldn't see a single fucking thing that was going on. Who redeemed? It was redeemed by Cookie a couple days ago, but I couldn't do it. I owed him that one. The worst part was when you press, if you press Avon Limp, your screen gets covered by fucking shadow. We'll see if I can eventually win one, Cookie. It's difficult.
You're not as cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. You're not as cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. Motherfucker, stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. You're not as cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. Cold as me. Motherfucker, stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop pretending. Stop. I don't give a fuck. I
I actually can't quite hit that thing. Maybe that's gonna kill though. Yeah, the reason I'm trying this build out, for those wondering, like especially with the leech and stuff, is DKs are the squishiest class in the game right now, I think. And we're trying to do anything we can to not be squishy. Like we want to try and be tanky somehow. And I don't think DKs need that much to be tanky, but they need something. The one thing I haven't tried yet, does anyone know how to kill, what's the, it's brush it off, right? Is what I'm looking for? I wonder if we can increase that with, if it's an absorb, I wonder if we can improve that with one of our talents. DK's fucking dog shit tank wise. That's why I won't really see it in AWC and stuff. It dies to like one single physical damage class is too much for it. You just evaporate. It's wild, actually, that you're that flimsy, but it's the reality somehow. Is that doing similar self-healing to him? It was good. Nah, you still aren't tank. You can't play that into, so the Bloodforge is great into double physical. Great into double physical. But how often do you get double physical, right? Usually it's some combination of like Windwalker Destra. You can't play Bloodforge into that. Or Arms Warrior fucking DH. Can't play Bloodforge into that. Like you're only getting half value from it, so it feels pretty bad to play, right? It's a really annoying bug. 20k? I don't think it's enough health. I mean, I haven't tried full Stam Gem Death Knight for that reason. Does Brush Dog count as Absorb? Oh my god, he got blasted, man. I swear that was like the biggest fucking thing ever. He actually got like he got a giant crit in him. Hard to kill that. Might be... If I get that again, I'll try a different build. They're not dispelling it either. Do you get it because of the 30% enough armor? Actually, it's not actually specifically that enough. Although that nerf really hurts. It's about 7. That nerf was about 7% more damage against Death Knights for like Owl Rogues, Windwalker Monks, and Arms Warriors, I guess, and Hunters. But the big enough is that you lost a ton of self-healing from, like, you just lost the ability to out-pressure stuff. You're taking more damage than you can dish out against more teams than before. Before, you at least won the trade, like you're doing more damage than they're doing to you. But now you're not. In more situations than before. There are situations where you are doing more damage than you're taking. But yeah, you're just more often than not dishing out as much damage as you're receiving. And that's pretty tough. And on top of that, people have more health. So you're just like, DKs are already a walking liability in terms of like the way that your class plays. So you're just walking around in the open. You're just waddling around in the middle of the map. Unless you decide to play really carefully and sit in a pillar roll game, but then you can't play the game, right? You like, imagine you've got two different play styles of DK, right? One is you go, okay, this is the area I can play. I can play on this shaded part of the map, and if I stray past this, I'm in the open and I can die. And if you move beyond that and you're playing out here, in the unshaded area, then suddenly you're taking damage and you have no way to get to the pillar, right? You're just tanking damage at that point. And other classes can go, oh, you know what? I'm playing in this spot in the corner, but I can shadow step back, or I can blink back, or I can port back, or I can roll back, or I can monk port back, or I can fell rush back. DKs are like, oh fuck, you know what? I'm in trouble in this corner. I'm gonna fucking walk. I'm just gonna fucking walk back. You know, the 7% leech are only getting 100,000 heals. What do you mean? I mean, it's relative to what? What is the cost of the leech? Why isn't it worth tricks? What is your trade-off? That's the question. What are you losing to get that leech? It's worth some amount of versatility, but what are you losing? What? There is no trade that I'm aware of that is verse for leech. Do you know of one? Yes, but you can't. There's no trade-off actively. If there was a talent that gave me verse and there was a talent that gave me leech, I would take the verse talent every time. But that talent doesn't exist. I agree with you that verse is a better tank stat. You aren't exactly. There's no actual trade. That isn't a valid trade. You trade speed for leech in terms of enchants, and there is one talent that doesn't trade any tankiness to get. You trade a little bit of damage to get, I think, kind of. It's kind of free. It's worth some amount of verse. It's not worth verse. It's not as good as verse, 1-to-1, but you aren't trading verse to get it. You aren't trading tankiness to get it. It doesn't cost you that. Its cost is actually damage. Well, not even that much damage. It's one talent. Not really. Speed? I don't believe so. But again, the question is like how much leech you're getting. I'll show you after this game how much I get. You do. I mean, the more damage you do against certain teams like pets and stuff, it can add up, right? It can definitely add up to a decent chunk of tankiness. But speed is very subjective. Like in this game, I don't feel kited at all. I usually go, like as a Death Knight, you naturally go like slightly faster in terms of just running at people. 3% speed is a fraction of a step every so often. So the question is like, how often does that step matter? In some games, it might not matter at all. In this situation right here, did speed matter? I just gripped him back to me. And the same can be asked, you can ask the same question of like, did the tankiness matter? I have no idea. But, yeah. It's an interesting one. Oh, I have Big Buster. Maybe not now. I was so close to having it, man. So far, I would say speed would have had 0 value in this game. I haven't had any trouble with uptime. I mean, DK design right now is actually kind of sick for Death Knight design. Like, you have multiple builds that work and stuff, which is awesome. I just think that, like, general durability, like being... Generally, it's just self-healing, right? Like, DKs are a class that doesn't do super well when it's squishy, like really squishy like this. Like, in BFA, DK still died to a decent number of things, but in BFA, they had so much more self-healing. And it's just crazy that, you know, you lost Spell Warden, but you didn't really... You lost the, like, the version of Spell Warden that was a random absorb proc. And you really didn't gain anything back, and, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird mix right now. It's just, I guess it's strange and arbitrary, because most of the AWC comps that exist are all virtually immortal. And for some reason they decided that Death Knights they can't have that. Like, they, you know, like, it's weird that, like, there's so many complaints about DKs being this immortal, like, really obnoxious class, but no one said a fucking word. Like now rogues have that. In fact, to be honest, if you want to know the true irony of those types of comments, the truest irony of it is this. Generally, like, you hear it, like, mages really hate DKs being that way, but mages were that immortal all of BFA and all of Shadowlands. Mages had immortality. They were the tankiest class in the game, but the funny part was details didn't show it. It was hidden. Like, Ult time and other things, like, just hide your tankiness. And kiting. You can't see that on a scoreboard, right? And same with rogues. You can't see rogues' tankiness on a scoreboard. You can't, like, vanish doesn't show how much damage you avoided when you vanish, or cloak. When you cloak damage, it doesn't show as absorbed. So you can't see it. So, like, the thing with DKs is all of their, like, the entire defensive kit of Death Knight is shown on details. The whole thing. In fact, it's all shown on scoreboard too. All of your damage is shown perfectly on details, including your absorb. Like, Mortal Strike on, like, warriors, DHs, and rogues and hunters is not shown on details. It's not shown on scoreboard, but it's there. But Death Knight absorb shows on Death Knight necrotic wounds shows on scoreboard. And the same is true of, like, AMS, AMZ, Death Strike. All of your reduction is shown as healing for some reason. So it's just devs seem to get, like, blinded by that, and players seem to get very, very complaining about that. You could, yeah. The fraction of healing may not matter for a leech as well. I agree. That's why I'm testing it. I don't think it's a slam dunk. It's like, it's good, but, like, Death Knights are at a point right now where oftentimes, for DKs to be good, you need to be able to play out, I think. A Death Knight running away is, generally speaking, not a good thing. If you can try and find a way to build a way to do that, if there was a way to exist and be tanky, or tanky enough that you aren't just a liability, then that would be great. So I'm looking at ways to make that a thing. Leech is super interesting though, because it scales with your dots. Like, you can actually use funnel damage to make your leech good. So, like, for example, Death Knight versus Death Knight, I imagine leech is crazy. Any of the classes you can pad off of and get tons of scoreboard damage. I imagine leech is really good in those situations. It makes you really durable. Or at least more durable. can maybe save, actually. He was definitely dead there if we didn't.
I'm far from home, no place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind. But all I have lost, I find your face reminds me of these years. The memories don't erase. I'll never be the same anymore. I'm on the highest stuff with no control.
That was a close one. Seasonal survivability like minus speed your boots? Kinda. Not really. Not quite. It's more complicated with Death Knights. Because DKs can't be slow below 70%, and you can slow your enemies much below 70%. You can put an enemy at 30% and you can go at 70% at all times. So it doesn't work that way like that. The reason why you put minus speed on boots is not because it's more survivability. Actually, you put minus speed in your boots because you don't want to go slower than your enemies when you're equally slowed. That's why you put minus speed on your boots. That's the argument for that since history, like forever. Like since it first came out, it was because let's say it was warrior versus warrior. There was nothing more, and trust me, I've been there, right? There was nothing more frustrating than hamstringing someone and them hamstringing you and them moving faster than you because you didn't have minus speed in your boots, right? That's why you put minus speed on boots. But Death Knights don't have that issue. So DKs can play without it. Other classes, maybe not so much. Like DHs can, that's why DHs play Leech as well, for that reason, by the way, because DHs can't really be kited. But yeah. DKs don't suffer from that problem because Chains of Ice is inherently stronger than any other slow in the game. And you're not slowable yourself. So the only fringe scenario where you could be kited, maybe, is DK v DK, and we're not worried about that because we think DK is not super good right now. But you never put minus speed in your boots for survivability. You put it on this, you wouldn't get kited by equal strength slows. That's good. You want to leave Q, Reedon? In that case, the on play, I mean, it's showing Leech my pet too, which is kind of irrelevant. 373 on me. It's only on one target though. In threes, you obviously get more value from it because you're cleaving more. Just inherently. And then these 2 points in bond were actually worth how much healing? Because bond, like unholy strength healing is actually quite good. 2 points in bond were 142,000. Not a major amount, but we're also playing twos, so there's like crazy damp. I mean, your leash is just scaling off of the additional targets you get in threes too. Like I think I get more value in threes than I do in twos. Not sure. Like you're not. The point is that DKs in situations where they're forced to just kite everyone, they're not very good at that. Like you're playing to your weaknesses, not to your strengths. You want to try and create a situation where the Death Knight's never walking away. That's what you're trying to do. So you're looking at playing into like classes that can't really kite you as well. I can see an argument for both outside of that, but if you're like playing against, you know, things that aren't super good at running and that you want to be able to just exist on, like not run away from, but run towards, the question is how do you enable it more? So like take for example RPS, or take for example a lock team. The bits where you're winning the game are when you're actually connecting and you're trying to avoid the configuration where you have to run away. Because in that situation, you're usually losing that game. There isn't usually push-pull in those games either, too much. Now, into melee classes, I could see the argument for not, but in melee class, if you're against cleave, in those situations, you get double value from the leech because you're hitting 2 targets, which can be good too. So I'm not sure. Again, I'm not arguing too. Like I respect what you're saying for sure. I'm just really talking about the idea, like, I'm trying to see if I can find something new. Because I already know that the baseline aspect of DK right now is not looking great for us. We're trying to do something that is not currently being done by a lot of people, or anyone that I've seen. And see if we can make it, like, what situations it can be good in, basically. And see if we can learn something. And if we can't, we can't. But the entire point is, like, the brainstorming of, you know, collectively both communities is... I think you won't see many of them competitively. Because I think they are currently taking too much damage relative to the tank gods that exist in AWC right now. Like today, there wasn't the least squishy spec was Windwalker that was played, and it lost. But I mean, they can play in that comp. They have good offense to trade. In general, you just saw a combination of LE tank, DH tank, Warlock tank. Like everyone just plays tanks big, and Rogue obviously tank. I'd argue we're less tanky than a warrior, although situationally we're not. Yeah, the blood spec doesn't protect its teammates. So the blood will never die. But the blood won't do the same kind of damage as Unholy, as any of the Unholy specs. And it doesn't keep its teammates as well. Like I would say that, like, I would argue that Arms Warrior is honestly better at like keeping a teammate alive than Blood Warrior or than Blood DKs with Safeguard. I mean, I don't think so. Yes, TDPS like Windwalker. The problem is you don't keep the Windwalker alive as well as just playing like an Arms Warrior in that situation, right? Like I feel like Arms Windwalker sounds better than, like, I don't know what is the DK doing in that spot that like having a different class wouldn't do better. Thanks for the games, buddy. Extra grips. Situationally, ironically, into Windwalkers, it's really good. Thanks to the games, Rebound. I mean, Safeguard's crazy. Like, wow, look, Warrior should be unbelievable with what it has. If it was any other expansion, I swear, Arms Warrior with fucking Safeguard, wild. Like, no, I mean Safeguard with 2 intervenes, not 1 intervene. Like having double intervene with Safeguard on top of each one. If it was any other expansion, would be a crazy thing to have. They have a great kit, like having Stormbolt, Shockwave, Safeguard, and the effects of like having extra HP on Battle Commander and stuff, like insane. They've done a great job with what they've done with Arms Warrior talents and stuff, but you know, you can't have some class. Like, it's just weird because certain classes were axed so heavily for being too tanky, and then some classes have existed for at this point multiple expansions in that same level of tankiness that was attacked so fucking, they were pretty violent with the nerfs on DK tankiness. This expansion, DKs passively would be as tanky as rogues if they just left them the way they, if DKs were left to fend for themselves in the wild and they just left them with all the stuff that they had at the start of the expansion, DKs would be very tanky as a class. But they attacked DK defensives and they haven't attacked other classes defensives as hard. That's why Warriors aren't as good though. Warriors have mobility issues, but they just like let other classes run around as tank gods for no reason. And honestly, like at this point, it's one of the few things I'm actually like a little bit negative about, because I've experienced it for such a long time at this point. It's like Warlock and BFA. They like, for some reason they just couldn't touch their tankiness. They had to leave them, like, they're this class that couldn't move very well, but just couldn't die, and they just like, okay, whatever, you can be this tanky. And then like mages in BFA and Shadowlands, same kind of thing. They just left them. I mean, mages continue to be very tanky, but they just, yeah, they can kite. Their tank ability is all hidden, I think, in all cases except Warlocks. Warlocks had Warlocks in BFA had 2 tank stats. They had versatility and they had mastery, which was just versatility again. So they just had versatility and versatility again, so they could stack both stats and be unkillable. And then it would show up on it would show up on details, and they would be doing like fucking healer level healing, and they're still like, nah, it's fine. It's an interesting one. DK's all about control, but they're not really that good at controlling either, are they? All right, Booner's gonna be a little bit different now for a sec. I'm gonna log on TR and set up an undead. Actually, yeah, I think it's worth setting up. And then we'll probably do some SOD, and then we'll probably have some team stuff. It'll work out nicely. Again, thank you guys for the insane day today. I want to thank again Kojak for 100 gifted subs, Mendner for 30 gifted subs, Chrome for 17 gifted subs, Anonymous for 7 gifted subs. Today's been nuts. Thanks for the conversation, by the tricks. I appreciate your opinion on everything, man. Let's see. Again, I expect that in a lot of situations it's not good. I feel like right now, where my team is at and where we're at in general is like, unless we can do something interesting, DKs are too much reliability to justify in tournament play. That simple. So like finding, if I could find a like some way to field tanky into Outlaw Rogues, and like especially, I mean, basically for us right now, Shadow Priest. Like if you could find a way for Death Knight to feel durable into Shadow Priest teams, that would be a big deal. But tough to be durable when your class just takes damage. And you can't shrug it off. You can't reset. Like other classes can just reset. Like you take a shitload of damage. Warriors also can't reset. That's also why Warriors are kind of shitty right now. Like even Rets. Rets can bubble, right? They can reset damage with bubble and bop. Magic bop. Rogues can reset damage with vanish, evasion to a lesser extent, and cloak. Doesn't matter how much damage they take. They can create a situation where they're immune and they can top with that. DK cannot. Yeah, and the DK needs a. I mean, it doesn't need anything. It just other classes have those things and DKs don't, and basically you get punished if you are like warrior and DK are getting punished for not having that. Especially when they nerf their passive tankiness on top of that, it's rough. Shouldn't Frost DK low? I mean, I think Death Knight in general is usually the tankiest melee because you're the melee that can't run. I think Enhancement Shamans also have an interesting problem with that. I feel like DKs and Enhancers are always the one that you pit against each other and you're like, okay, like one of them should be, like they both should be pretty tanky because they both are forced to like relatively exist in the open. Although they gave Burrow to Enhance. They gave him a reset. Hamsies for no one can die zone. I'm not sure about that one. I forgot something I remember on this now. I just wish Wraithwalker was off global. Red Warrior? I don't think we're doing any Red Warrior stuff anytime soon. What am I looking for? My slot? Doesn't need to, I mean, they could, yeah, it would be a nice change to slightly enough thing for sure. I don't know if they would do it though. It would be a nice change. Wait. This is an invalid code. Oh, whoops. It would be a nice change for them to, slightly, I don't know what the base nerf to Deathstrike is, but a slight nerf to Deathstrike would be nice. So they don't just fucking take infinite damn. They can't. Like the thing is, Deathstrike is like a curve, right? Like there's no point at which right now, there's a point, there's like a low, there's like a, right now there's a really high threshold for the point at which, I don't think it's ever, previously, you would get to a certain point where you took so much spike that with a little bit of healing, you would actually start to do more healing than you would take in damage. So you would press Deathstrike and your health would jump up by substantially more than they would spike you by. But right now that doesn't happen. The bloody token icons don't have the, you can't use set bonuses from it. They sort of scale up. So how much does this actually copied across? Let's have a look. All of it, hopefully. Yeah, looks like it's pretty good. Two pieces don't work now. Yeah, the design's awesome. They've done a really good job of the design. It's the tuning. I mean, even the tuning's good too. Just defensive tuning's bad, I think. Offensively, they're right. Just every point of damage a Death Knight takes, they don't deal with very well. And you have no avoidance. Like, other classes have avoidance and immunity, and Death Knights don't. So it's a bit difficult. Thanks, Mike. This is on Tournament Realm, so this isn't like a live thing.
Money, Frank.
Just like you never broke my heart, like you never said the words, two worlds never further apart. Life will never be the same, but I will keep on finding my way. I move on to get to my brighter day.
That's a bit unfortunate because it resets my bars. My PC's a little unstable today. Not that it crashes, but occasionally crit errors. I wonder if it's GPU drivers randomly. It's like actually possible that I've been using the studio ones, and I wonder if I should get the game ready ones. I'm curious what happens if I try and install a driver while I'm streaming. I feel like it sounds like a crash, but I don't want to know. I've tried before. All right, let's see what happens. There's a small chance I have to restart here. There's a small chance it fixes my stream though, which would be nice. That's weird. Well, I guess it's not working right now. Maybe I should restart. All right, chat, if you guys wouldn't mind, give me like 1 sec. I'm just gonna restart my PC really quick because I don't want it to like crash all night, and also I want to try a different set of drivers real quick. So I'll be like 2 minutes ish. I mean, I'll have to restart my PC and solo drivers, and I turn my stream back on. So I'll be like 1 sec, okay? Literally 2 minutes. Thank you guys for the insane support today. Thank you to Kojak for 100 gifted subs, Medna for 30 gifted subs, Chrome for 17 gifted subs, Anonymous for 7 gifted subs. Today's been insane. Back in 1 sec, guys.